I played with the crossfader too hard. I played with the crossfader too much. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? I don't know. I don't know. Either way, it's time to start stream. Sorry for being so late again. I'm just on this fucking thing where it's like a self-reinforcing cycle of lateness where, you know, I am late to stream, so I stream late. I go to sleep late. I've been sleeping like a mofo. Do you ever sleep like a mofo? I don't know how a mofo sleeps, but I feel like this is how one would sleep. What's up, One Great Earth? What's up, Moe Noip? What's up, PKK CJ? I'm like, Davy, good to see you. Can't believe Ethan is going after... Oh, Wow Mao. Yeah, you're talking about the, on Twitter. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Lex Luthor versus Bruce Wayne? Wait, in terms of what, Ethan and Hasan? Wait, no, wait. I'm trying to remember. Lex Luthor, yeah, rich dude in Superman, right? Is that right? Is that who Lex Luthor is? I'm trying to... I got a picture of him in my brain. He's like bald and stuff. And then there's Bruce Wayne, obviously, from Batman. I should know superheroes more, but I don't. And I feel bad. I feel guilty, chat. I feel guilty. What's up, Thomas? What's up, Mozart? What's up, Miska? What's up, Just Julie? Welcome to the stream. What's up, your mom? Good to see you. Good to see you all. Nice to have you here. He's a self-centered man-child who's being willfully obtuse. Hate that I ever thought that he'd change. Yeah. No, I mean, I sort of know why. I've been thinking about this a little bit, right? And it's a frustrating thing. Because as Ethan himself will often point out, he is not the worst, right? He doesn't have the most, like, right-wing view. He's not here, you know, standing Netanyahu or anything, but he's just like... What did you say, BKK? Willfully obtuse. That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. Same as he was, honestly, in the discussion of socialism. You remember Ethan talking to Hasan? So if you know the Leftovers lore, you know that before the conversation about October 7th, there was a conversation about socialism, right? Which Ethan is nominally in favor of, but he's kind of like, yeah, I mean, I like socialism, but why can't we just have social democracy, right? You know, everything that you could get from socialism, you could get from social democracy, except for actually giving power to the working class, you know? Yeah, social democracy is great if you, like, conditionally, you know, have a situation in which the, you know, capitalist class isn't actively fighting it, isn't actively bribing your democratic, so-called democratic representatives to act on their behalf rather than your behalf, like in theory, right? But remember, like, that doesn't last. That doesn't last. That came about in the United States because of a fear of socialism. Because of the Democrats realizing that they were beatable in the right situation, in the right circumstance, by a further left candidate. And so they adapt in order to present this image where, like, well, we'll give you something just as good as socialism. I mean, you just want to be taken care of. Like, and it's true. Material conditions are huge. That's most of what people are looking for. In terms of, you know, in terms of acute situations like the Great Depression, is they're looking for a situation in which their material conditions are going to be taken care of to a certain degree. And so, you know, yeah, breadcrumbs are better than nothing. I'll always agree with that. Rich bald guy, that's who Lex Luthor is. Yeah, rich dude in Superman. Miss Katana. Oh, sorry, I'm reading other people's comments to each other. What's up, your mom? Do love these days, but I have to be productive. We watched part of the socialism debate this morning, so I'm curious, BKK, are you talking perhaps about the North Star Radio video? Because we're going to take a look at that. That North Star Radio, actually I've talked to North Star a few times in chat. I don't remember, was I in MR chat or something like that? But anyway, I ran into North Star, had to let him know that I really am a fan of his work, and he was very, very graciously took the compliment. If I didn't have to pay for my mom's meds, that would make my life significantly easier. Yeah. And look, you know, what's up, Kevin from Mars? Oh, sorry, Kev from Mars. I added a syllable for some reason. I'm just, I don't know. It's a weird day, chat. It's a weird day. It's actually like late in the afternoon, and it still feels like it's early morning for me because I have just had my coffee. Did I drink? I feel like I drank it all too. God damn it. I shouldn't have drank it all. I should have saved some of it. Watched a bit of Hasan reacting to the North Star Radio video. Yeah, that's where you kind of get a lot of, you know, what's going on in this situation. Also, Ethan, you know, talked about it on Leftovers. No, H3. Sorry, Leftovers is long dead. Leftovers is long dead, much to the glee of commentary bros and debate bozos alike. They're very happy. They're very happy. They've got their Ethan back. It's such a weird thing. Yeah, there's another dynamic at play here too, where Ethan had been an edgelord, had gotten big as an edgelord, did a lot of like dunking on feminists, dunking on SJWs kind of videos, and at some point like felt bad about that, did not like that, did not want to be that guy, and changed. He changed the way he lived. He decided to change the way that he lived. And this was, you know, this is when all the fallen fans happened, right? All the old H3 fans fell off and started hating on the guy, especially when Ethan was doing the podcast with Hasan. They especially hated that, right? They don't want their guy, they want their dude to not be soy. And you know, so he got a lot of shit from the same people that hate on iDubbbz, right? It's the same people that hate on iDubbbz, and honestly, like anybody. This is why you don't get more, you know, commentary. Like I was just thinking about this the other day. There's a certain commentary personality who is under attack by the entire rest of the fan base, fan base. What am I saying? Entire rest of the community, and it's weird. He's also like the most left of the commentary community, and it's not really that left. Like, right? If I had this guy on, we would probably disagree on some things. We would probably disagree on quite a few things, right? I don't hate the dude, and you know, being a conscious commentator myself, I find myself adjacent to that community, and for that community, he is like, you know, the best you can hope for, I guess. But yeah, he's now under this huge dog pile. I don't know how much we'll cover of that, right? And it's just like, I don't think it necessarily has to do with his political takes, but I wonder about that. Because like, I mean, as much as I hate Tipster as much as the you know, the next commentary streamer, I feel like some people hate Tipster for a very different reason that I do. Like my dislike for Tipster, you know, has to do with his adjacency to like the Vosh and Keffels community, has to do with his kind of, you know, packaging supposed like leftist content in a very reactionary sort of package. I couldn't think of a better word than package. But I feel like the rest, a lot of the other people, I just wonder, like, wait, do you just hate Tipster because Tipster says trans rights? Why do I always forget? Oh my god, really? Are we really dealing with that? There we go. I always forget that as much as I don't like to wear makeup, that the one piece of makeup that's like indispensable on stream is actually lipstick. But I should be getting it. I should probably, chat, I've been thinking about makeup. I've been seriously thinking about like upping my makeup game. Like I want to do lip stain. Like lip stain is so much better, especially if you're on stream and you're like drinking. Because like anytime you're drinking or even vaping, you're just gonna ruin whatever you did as far as lipstick. But if it's lip stain, then that's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. It's great. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. But yeah, I'm like a minimalist when it comes to that sort of thing. Destiny fans have infiltrated the H3 fan base now. I believe you, BCatK. I believe you. It does seem like that. And you know what their goal is to get some kind of leftovers with Destiny and Ethan. I somehow don't think that's gonna happen though. I feel like Ethan has gotta know about Destiny, right? It's not like, oh, have you heard of this guy Destiny? He's really great. Just drink red Kool-Aid. I should. I love a good lip stain. Yeah, or Beats actually. Someone close to Vosh is doing lefty reactionary stuff. I can't believe it. No way. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking of like starting to sort of program my weekly streams, of which I'm trying to do 6 a week. The idea is to like skip Thursday and to do every other day, and to have like sort of like each day, you know how Majority Report does like Tuesday News Day? I want to do that. Not necessarily Tuesday News Day, but I was thinking Saturday Drama Day, right? Because there's so much politics to cover that I just really can't like be doing as much. Like if you got used to my stream being like, you know, when the Vosh thing was happening, or when the Sunday Tyler thing was happening, I mean, those are just kind of events that happen, and they're complicated, and it's like, if I'm going to cover them at all, I might as well cover the whole thing, because otherwise I sort of leave something incomplete. And but I feel like during the election, while there's so much going on politics-wise, it makes a little bit more sense to do like one day a week of drama. One dedicated day of drama. It's good lip stain, but it also stains the teeth. True. That's the other problem with lipstick. Like I had this one lipstick that I really liked way back, and the problem is that if you watch some of those old VODs, you'll always see red on my teeth. You know, because it was like that sticky kind of lipstick, and it gets on your teeth, and then you realize it, and you want to do that thing where you're like, and it looks so bad. It looks so bad to do that on stream. I always, it's politics season. Best time to grow a channel. That's what we're doing, Davi. We're gonna be over 9,000 before too long. Oh my God, Crystal Saphira. Wow. See, these work now. We had a few days when these were broken, and I was worried people were not getting their stream alerts when they gift memberships, or even when they get themselves a membership. Crystal Saphira, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Sounds awesome, but don't exhaust yourself. Lost Zoat, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Didn't I say that we were gonna do some kind of a Twitch marathon? We need to do a Twitch marathon. I need to find out how to do it. We need to find out like where the weird champs really come from. But yeah, you can join Weird Champs too for the low price of, what is it? Is it $2.99 or $3.99? I can't remember. All I know is that it's slightly cheaper than becoming a sub on Twitch, but then being a sub on Twitch gets you out of the Gets you out of the 3-minute ad break that happens every hour at the top of the hour for 3 minutes. And that's a pretty good value, though. So, actually, no, you know what it is right now? It's $4.99. Shakespeare, with 17 months of membership, re-upping that Weird Champ membership. And good to see you. Yeah, I talked about maybe doing like a Twitch subathon or something, or a marathon, like, you know, being on Twitch for a long time, trying to get that number as high as we can, trying to, you know, stack up the subs and get it closer to what the YouTube rate is, because I would love to kind of like, you know, I would love to even things out. I don't know, being that I started on Twitch, right? I would really love to even things out. Right now it feels like it's a little heavy on the YouTube side, and like that causes me to do stuff like sometimes neglect Twitch chat, which I don't really want to do, but it's like looking at 3 chats at once is harder than it sounds. So yeah, I was thinking that maybe doing a subathon over on Twitch just to get like back to where we were at, because we were over 200 subs on Twitch not long ago, and you know, when that like, it's just, the Twitch is like a snowball thing, you understand? Like YouTube is like, you get your notifications, you get sometimes you see the stream pop up in your recommended, stuff like that, right? YouTube kind of takes care of itself, right? If people are watching you, they'll continue to see you. But Twitch is weird, right? It snowballs up and it snowballs down, right? If there's a lot of people in your chat, then everybody who follows you, they see you when you go live, right? But if you ever get to where there's not so many, it's like a negative snowball. It's like the abominable snowball. There's like the virtuous snowball and there's the vicious snowball. And we want the virtue. We need to get the virtuous snowball back, because the vicious snowball just melts away, and we don't need that, right? That's bad. Like Twitch will literally fucking disappear you just from people, you know, not showing up once or twice. So, but I'm trying to decide if I want to cover any politics. I told you I was going to stream yesterday and I just got too tired. I ended up doing some editing instead. Oh yeah, that's another thing that I was thinking about, chat. Now, I don't know if we can actually do this, because like I always say, my computer is not the best. My computer is fairly old. My computer does not run a lot of things at the same time. But I was thinking about maybe doing some editing on stream. Now, that's dangerous, right? Because generally, that means like low numbers, and we can't have that. But I was thinking that it might not necessarily mean low numbers if what we do is we have you vote on which of the topics that I've covered recently that you want to see edited. Let me try to open this up and show you what I'm talking about. Really have my thing set up right to do this, do I? Let's try it anyway. All right, so those of you on YouTube, this might be new to you, but this is what my channel looks like on Twitch. As you can see, we start off with like recent broadcasts. Now, what I do is I go to my channel. Right, so if I just go to this, then you'll see my stream, which you see right up there. I'll start off here on home, and it'll show like, you know, the 3 or 4 most recent streams that I've done. if I go here, I can see my schedule. If I go here, what? Oh, okay, that's like the record of the schedule. That's when I'm actually on stream, versus when I'm planning to be on stream. But anyway, and then you go over here, and this is videos, right? So you'll see again the VOD. These are the VODs, right? Just like on YouTube. Oh my gosh, I need to update my playlist on YouTube. But if you go down here, you'll see something that's recent highlights and uploads. I've also got kind of like the back catalog of like politics, drama, and wacky weird stuff. We also have the clips, which, you know, I showed you how to make those clips, and oh my gosh, look at that, 1 view on each of my how to clips. So nobody's been doing this, unfortunately, right? This is really helpful. If anybody ever wants to play around with this, it does take some learning. It's not easy. It's not super straightforward, but you can learn to clip. And if you do, your clips will probably do numbers. You can have a hit video off of me by clipping me on Twitch. And if it's a good clip, then lots and lots of people will watch it. And that's helpful for me, and that's cool for you because your name is like literally on it. It's like you're the director. Like you direct NCC. So you're doing like a little mini edit. But anyway, let's take a look here. Recent highlights and uploads. Right, so whenever I get done with a stream, I take the videos, I take the segments, right? So this is the RFK segment. Even RFK admits that Trump lost. Republican pollster says Donald Trump lost the debate and the race. Pierce Morgan debates. Yeah, so these are like all of the segments. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say about the segments. Why did I bring you here? Maybe just to show you that that all of the segments, even if they're not up on YouTube, are up on Twitch, and you can find them there. And you can watch them there. And you can even... Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, so... Yeah, I wanted to add an element to my stream where maybe I edit like one video every now and again on stream. But again, that gets boring if I'm just like, let me just do my editing work on stream, right? What I wanted to do instead is find stuff that the chat was interested in. So like if there's a segment that I've done recently, the chat is like, they're eating cats. They're eating the cats. Trump doubled us down, right? Elon gets weird on Taylor Swift. Then chat could like vote for it, and I would then edit it on stream. And it would be fun because chat chooses it. See what I mean, chat? Like my shit's just not working right now. And I don't know if, I'm afraid that's my computer. But yeah, there's a million of these to choose from, and I should find some way of letting people vote on them, maybe even as a community post on YouTube. And then I'll edit the one on stream that most of the people want to see edited. Do I want to show you again, like, how to do a clip? In case anybody missed it the last time. Alright, so this is me watching my own stream, alright? Oh look, I can knock on my own door. No, I can't join my own stream. You silly. You silly, you can't knock on your own door. You can't knock on your own stream. Oh, I hate how this is just out of, it's just out of view. Let me see if I can fix this. Add a... Look at this streamception that we got going. we go. Did I do this correctly? There we go. All right, look at that. That's complete streamception right there. So, oh, yeah, and then I can even do this a little bit to show you what I'm talking about. All right, so do you see what I'm doing right now? I'm creating the infinite regress. Wonderful place to be. But if I hover over this, I can click, flip, right? See, it's like the director's thing. It's like this the thing where you, I forget what this is, a clicker board. It's called a clicker board, right? There's the clicker board. You've got settings, you've got clicker board, you've got theater mode, you've got full screen, right? You click the clicker board. It opens up a new window. And it gives me the choice here. Look at this. So now what happens is it captures the last minute and 30 seconds. And now I've got this thing, which is like a 1 minute long. See, it starts at 30 seconds. I can expand it all the way to 60 seconds, right? And I can clip the last 60 seconds of whatever I did on Twitch. You can do this too, right? You can do it while I'm streaming on Twitch. You can do it when you're watching the VOD on Twitch. I don't think it works. You can try it, but I don't think it works on highlights. So for like the segments that I showed you, I don't think it works there. Sorry, it's just like Twitch needs to fix its shit, right? But let's say that what I wanted wasn't actually just the last 60 seconds. Let's say that I did something before for like a minute, and it was like, and then I did something a minute, like for a minute that was interesting, and then for 30 seconds I'm like talking about setting this up, right? And it's not interesting, right? So like I can move this over here. I can drag this over here, right? So anything from the last 1 minute and 30 seconds of what I was just watching is capturable. I can even shrink this down. Let's say that it was only 30 seconds, right? 30 seconds of interesting stuff. There we go. Let's say the 30 seconds is in the middle. There it goes, right? You can mess. It's like TikTok, right? You can make your own. In fact, you can even make it looks like your own TikToks of me. Check this out. If I edit the layout, now you'll have to tell me if you're able to do this or not, because I'm not sure that it works for you. But yeah, I can move this thing around, capture different parts. That's the bottom. Move this thing around to capture the top. Resize this. Let's say I want all of the stuff in here. Look at that. So now I've got me on the bottom, and I've got what I'm watching on the top. You can do stacked or you can do full. Let's just say that like I'm on screen like this. Oh god, I can't change it, but like imagine that I was on full screen, right? You might want to go full, right? If I'm on like this view right here, chat, then you might want to go full. Does that make sense? Like full captures like this whole thing, stacked captures these two things, right? So you can even make literally a TikTok of me if you want to. And that's how you do it. So yeah, I just wanted to show people how to clip again in case anybody does not understand and they're interested in doing it. I would appreciate it. And like I said, like this is your way to play with me. Not like that. Okay, not like that. I mean, play with me in a good way. Oh my god, I keep on saying this wrong, chat. I mean that you can make videos of me. You can edit those videos, and if they're any good, then people will watch them. And are those my views or are those your views? They're kind of your views, right? So if you want to get your views off of my channel on Twitch, you can do this. You can even do it when I do something silly or make something ridiculous, right? Anyway, let's go back to where we were at. Oh my god, we're back to Ethan. We're back to Ethan, aren't we? All right. Anyway, I just wanted to show that off in case anybody is interested in doing that. You can also do like I showed the clipping function on YouTube as well, and you can make clips on YouTube. I don't know as much about how those work though, right? So, but I do know that it'll go to.
It predates World War II, but it was galvanized.
I do know that if you do that, right, if you clip on YouTube, look at what I got right here, top community clips. Now, there's nothing good on this. I've checked, all right? It's kind of difficult to make clips. Some people have messed around with it. I don't think anybody's really gotten, including myself, like, well, I mean, this one's a good one. This one's a good one. So yeah, this is a clip that I made from my video talking about Sunday. Oh my God, I gotta go back down here, don't I? All right, let's check this out. I have criticized Tyler and that he can come in here and be chill, right? I mean, I'm not like exactly his audience. I just happen to see what I happen to see. Sometimes I disagree, sometimes I agree, but like, yeah, he doesn't see, like, he and FD had disagreements. That didn't turn into a big fight. Why is it, Sunday, that you're the one who can't handle a little disagreement, right? And I don't know if it's like the little disagreement from me, you know, the few times that I've criticized you. I don't know if it's disagreement from my audience when you've come in to my chat and, you know, not had a good time, and I did not ban people for expressing their opinion, having an opinion on you. But whatever it is, you're fragile as fuck, dude. You're not. Okay, so some little self-criticism here. This clip would have been better if I just used "you're fragile as fuck, dude, and you're not built for this game." That's what I ended up saying, right? I clipped it 1 minute, you know, to kind of give that a context, and it's usually better to have some context. So the worst kind of clip you can give is one where it's like, I don't know what she's talking about. What is this about? Why am I interested in this, right? You want to include some context, but for this one, you know, the context is Sunday and he's not built for this game. And watch how I could have done this better, all right? We'll go to the full video. Look at it this way, okay? And then what do I press? I go down here and I hit clip. Built for this game. You are Xander Hall with a motherfucking bachelor's degree in poli-sci. That is the difference between you and Xander Hall. And maybe, you know, I guess you haven't done any death threats yet. Wait, I'm not built. So look at this. You're fragile as fuck, dude. You're not built for this game. You are Xander. But whatever it is, you're fragile as fuck. So you're fragile. You see what I'm doing, dude? You're not built for this game. You are Xander Hall with a motherfucking bachelor's degree in poli-sci. That is the difference between you and Xander Hall. And maybe, you know, I guess you haven't done any death threats yet. Wait, you're fragile as fuck, dude. You're not built for this game. Any death threats yet? You're fragile. Threats yet? Wait, although you're fragile. Any So this takes a lot of feel, but like I'm getting that 17.3 seconds. Yeah. Wait, you're fragile as fuck, dude. You're not built for this game. So always clip a little longer rather than too short. Death threats. Yeah. We just make this. You're fragile as fuck, dude. You're not built for this game. You are Xander Hall with a motherfucking bachelor's degree in poli-sci. That is the difference between you and Xander Hall. And maybe, you know, I guess you haven't done any death threats yet. Wait, you're fragile as fuck. So there we go. Dude. You're not built for this game. You're not built for this game. You are Xander Hall with a motherfucking bachelor's degree. So that's how you clip in YouTube. And I'm just showing this in case anybody wants to give it a try. You're welcome to try your hand at the clip game, and I really appreciate it when people clip me. Especially when they clip me out of context. That's the best. That's literally the best. There we go, chat. There we go. I've shown you what I was trying to show you, and I feel like there we go. There we go. Why is... Anyway, we need to get going now. I'm trying to decide if I want to cover anything. I told you on Thursday that there was more Trump copium that I hadn't covered. And I know this because I've got it on my playlist. So I'm tempted to give it a, you know, to... I just know there's a lot of... The Hasan situation's big. There's a lot going on with the Hasan situation. And I want to make sure that I leave time for that. Oh my god. My YouTube's being slow. Slow tube. In fact, we also got some stuff about Laura Loomer. We got MTG. Yeah. I feel like I should at least cover Laura Loomer. Okay, so that's what we'll do, chat. We'll cover Laura Loomer. We'll cover the rest of the Trump stuff. There's also the Five. I know the Five had a discussion. If you don't know, chat, the Five is like, is it like The View? Is it like The View for Fox? I feel like it's like The View for Fox. There's also a few press conferences he's done. And obviously some poll stuff. Sorry, when I say poll stuff, I don't mean POL. I definitely don't mean Twitch poll. I mean there's some polls of the presidential race that we need to cover. Look for Trump the Five. There we go. The Five react to the debate. Wait, it's on here. Why is it not showing up? Oh my god, chat. Technical difficulties. I don't understand. I don't know why YouTube's fucking playlists are not working all of a sudden. It just feels like nothing on YouTube works for me. We've got Trump the Five. Then we've got Trump press conference. Hopefully saving this to the playlist will work. Okay, so there's a press conference in California. But there's actually, I feel like there's another one. I feel like MR covered a different, yeah. The one that's coming up right now is the... All right, I just don't want to miss anything. There we go. See if we can find out what this is about from MR. Okay, he's standing in front of American flags. It's on C-SPAN. Let's try Trump press conference, C-SPAN. I love that the first thing that comes up is from 7 years ago. That's very useful, C-SPAN. Here, I'm gonna just go into this. You know, maybe the MR, yeah. Oh my god. Maybe the MR clip I was looking at was old. Because I actually don't see Hush Money Trail. That's from 3 months ago. That must have been an old MR video? 2 hours ago. No. What the fuck? Oh my god, chat. I'm so confused. Here, we're gonna have to watch this together. There we go. Oh yeah, we're 6% of the way towards the dono goal. So it's this press conference right here.
In person. We were just talking about.
And we're sitting in first class, according to her. Never happened, by the way. Totally made up story. She's a Clinton person, too, by the way. Big Clinton person. She made up the story.
All right, I'm sorry. I just need to.
She said in 1979, I was very specific as to and watched me for years. She said in 1979, I was in an airplane with her, commercial flight.
I feel like this press conference probably happened. Oh no, there's more Springfield, Ohio stuff. I feel like the press conference that I'm looking at probably happened like last week. Look, I'm just gonna have to put this in the playlist. Okay, there we go. I can't find this one. I cannot find this one. Yo! Twitch? Okay, what is even going on? Thank you, Omega Star, for the 300 bits. And look what happened. I pick HAW, says Omega Star. So that gets us up to 9% on the dono goal, and it gets AJW up to 3%. But look what happened. When Omega Star cheered 300 bits, Twitch kicked in 60 bits. We added 30 bits and 30-bit bonus bits to Omega Star's cheer. That's wild. That's what apparently that happens. Apparently if you cheer bits, Twitch adds extra bits. I didn't know that happened. Trump gives you the dry heaves. I gotta catch back up with chat. I'm sorry, chat. I wanted to take care of some stuff. I did send you stuff about the Israeli English podcast, says Shakespeare. Shakespeare, you may have deleted. You may have deleted some of the stuff. Wait, something got banned off of. Oh, you're talking about the Two Nice Jewish Boys podcast. Yeah, I did see that. I'm a little bit worried about showing that though, because they're basically, it's a podcast. They got banned off of Patreon. They got banned off of, I think, a lot of things, right? Because they're literally like, you know, it's like genocide advocacy that's going on that podcast, right? So, not sure if we can watch that. What's going on with Hasan? Basically, let me just start off on this, all right? The right. Nope, not that one. What? How is this not? There we go. I'm missing something. And I'm not sure where it is. There we go. my YouTube's not working. Maybe my computer's not working. Black screen of fucking nothingness. Here, I'll go to this screen until I get this fixed. What is going on? There we go. So what's going on with Hasan? This is Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker used to have a podcast called The Leftovers, right? This came out of Ethan Klein doing a lot of political content, doing some debate content, and deciding that he really liked it. Ethan built his channel off of, like, you know, anti-SJW kind of edgelord stuff back in the day, and eventually decided he didn't want to do that much anymore. He changed the direction of his podcast, which used to have guests like Jordan Peterson. Right now, if he had Jordan Peterson on, it would be to make fun of and debate Jordan Peterson, right? But back in the day, he just platformed Jordan Peterson. Oh, yeah, this really smart guy. Let's talk about some big high-level ideas, right? So that was Ethan back in the day. He changed his politics. He changed his perspective. He thought better of it. And, you know, he sort of like apologized for some of that old content that he did. And this pissed off a lot of the old fans, right? In the same way that iDubbbz apologizing for saying slurs pissed off a lot of iDubbbz's original fans, right? So you had the same sort of thing where, you know, you have a huge content creator with a lot of fans and a lot of views, lose a portion of those, lose some of the old school people over saying some stuff that was actually pretty based. And so in that direction, Ethan decided, you know, he started debating some of the right-wing weirdos, debated Pearl, just Pearly things, debated XQC. I'm trying to think of who all debated Fresh and Fit, right? He started doing like more. Yeah, he brought Sam Cedar on to actually debate Steven Crowder. He baited Steven Crowder with a debate with him, who Steven Crowder thought would be a pushover, and then brings Sam Cedar on, and Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. So, you know, shortly after that, he starts up a podcast with Hasan Piker. It's called The Leftovers. And The Leftovers is just a lot of it ends up being like Ethan trying to bring something up, trying to talk about it, and Hasan sort of straightening him out on it. One of these subjects was socialism. Ethan, you know, considered himself, I guess, a socialist and wanted to talk about socialism, but he was like, well, why can't we do just like some democratic socialism? That's all you really need, isn't it? And Hasan's actually, like, you know, explaining to him the difference between like a vague Bernie bro notion of socialism as being like a more fair a more fair version of capitalism, which is kind of what a lot of people think it means, especially like democratic socialists and SocDems tend to think that, into you know, the actual theory behind socialism. Like, why socialism? What is socialism? What does it represent? You know, starting off from the fundamental contradiction between the desires of the capitalist class and the desires of the working class, right? And so Hasan, you know, a lot of it is just like Hasan, like trying to expand Ethan's understanding of a topic. But, and some of it's just dunking on chuds and, you know, etc. I mean, if you've seen Leftovers, you know what I'm talking about, right? So Leftovers was going on fine. You know, this was after he did Frenemies with Trish Paytas, which, of course, like that podcast like exploded, right? Trish and Ethan no longer talk anymore. Even though I feel like Trish, is she married to like Ethan's brother or something? Anyway, Frenemies, they're not even on speaking terms anymore. It gets replaced with the Leftovers podcast with Hasan Piker, and well, all is well and good until October 7th. And that discussion, although it wasn't hostile between Hasan and Ethan, in fact, it seems like Hasan makes a point never to go hostile with Ethan. never to go nuclear, never to burn the bridge, always to kind of, be understanding and compassionate. Even when Ethan's saying some pretty, he's married to his wife's brother. Oh, I'm sorry, his wife's brother, Tehila's brother. Thank you for correcting me. It's not Ethan's brother, it's Ethan's brother-in-law. That is who Trish Paytas is married to. So, with this discussion of socialism and the discussion of October 7th, Ethan actually alienated some of his new fans, and some of the people in his community ended up agreeing more with Hasan than with him. And some of the old people noticed that he's fighting with Hasan, and they changed their disposition from hating on Ethan and praying for his downfall to saying Ethan is base, but only in the context of like fuck Hasan. So that's what happened with Ethan Klein and Hasan. And it's erupted into some pretty nasty stuff. Several times there was a moment where Ethan went on Twitter and said some pretty racist stuff and alienated a bunch of people. Then Ethan deleted his Twitter and retreated to Instagram, but there was still kind of, he would still sort of subtweet. He would still, picture tweet. He would still make posts, right, of people on Twitter that he disagreed with. And a lot of his anger, a lot of his ire was focused not so much on Hasan, because Hasan's never being like, fuck Ethan. Like, Hasan's never said that. He's made a point not to say that. But it's Hasan's community, Hasan's mods, and in particular, a mod named Frogan, gets the ire of Ethan Klein and gets the attention. And, this attention actually focuses a lot of hate on a much smaller content creator like Frogan. So things had sort of died down. Ethan licked his wounds after that conflict. Because like I said, he alienated a whole bunch of people with that. He did attract some new viewers who were really old viewers who are what Ethan calls fallen fans, that now that Ethan has had a fight with Hasan, they're trying to kind of push Ethan in that direction, especially Destiny fans, because the Destiny fans, they see leftovers and they're like, why can't that be Destiny and Ethan? And the reason is that Ethan knows who the fuck Destiny is, knows how toxic that he is, and wants nothing to do with them, right? But they still live under this misguided perception that Ethan is going to embrace DGG, which is just never going to happen. Those two communities would be like oil and water. I think it has brought Colleen stands into H3, and they're attacking Oliver and Becky. Wait, what? Is there? Now I got to read chat. I mean, I tried. Wait, what's going on in chat here? A lot of family drama there, and now Adam McIntyre is being crapped on by Ethan? Oh, I didn't even know about this, Emily French. Well, chat might have to teach me a few new things. Chat might have to... what's up, Fuzzy Slippers? Good to see you. Chat might have to teach me a few things. The MR going over the podcast, yeah. Destiny is the least charismatic chud on the planet. Well, that's the funny thing is he's not a straight up Trump supporter, but yeah, it's actually kind of like Ethan. He's not a Trump supporter. He's not super far right, but he tries to stake out territory on the left and has some very reactionary viewpoints that he's very obstinate. So this is the deal with Destiny, and this is the deal with Ethan, that they kind of they highlight, they concentrate on, they obsess about their most reactionary viewpoints on issues. And for that reason, they end up punching left a lot. And that's why Ethan's got so much hate. It's not that Ethan is a supporter of Netanyahu and Schmotrik and Israel's current right-wing government. It's that Ethan is a diehard supporter of the concept of Israel as an ethno-state. Where's Olivia in this? In the Adam McIntyre thing? Yeah, I know who. Yeah. BCatK is pointing out Adam McIntyre. For anybody who doesn't know, is one of Colleen Ballinger's victims. Also a content creator who's made a lot of content about his experiences with Colleen. Why am I blanking on her last name? Toxic Gossip Train. Colleen Ballinger. Ethan is more charitable to Destiny than he is to Hasan now? BCatK, does Ethan talk about Destiny? I feel like I've never heard him mention Destiny. I don't know when that happened. Maybe I haven't been keeping up on H3. Fuzzy Slipper says there's so many clips of Destiny debating his older self. Oh yeah. Those are great. Fuzzy Slippers, I love those clips that you're talking about. Fuzzy Slippers talking about clips that people make by taking old Destiny clips and comparing them to things that he says now, and you can actually have a debate. You can put together a Destiny versus Destiny debate by just bringing out old Destiny clips and comparing them to new Destiny clips. Seems Ethan has been admiring Destiny for his Israel takes? Really? Okay, so chat is teaching me new stuff. Ethan is on a terrible trajectory, brings terrible people chatting into his streams. I guess I just haven't been watching H3 much lately. Miranda sings. Yeah. Colleen Ballinger, aka Miranda sings. Oh, so he does actually. You just thought of something, Laura Shroomer? We're gonna get into Laura Shroomer today. We're gonna do a little bit of Laura Shrooming. Oh yeah, he was poking fun at the person who self-immolated in protest of Israeli genocide. Yeah, there was just a number of blow-ups, right? But like, here's the deal about these blow-ups, right? When it comes to Ethan versus Hasan or Ethan versus Hasan's community, this is never driven by Hasan. My understanding is that because Ethan is not some kind of, far-right person, Hasan is super charitable towards him. And he makes a point not to ever attack Ethan. He makes a point not to ever go after Ethan. And Ethan Klein seems to want to have a fight with Hasan. That's what I'm interpreting this stuff that's gone on lately as. Ethan really wants to find a pretext to have drama with Hasan. And Hasan is still operating under the pretext that maybe Ethan is salvageable, which I don't think is true. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, we're going to be going over all of this stuff. A lot of it's gone on Twitter. Some of it's gone on Ethan's Instagram. And a recent North Star radio video that Hasan reacted to. And in reacting to it, Hasan added a little. So I usually try to avoid like streamception. In other words, when I'm reacting to a streamer reacting to something else, right? It's, it's a little bit much. I have to explain the levels, right, of that for it to make sense. But we're going to have to do some streamception today just to be able to see both the North Star radio video, which actually does a great job of going over the history of the Ethan Hasan drama, as well as Hasan's perspective on Ethan, which, as always, is very charitable, very forgiving, and, very anti-drama. And then we can compare this with Ethan's recent segments on H3, which are the opposite, which show that Ethan is very much leaning, and including some of Ethan's some of Ethan's tweets, very much leaning into the drama. So that's what we'll be going over today. As always, we have the possibility to do bonus content And I need to make that happen, don't I? Yeah, I've got a responsibility here too. And chat, look, this is our drama day, okay? This is Saturday drama day, right? We're trying to confine the drama to Saturday for now, if we can. Sunday will let us. But this is what I'm bringing you in lieu of covering the Boblax drama. So I don't know if anybody came in here hoping for that, expecting that, wanting to get my perspective on the voice call between Boblax and Lyrics, but we're not going to be able to do that right now. Sad to say. One in chat if you're sad about that, though. I do want to know who feels like they're missing out. Anybody feel like you're missing out on the Boblax, Lyrics, Nick Diorio, Chud Logic, Queemon drama? There you go. There's your poll. There's your poll. So yeah, what options do we have today? We have Brianna Wu leaves the left. We have breathe into your balls, because we're getting to that time. It's almost November, chat. It's almost November. It's a little while from November, but November is not November. And for us, it's Manosphere November, where we get to cover the worst of the Manosphere, see how ridiculous those assholes really are, and you dive into that rabbit hole. So yeah, in preparation for that, I've got some breathe into your balls content to look at how weird right-wing red pill content creators are out there trying to, snatch up impressionable minds by telling young men that they need to breathe into their balls to increase their T levels. That they can do a magical testicle breath that will increase their T. I don't know. Everything they do is for enhanced T levels. The purity of essence, Chad. It's the purity of essence. We also have AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian. That is actual Justice Warrior. Wait, for Anna Kasparian? Yeah, that's what it is. Covering Anna in, I would say, kind of glazing Anna up. As much as I can say that Anna can get glazed up. Anna's getting glazed up by actual Justice Warrior. That's what that is. Remember, when you... Yo, balls. Balls it is. Look at this. Thank you, Davy Clip, by the way, for helping me demonstrate this principle to chat. Look at that. So we got the dono goal. The first condition that needs to be met to get bonus content is that the dono goal needs to go from 0 to 100. It's already at 14, thanks to the people who have donated already. And look what happens. When you donate, you can let me know either in the super chat itself, if you do a super chat, or you can let me know in chat after you donate which of these topics you want to see covered. And I will, just like that, 5%, put your money where your mouth is. You can have your money where your mouth is. You can have your breath where your balls are. I don't know. And that allows you to look at that. So we go up to 17%. Thank you, Morbius Dragon. And also, John Miller just got a gift sub. John Miller, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. You just got weaseled thanks to Morbius Dragon. Thank you, Morbius Dragon. And I'm sure John Miller thanks you as well. So we're up to 17% out of 100%. And yeah, when you donate, like I said, whether it's a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships to other people, if you are, what are the other things? If you're signing up for Patreon, if you are donating to the throne, which the link is right there. I think, am I pointing to it? Am I pointing correctly? The link is right there. That's the link. That's the link right there. If you are getting yourself a sub on Twitch, it's 25% off right now, so it's a good month to stock up. Even if you want to get multiple months, you'll get them at a discounted rate of 25% off, or using a Twitch Prime to get a free sub to get yourself out of the ad break. The ad break that happens at every hour, at the top of the hour for 3 minutes at a time, and is unskippable without a sub. But if you get a sub, you're golden. No more ad break for you. Or if you are gifting subs to other people, right? Or as Omega Star did earlier, donating bits. And I don't know what's going on, but it looks like Twitch is throwing in extra bits with your bits. So I should probably round Omega Stars. I'm gonna give you credit, Omega Star, for those 60 bits that Twitch threw in. So yeah, I guess you get a little bit more for your money now when you donate bits. So that's pretty cool too. If you give 300 or more bits, on Twitch there's a bonus. Nice. So yeah, any of those things will push the dono goal forward and allow you to put your money where your mouth is. What do I mean by that? I mean that we're taking a poll right now. It looks like Brianna Wu.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
It looks like Brianna Wu leaves the left is taking a fairly commanding lead of about 9% over Breathe to Your Balls at 27%. MTG versus Laura Loomer at 23%, and AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian. Morbius Dragon says, I voted for the MTG one. Gotcha. Look at that. Look at that. So yeah, I can if you when you donate, all you got to do is let me know in the chat or wherever, honestly. Woo left the left, says Simon Pierre. Gets us up to 19 there. And yeah, so look at that. Look at that. Every single thing has some extra bonus percent on it. So what I'll do at the end of the stream is I'll look at the results of the poll. I'll add the bonus percentages to each one. And whichever one wins, if we hit the dono goal, if we get up to 100%, oh my gosh, I thought that was a stream alert. What happened to the sunscreen dudes? I don't know. I think they fell off. Oh my god, I'm trying to like people's super chats. There we go. So that's how that works. Now, the next thing I need to do is make a short stream happen. Why does... Nothing is working, chat. I'm complaining.
Rely on other countries to protect us, and
not what I pressed. I don't understand.
extra. Everything happening in the West Bank and Gaza is extra. There we go. I'm sorry, chat. Nothing is working. I'm so frustrated. I don't know why. Like, I was thinking about doing some editing, but like now I'm worried that that's like not gonna work. Even just like with what I've got up right now, I'm like having problems. I'm having problems with my computer working. All right, look, I've had requests to add bonus content to the shorts poll, so we'll try that for today. It's usually like kind of a pain in the ass, and but I don't want to leave shorts people out of that. All right, here we go, live on all platforms, and there he is. There's our big special boy. There's our dude right there.
Erok 121 super chatted $10. Balls got a breath.
Bulls gotta breathe. Yes, they do. 29% on the dono goal, and balls gotta breathe up to 15%. Looking like we might have a little manosphere content today. Our big birthday boy, Donald Trump. There he is, and that means that I gotta press. I'm down to button pushing time. All right, we gotta do that. Move left the left. Yes, she did. Balls gotta breathe. Yes, they do. Button gotta be pressed. Other button gotta be pressed. And last button, most important button, special button. Massage this button. Okay, that was weird. Apparently all my tech is just fucking me today. Let's take a look at what he said in his press conference in Tucson, Arizona. Wait a minute, am I missing? I just added stuff to this playlist. What is going on? Oh no, chat, I don't understand. Okay, I'm trying to keep it. The 5 got it. Okay, yeah, we did add some of the stuff successfully. Yes, we did. Okay, good. All right, let's see what he has to say here. This is Tucson, Arizona. We watched part of this speech, but not the entirety of it. So let's catch up on the rest of it. No Randy Newman fans in chat. Wait, is Randy Newman like a musician? He's like a songwriter, right? Oh my God, this guy.
It is a very rambunctious crowd.
It's a spicy crowd.
Well, hello, Tucson. It's great to be with you. I love this place. We've been very successful here, as you know. And
is that true? I don't think that's true, is it? Can somebody correct me? I feel like I sort of know Arizona. He's a musician? Yeah, he is a musician. Oh, Randy Newman, not Trump. Okay, thank God. So anyway, Tucson, Arizona, if I'm not mistaken, is that in Maricopa County? What in my head, Maricopa is like a long and unwieldy county that encompasses a big portion of the greater Phoenix, what is it called? The Valley, the something Valley, the Valley of the Sun. Yeah, Phoenix, right, area, which is like there's Phoenix itself, and there's a whole bunch of other cities around it, basically, that are basically part of Phoenix. And then there's Tucson to the south, but I think that Tucson is blue. That's what I thought. Yeah, Phoenix is weird in that sometimes it's red. For a big city, can you imagine if Trump was a musician? He'd be like the shittiest musician. Like, what would he play, chat? What would Trump? It's an arid zone. But yeah, Tucson, fairly blue. Phoenix, surprisingly red. Oh my God, look at this. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Do you see what I'm dealing with? It just does it by itself. Look at that. I don't even understand what's going. How can my computer be so broken? And it's all around YouTube.
I'm thrilled to be
all of the dysfunction has to do with YouTube.
back in the great state of Arizona with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots.
Circuitry says I used to live there. So can somebody tell me though, is it in the same county? I'll look it up myself.
That's why this is a nice group. I like it. Look at all those people. Wow. As everyone.
Do you see what he's doing there? When he does that, look at all those people. He gets out the binoculars, cleans them up. Oh, yeah, I see. He gets out the telescope. Yeah, he's trying to pretend that it's a huge crowd and it's so big that there's people way the fuck away from him. This is crowd size cope. This is like penis dimension anxiety, but on a electoral scale. Chat, do you think he has electoral dysfunction?
Everyone saw 2 nights ago we had a monumental victory over Comrade Kamala Harris in the presidential debate.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. Yeah, Tucson is in Pima County. Why in my head is like Phoenix is in Maricopa County, as is Tempe and most of the rest of the Valley of the Sun.
We won big with independent.
Oh, you know what it is? I bet it's that they're in the same. I bet they're in the same district. Is that even right though? Because that would be like districts go by population, so it wouldn't make sense to put Phoenix and Tucson in the same. Chat, do Phoenix and Tucson vote for the same congressional representative?
Voters, moderates, Republicans, and working people.
My crowd is bigger than yours, says Omega Star. Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh wait, Omega Star, what did I get? Did I get yours from earlier? Thomas Jerome with the super chat. Ruben Galejo is against his own at the border.
People all across this nation putting forward a clear vision to very simply make America great again. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris showed up spewing empty rhetoric, the same old lies, meaningless platitudes, offering no plans, no policies, and no details whatsoever.
See, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Like, right, you can say that she was scant on policy, but then you've got to admit that you were always scant on policy. And what do you supplement that with? Other than aggrievement, other than drama. Trump's a drama streamer. There's no substance to Trump. Like, he can't act like, you know, him just saying words like no tax on tips. That's policy right there. It's not. You're not going into the details of the policy. And Kamala does, you know, does like mention policy in that sense. You can say that she doesn't go into detail on how she would achieve things. Like, for instance, getting rid of price gouging, right? You don't just snap your fingers and get rid of price gouging. That takes policy. She doesn't talk about what that policy is in the same way that Trump doesn't talk about the details of things like no tax on tips.
Nothing.
Make housing affordable again? He's not that. This guy's so full of shit. You see right behind him. You've got like slogans, but they're empty slogans. What the fuck would Trump do to make housing affordable again? He doesn't have a policy. He hasn't said it. The other thing is that, like, he engages in personality more than Kamala does. Right? She threw in a few things to get him to go off, and then he went off. You didn't talk, Donald, about immigration. One of the policies that you have the highest rating on in terms of people saying who would be better on immigration. You know, Trump has an advantage there that he doesn't have in a lot of other things. Economics is another one. Didn't really talk about that, right? Yeah, no, he's so full of shit. He's coping. He got his ass kicked. And like, as much as I would like to say that it was Kamala Harris doing the kicking, all she did was put the boot on his foot. He kicked himself in the balls. He Peter coffined himself.
The two anchors, David Muir and Lindsay Davis, sat there and only corrected me on things where I was right, but didn't correct Kamala on Project 25 that I knew nothing about, on the...
Sorry, dude, you're too tied to that. That's not a correction. That's not a fucking correction.
Bloodbath hoax that has been totally debunked, which...
You said bloodbath in a weird fucking way. Some people think that's a dog whistle. See, things like this, you could say it's subjective. You could say that it's not like a 100%. Like, you know, you could say that you could report it. You know, if you're a reporter, if you're a journalist, you could report it like, you know, if you're, you know, on some like network where you're supposed to give the most neutral presentation, you could say that Democrats link Trump with the Project 2025 plan. And connect it to, you know, his vice president, connect it to a lot of people in his cabinet, a lot of people in his administration, a lot of people in his transition team. But Trump says that he is not, you know, tied to that, that he's not bound to that, that has nothing to do with him, right? You could report it like that, but what you can't do is report it like, nope, Trump has nothing to do with Project 2025, unless you're Anna Kasparian and you're grifting rightward. And the reporters that you ran into were playing it down the middle.
Which had to do with the automobile industry that is going to be dying. It's dying under this administration. They're all going to be shipped out to China. And everybody in the automobile industry making, manufacturing automobiles, vote for Trump. We're going to bring back that industry. These people are killing it. She talked about knowing it was all false. She talked about the Charlottesville hoax, and these people did nothing about it, which has been totally...
Billy Randall says our local Dim candidate, Gabe Vasquez, is as bullshit on it on the border as Gallegos. It's really annoying.
Debunked, as they say, by Snopes and Snoops and everybody else.
I don't know what to say here. Snopes and Snoops and everybody else.
Hey, go look it up. Go to Snoops.
Go look it up. Go to Snoops. Go to Snoops. Go to fucking... What are you talking about, Snoop Dogg?
Whatever the hell that is.
Whatever the hell that is.
No, I hear that's a liberal site, and they came out totally in favor of me. This got to be a bad thing.
They came out saying that the Charlottesville thing, I believe, that the correction, I think, was that Trump said good people on both sides, that he didn't mean the Jews will not replace us, tiki torch people, right? And look, here's what it is. You don't know. He says stuff. It's unclear. It's vague on purpose, because that's how a fucking dog whistle works. He wants the marchers with tiki torches to stay on his side. He doesn't want to light them up, but at the same time, he wants other people to be who like want to vote for him. They're like anti-immigration, but they don't consider themselves. They don't get down with Jews will not replace us. He wants them to be like, oh, see, yeah, no, he didn't really. He wasn't in favor of those people. It's subjective. It's subjective. And the reality of that situation is that Unite the Right March, as he said, I think he actually said this, right, when he mentioned this in the debate, that the Unite the Right March was about a statue of Robert E. Lee, which, if you are a Confederate sympathizer, you call history and heritage and say that it should stay up, right? As if it's just a statue saying, hey, the Civil War happened here. It's not. It's not. Those statues are there for a certain reason. They weren't put up right after the Civil War. They were put up in the times of Jim Crow laws in order to intimidate black people and black voters, and to, you know, kind of literally put black people in their place, right? And these assholes want to keep it there. That's racist, okay? That's racist. Those are the people you were supporting. You said good people on both sides. On both sides. So I'll take the tiki torch people out of the equation, and just say that you were talking about people that are in favor of unite the right, but not in favor of Jews will not replace us, and say that those people are still racist. Those are Robert E. Lee neo-Confederate stands. Still fucking racist, still fucking problematic, just maybe not as a direct of a connection to anti-Semitism, although there's plenty of direct connections to anti-Semitism for Donald Trump, including when he talked in front of a audience of Jewish people and said, "Oh, you people really like know how to renegotiate, don't you? Yeah, we got a lot of renegotiators in here, don't we? Yeah, no, like, right? Like, yeah, no, there's plenty. It's a target-rich environment. That's the problem with Trump, is that, like, when people lose to Trump, like Hillary Clinton, a lot of times it's because they cannot focus their fire on the things that will stick the most. They see so many targets, they see so many routes of attack, and they're like, we're gonna attack them on this, and this. And really, you should be like choosing like 3 things, right? 3 things, drill down on them, get them in people's head. That's why Trump won. It's because he lied, but he tells the same lie over and over and over and over and over and over. Russia, blah, 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 blah. It gets in people's head, and that sticks, right? Democrats are talking about like 27 different things, and none of them stick.
But they said they gave you total phony stories. Kamala Harris said that no state allows abortion in the 9th month, which is a complete and total lie. They do.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said. Nobody's executing babies. Come on.
And even after birth in some cases.
There we go. He's going to repeat the lie. There you go. You're just a liar. You've been a con man all your life. You've ripped people off. You've scammed people. And you continue to do so. You continue to lie.
So she claimed, I want to monitor women's pregnancies. I don't want to do that. I don't want it. It's a total.
I wouldn't do that personally. I would definitely outsource that to somebody from Project 2025, which I know nothing about.
I don't want to do that. Women.
Why would I do that? Why would I spend time doing that when Mike Johnson can do that? He's got an app.
I won't be following you around to the hospital, monitoring.
See, the thing is, it actually makes you question. Maybe he will.
No, she made it up. She's a liar. She doesn't work at McDonald's. She said she worked at McDonald's, right? Right? She worked at...
All right, great. Prove it. Prove it. Put up or shut up. You got proof? You don't. Then shut the fuck up.
McDonald's said she was working so hard. There's only one problem. She didn't work at McDonald's.
Great. Prove it.
She's a liar. Liar.
You're the last person who can call somebody a liar. A lot of Trump supporters actually will admit to you that he lies. But what they'll say is that he's a politician. They all lie. They're all liars. And he's trying to come out here and use liar as an attack, considering that this is one of his, most prominent tactics.
She claimed that I want to deny people IVF treatment when, in fact, I want to require insurance companies to pay for it.
Your Supreme Court justices that you nominated, taking down Roe v. Wade, which you bragged about, paved the way for IVF to be denied in Alabama.
And I came out totally in favor of IVF. That's fertilization for the men in the audience.
Fertilization for the men? Are we going to impreg people? Is that what Donald Trump is offering you? Ben, I know you don't think you can become pregnant, but there's this great thing called impreg, and you totally can through IVF. We're going to get all the men pregnant. All the men have the babies for a few months. We'll see what that's like. Impreg Trump.
I wish we got a lot of tough ones here.
Well, you've got to be tough if you're going to have a baby. Yeah, we only want the toughest men, right? Because pregnancy's not easy.
Claims she doesn't want to ban fracking when she said repeatedly over a 10-year period, I will not have fracking. Then about a little while ago, she goes, I'd love to have fracking. Her pollster came back and said, this is not good. In Pennsylvania, you want to ban fracking. That's not so good. That's a big part of what they do, right? And she came back She came back. All of a sudden, she thought fracking was wonderful. Here's what happens with all of these things. Right after the election, she goes back to where she was.
I wish that was true. I wish that was true. Look, this is what I thought about Obama, right? I thought that some of Obama's rhetoric suggesting that he wants to be the president for both Americas, I thought he was conning right-wingers, right? Into voting for him. I thought that that's who he was lying to. It turns out he gets in office and it was us that he was conning. He really is about that both sides shit, right? And look, this is the Democrats that we've dealt with since like the 80s. Since the 80s, Democrats have been afraid of their own shadow. When Reagan won twice and his vice president won after that, Democrats decided that they were going to become Republican light. That was going to be the thing that they would offer. If you like taxes cut, if you like deficits cut, if you like the social safety net cut, but you are like a little bit worried that the Republicans might go too far on social issues, you vote for a Democrat. That's what they've been offering. That's what they've been doing. They've been bidding $1 under the Republicans like they were on fucking Price is Right.
She claims she doesn't support mass gun confiscation, when in fact she supported it entirely, and through her entire career, think of that, she wants to confiscate your guns.
She has a gun. She has a gun. Look, like, here's another issue where most Americans are in favor of more gun control. And again, Democrats scared of their own shadow won't do it. Won't do anything. And if they did, with the current cops that we've got, you know who they'd be taking guns from. It wouldn't be like Bubba. They wouldn't be taking guns off of Bubba's gun rack in the back of his truck. They'd be taking guns from, like, you know, POC families that are trying to protect themselves.
Does anybody in the audience
So no, there's not going to be any gun control.
have a gun? Raise your hand.
Kamala raised her hand for that very question at the fucking debate. You can't use this. I'm sorry, Trump. It's not going to work.
Would you mind if this lunatic knocked on your door? Hello, I'd like to take away your gun.
Is it just me, chat, or is he like a big, slimy, disgusting frog? Anybody else see a frog in this guy? Like, if he has a fursona, he's probably a frog.
Is that our... Especially the women won't allow it. They're not going to allow it. That's unbelievable. What is that, about 100% of the audience? Let's go. Does anybody in the audience not have a...
Can you imagine, though, being MAGA and being like at a rally like this, right? If Trump said something and you were like, no, boo, boo, you would get your ass beat. You would get your ass beat. They would start calling you Antifa, right? If you had one issue that you disagreed with him on, right? Like, say, gun control, you would get taken out of that place in a stretcher.
gun? Wait, there's somebody. So if you want to keep your gun, we don't have to go through the rest of it. You want to keep your gun, vote for...
Poor frogs. Look, I'm not saying that frogs are bad. I'm saying that he's a bad frog.
For Trump, okay? I promise. But, you know, she did something even worse than that. You know what it is? She was the leader of a thing called a movement, Defund the Police. How about that?
She was the leader of the movement to defund the police. She was the leader of the movement to defund the... He's got strong Mr. Toady Hall energy. I haven't seen that in a long time. I know what you're talking about, Alan Raptor. Isn't it a ride in Disney World?
She was the leader of the movement to defund the police. Now think of it. Anybody that wants to defund the police, that's called, she's down.
His lizard person mask is slipping.
Down and dirty left, okay? That's down and dirty.
That sounds cool. Sign me up. That's better than the dirtbag left, chat. Can we be the down and dirty left? Can we be the down and dirty left? Can we get down and dirty?
If she's in there for a week at
Can we be the messy left?
defund the police, we don't
The
want
messy bitch left?
want her to be president. We don't want her for anything, frankly. But
She's ruling from the shadows, like Sauron says, Mozart.
all of a sudden, she says, no, I never said it. You know, she actually goes around saying she never said it. But
R.I.P. Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
we've got like 10 years of tapes where she's saying it. With the guns, with the fracking, with everything we mentioned. She had many years of tapes.
The bottom left.
But the public was not fooled. They saw right through it. Kamala's lies and unprecedented partisan interference of two low-life anchors. They're low-lives. For them to do what they did, and they wouldn't correct her on like Project 25. I don't know what the hell it is.
Again, it's not a correction. That's a subjective thing, right? You say that you're not connected to it. The fact that J.D. Vance and multiple members of your administration, as well as your transition team, are the authors, says differently.
I purposely have not read it. I could, but I don't want to, because they never had my authorization. And for them to allow her to get away with me, everything I said. Oh,
No, all you said is you're going to be dictator on day one, and they've got a plan for that. They've got a plan to take out civil service servants and replace them with your cronies, right? You said that you're going to drain the swamp. Motherfucker, you're a frog. You are the swamp. You're a swamp thing.
well, we don't think
Except for evil.
it's true like the crime statistics. The FBI didn't report the most crime-ridden cities. They didn't do it. They left out
Yes, because we know how left-wing law enforcement is.
large numbers of areas where they had a lot of crime. So the numbers came in, they weren't up too much. And if anybody in this audience doesn't think there's more crime now,
More like a toad. Are toads worse? Toads have more like warts, right?
there's so much more crime now, but they gave false and fraudulent numbers. They did it with something else. 808.
What if Trump is using Laura Loomer as his blood bag? Wait, is that like a blood boy kind of thing? Is that like a...
18,000 jobs. Think of it. They said they had 818,000 jobs that didn't exist. So your jobs numbers look better, but now they had to do. What happened is they were taken away by a leaker. Usually I don't like leakers, but I like this particular leaker, whoever it was.
Usually you don't like leakers because you're dirty as fuck. Because they're usually leaking on you. Including like most of your... What is it, chat? Of like 40 officials that worked with Trump. I feel like 19 of them have said that they don't support him. Of 40 officials that he had in his cabinet, right? Like half of them have come out and said, including his own vice president, said this guy's dangerous. I was on the inside. I saw what was going on and it scared me. These are Republicans. These aren't liberals. These aren't leftists. These are Republicans who saw what Donald Trump was really like behind the curtains and they got scared. Same as Peter Thiel, I got blood bag from Mad Max.
But when a prize fighter loses a fight, you've seen a lot of fights, right? The first
See, now this works when you get asked a question about like, so what did you think about the debate? You know, how did you feel like you did in the debate? This works, right? Because he's got nothing. He lost the debate. He beat himself up. He's like a prize fighter that uppercutted himself and knocked himself out, right? Biden got, you know, just like Biden. In fact, he definitely Bidened himself during that debate. But if somebody asks him, you know, about the debate, that's a good line of attack, right? To bring up Kamala saying that she wants another debate, which she did right after the debate because she's confident, and say, oh no, it's not because she's confident, it's because she knows she lost. That's the prize fighter that asks for the rematch is the one that loses. Well, not in this case. Not in this case. You are the boxer. Use all the blows that cut you until you cried out in your anger and your pain. I am leaving. I am leaving. And this fighter does not remain. He has said that he is not going to debate again. And he knows what would happen. And his team knows what would happen. They're keeping him away from the debates because that can only go badly for him. Two reasons Trump doesn't read Project 25. Yeah, there was no colorful children style book illustrations. They should have made it a coloring book. Then he would have checked it out. He would have checked it out. He would have read it.
First words
like he's gonna go to the library and check it out.
that fighter's mouth is, I want a rematch. I want a
Leaking Badass says Trump doesn't like leakers. That's why he wears diapers.
rematch. And that's what she said. I want a rematch. Polls clearly
God, I mean, Trump, if I was as dumb as rocks, I might believe that.
show that I won the debate against Comrade
They don't. You had to go to Twitter. You had to go to like cat turds, like Twitter, to find polls where they favored you. You literally had to get that home cooking served up to you, right? Because the actual polls, the scientific polls, had you losing handily. Fox News had your ass losing.
Kamala Harris.
Your mom says I was AFK because I dyed my hair. I'm back now. I'm jealous. I need to dye my hair.
And as you probably know, because you know when you say Harris, does anybody know who Harris is? No.
Yeah. Your opponent. You don't seem to know that, though. You seem to think you're still running against Biden, but that's who your opponent is, Trump. You know, you should try to get that down better.
Kamala is a very different kind of a word. Nice name. Very nice name. But you know her as Kamala. You don't know her as Harris. When you say Harris, everyone says, who the hell is that, right? But she immediately called for a second debate, which means that she was like a prize fighter that lost a fight.
Which means that she did really well and she'd like more of that. She came up and she said, "Can I have some more, please?"
We had two debates, though. I had a debate with crooked Joe Biden, right? And I had another debate.
And you wished you were still running against him.
With
Remember back when you were winning? That seems like a million years ago. It was a million years ago, wasn't it? No, it was only like 2 months ago. But you were winning. You were winning the election.
her. She and Crooked Joe have destroyed our country with millions of criminals and mentally deranged people pouring
Here we go, Hannibal Lecter.
into the USA.
Can we get a Hannibal Lecter? We haven't heard from Hannibal Lecter in quite a while.
Totally unchecked, unvetted, and with inflation bankrupting our middle class, it has gotten bad. Everyone knows this, and
Chat, I want to lighten my hair.
all of the other problems caused by Kamala and Joe. It was discussed in great detail during the first debate with Joe and the second debate with Comrade Harris. She was a no-show at the Fox
What are they yelling? I can't tell.
debate. You know, Fox invited her. She was a no-show.
She was a no-show. There's no debate. There's no debate. Like you said, there was two debates, one against crooked Joe Biden and one against Comrade Kamala. You won the first one because Biden basically defeated himself, and then you did a Biden impression, a very good Biden impression in the second debate, and you cleaned your own clock.
Sat with the great Sean Hannity. Does anybody know?
The late, great Sean Hannity, folks. He'd love to have you. Oh, no. Does anyone know Sean Hannity? That's who I want my moderator to be. I want Sean Hannity and Jesse freaking Waters. Like, seriously, how about Laura Loomer? How about just make Laura Loomer your, make Laura Loomer your moderator.
Good man. He's a good man. And I said, where is she? She didn't show. So we did a town hall. And he got great ratings on that town hall, I'll tell you right now. Got really great. Led all of television for the week. It's not bad, right? Simple town hall. Turned out to be a town hall from what it was supposed to be, but she didn't show up. And refused also to do NBC and CBS. She went over to ABC, which in my opinion has taken a big hit because these two people were bad news. They kept screaming at me. I said, why are you screaming? I'm saying to myself, I'm looking at.
There was one person screaming. There was one person whining. There was one person coping. There was one person seething. It was not, in fact, the moderators. It was not Kamala Harris. It was this guy. It was you. That was you, Donald. You were yelling.
Liked him. I'm not going to watch him anymore.
What, David Muir? I can't say his name right. Muir? Wait, how do you pronounce his fucking name?
I'm not going to watch him because he's not legit.
Muir? No, it's not Muir.
What he did, I'm not going to watch him.
Oh, he's going to be so sad. He's going to lose one fucking viewer.
And
You just lost subscriber, David.
his hair's not as good as it used to be, you know? Kamala should
Oh yeah, let's talk about people's hair.
focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. She kept complaining, well, you know, when I'm in, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And at the end of the debate, I said, why don't you just do it? You could leave right now. Why don't you do it? I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do this and that and that.
Joshua Sill, super chatted $5. What do you think about Trump saying he will end all taxes on overtime? Interesting to say the least.
It sounds more marketing than policy. It's Moore? David Moore. Thank you, Rat. Yeah, again, like, I'd rather hear more policy than sloganeering, and that's kind of what it sounds like. Like, oh, you work overtime? You don't want to get taxed on that? I'll give you that. Yeah, right while you cut taxes on millionaires and billionaires. And here's the deal, Joshua Silverstein. The real problem with Trump is whatever he does in terms of cutting taxes, he's going to raise essentially a sales tax in terms of the tariffs, right? He's going to put tariffs on goods. He's actually going to raise the cost of goods, right? At a time when people are worried about cost of living, he's going to raise cost of living. He's going to cut taxes mostly on millionaires and billionaires. And even on some of his stuff like no tax on tips, which I have worked for tips before. Believe me, I would love to not have to worry about taxes on tips, both in terms of like figuring that stuff out and keeping track of that stuff, and in terms of having a little bit of extra money in my pocket at the end of the day, right? But it's something that they could actually take advantage of. Rich people could take advantage of that by, like, think of, for instance, a hedge fund manager that takes some of their fee and classifies it as a tip, right? And then they don't have to pay taxes. So, right, it's just more chances, it's more opportunities. The more kind of loopholes he puts in the tax codes, the more that rich people are going to take advantage of those, right? If you're not rich and you're doing your own taxes, you're very, very careful about what you try to take, what you try to write off, right? Because you know that if you do it wrong, you're going to get fucked over and, you might get audited. But if you've got an accountant that can be like, oh, no, we can totally do this, you're golden, right? So again, I want to see higher taxes on the rich.
Remember at the convention when she went out and they nominated?
And I want to see more services for the poor. And I want to see a real social safety net.
Even though she got no votes, they nominated. No, she came in last place in the.
But thank you for the super chat.
Right, and then.
Remember, chat. When you do super chat, let me know in the comments or on the super chat itself which of these topics you want to see. We got some bonus content that we could take a look at after the stream. Brianna Wu leaves the left at 30%. Breathe into your balls at 29%. MTG versus Laura Loomer at 25%. AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian at 16%. A combination of the results from the poll. That's the shorts chat. The shorts chat, the main chat right now. AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian is in the lead at 29%. Brianna Wu leaves the left in second place at 28%. Breathe into your balls. MTG versus Laura Loomer in third place at 22%, and Breathe into your balls in fourth place at 21%. Right, a combination of those two polls, along with your donos, right? Which when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see next, and I will both add it to the dono goal, bringing us closer to that magical 100%. And I'll also add it to the topic of your choice, so you can help your favorite topic end up winning and becoming the bonus content that we watch after the stream, just by doing that. If you super chat and it's less than $5, I will read all those donos after. Maybe I'll even do it after just the Trump segment, right? After each segment, I tend to read those. And if you do more than $5, you can actually interrupt me and get me to respond to you in the. You can make me stop what I'm doing. In other words, I got a cat that I've got to let out of my. She snuck into my room and fell asleep. And now that I've closed the door so that my roommates will not complain, she's
She's meowing to get out, so I'm gonna go let her out. I'm gonna let Trump go. Be right back.
She said, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. No, she's a threat to democracy. She is a threat to democracy. But do you remember when she went out and she said thank you? Do you remember that? It was the weirdest thing. Am I wrong? Because they were saying JD and I are weird. No, we're very solid people. She's weird. And that vice president of hers is really weird. He's really... That was a soundbite. You know, they said, oh, he's weird. That was, in other words, they gave it to their...
Chat, I've never known a sneakier cat.
Friends in the fake news. Weird. It's something I've never called. I've been called a lot of bad things, but not weird. But, you know...
You're the weirdest of the weird, all right? And look, weird doesn't have to be bad, but your kind of weird is bad. You're weird, you're gross. You're a sicko. You're a real sicko, Donald.
She went out and the people were applauding and stuff, and she goes, thank you, 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 thank you.
Who let the cats out? Meow, 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 meow.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think she went nuts. There was something wrong with her.
Oh my gosh, she said thank you too many times. It's almost like she's got manners. It's almost like she's like a nice person. What, is she not is she not sicko mode? Doesn't she understand that that's what bangs in the algorithm?
But I was very happy because I got the endorsement of the vice president's family. And I got the endorsement...
Not your vice president.
...of the vice president's brother. And even sent me a contribution. And I was very happy.
He sent you feet pics?
Because Barack Hussein Obama, his brother, as you know, endorsed me. So no.
Is that actually his brother? Is that actually his brother? I don't think that's his brother. I feel like it's like he's talking about a Kenyan guy that's like related to Obama. Kamala Harris is vice president. Oh yeah, it should be Kamala's family. No, he's trying to talk. Let's roll that back. Rob MC, I think you caught something. I think you caught something.
And I got the endorsement of the vice president's brother.
The vice president's brother. Do you know what he did, though? That's not even the good thing. Like, Rob MC's pointing out that Kamala Harris is the vice president, so technically he's saying Kamala Harris's brother, who, yeah, I don't know if she has a brother, but, yeah, her brother definitely didn't endorse him. But you know what's really funny about this? Is that he just called Tim Walz, all right, chat, let it sink in. He just called Tim Walz the vice president. He's in the mindset where he's already lost. A lot of people, in fact, her odds, Kamala Harris's odds on 538, which were previously reported at 58%, are now up to 60%. She's gone up by as much as 5%, depending on what polls you look at.
And even sent me a contribution.
He admitted losing it. No, he's saying that he is losing. He's not saying that he lost, right? Which he did kind of. Oh, I lost by a hair, right? He kind of admitted that he lost in 2020, even though he doesn't want to admit that. And if you ask him, he's like, no, of course not. I won, you know, most votes of any sitting president. Yeah, but you still lost, right? No, he'll deny it. But he's now actually calling Tim Walz the vice president. Wow.
And
startling admission, Donald. Startling admission.
And I was very happy because Barack Hussein Obama, his brother, as you know, endorsed me. So, no, his brother endorsed me. That's not easy. Now, so we have the endorsement of President Obama's brother. We have the endorsement of the brother of the future vice president. He better not win. If he ever won, this country will be in bad shape. It's already in bad shape.
If he, wait, who's he talking about?
Of the future. Now so we have the endorsement of President Obama's brother. We have the endorsement of the brother of the future vice president. He better not win. If he
The brother of the future vice president. Yo! Trump is just telling on himself. Before he said he called him the vice president. Now he's calling him the future vice president. He's got it in his mind that Kamala's going to win.
Ever won, this country will be in.
Why did he say future vice president? And then he's realizing
bad shape. It's already in bad shape.
He corrected himself 15 minutes later. A little late. Trump should retire to Epstein Island with Loomer and MTG when he loses. Perry, that would be. Do you think he's a fan of catfights? Maybe Boebert. Can we get Boebert in there too? What do you say? What do you say, Perry? Can we get Boebert? They should buy Little St. James Island. Trump, along with Loomer and MTG and Ghislaine Maxwell, they can move in there. It'll be just like old times. It'll be just like old times, folks.
3.5 years of what they've done to this country, especially, look, we're laughed at all over the world. We would have never had the Russia.
Wait, Bleeding Shogun says he said it in a sarcastic way. Yes, that's right. Oh my God, Fleeting Shogun, you're so funny. You're so funny. No, that's hilarious, right? Remember when he said that losing by a hair? Wait, is that what you're talking about though? Fleeting Shogun, are you talking about when he said he lost by a hair that was sarcastic? Or are you saying that he's saying future vice president Tim Walz is, which one of those? Do you think they're both? He's just a sarcastic guy, folks.
Ukraine.
He's just got a great sense of humor. He's always using sarcasm.
We would have never had October 7th, Israel, the attack on Israel. None of
again caused by his own son-in-law, Jared Kushner, not a diplomat, but nepotistically appointed to act as a diplomat, cuts out one of the major parties in the negotiation, and surprise, surprise, you've got October 7th, right?
These things, and we wouldn't have had inflation. And we wouldn't have had that horrible, the way we pulled out.
That's such bullshit. That's such bullshit. Look, you can say that depending on the president that you have, that something like inflation could be better or worse, but the whole world, there was global inflation, and it happened after your administration. And it happened for two reasons, like that I can see, two really obvious reasons. One is supply chains, right? Supply chains broke down, meaning that there's less goods, right? That's one thing. Less goods will contribute to inflation. The second thing is that there's more money. So Donald Trump signs a stimulus and signs PPP loans. Now, I happen to think that at least the stimulus was a really good idea. I'm in favor of that. I don't think that Donald Trump would have signed it if he hadn't had to sign it, but he did sign it. But those two things result in inflation. That's what we experienced. Inflation from your acts as president, and probably from your mishandling of the pandemic as well.
In Afghanistan was so horrible. None of those things would have happened. We would have had a much different country. And we wouldn't have 21 million people in our country right now that shouldn't be here. That I can tell you. So because we've done 2 debates and because they were successful, there will be no third debate.
Pussy. Coward. Gutless. Loser.
It's too late anyway. The voting's already begun. You got to go out and vote. We got to vote. This is going to be the most important vote in the history of our country. It'll be the most important. People said that I was angry at the debate. Angry. I was angry.
Sounds like you're still angry. Sounds like you're still coping.
And yes, I am angry because he allowed...
I request cat ears?
21 million illegal aliens invading our communities. Many of them are criminals. Many are criminals. I'm angry. I'm angry.
behind them.
They said he's an angry person. No, they're destroying our country. I don't like. She's smiling. All practice, right? Did you see her? She's like, we're talking about a border invasion, the likes of which no country has ever suffered, and she's like this.
Can I make it go like this? Yeah.
But I am angry about Venezuelan gangs
Venezuela
taking over Aurora, Colorado. And illegal Haitians, and he came in, illegal Haitian migrants taking over a beautiful place.
So it's funny, right? He's actually not talking about people that are undocumented, right? I don't like calling people illegals. I think that's kind of fucked up. But he's talking about, he's actually talking about people that are here legally. The only thing is that they are brown, right? So it's not about legal status. It's not about how they came to the country. It's literally just racism. It's literally just racism.
It was so beautiful. Springfield, Ohio. I was there. I campaigned there a while ago. Springfield, it was so beautiful. Now it's just...
Omega Star says, I'm not mad, you're mad.
What a place. Can you imagine you have this small little community?
What a place. You were just there. Your whole argument is that it's going to hell. How is it what a place? You got to make up your mind, right? There were, again, chat, what happened is that Springfield, Ohio is a formerly industrial Midwest town. When the auto industry and a lot of the heavy industry there, when that fell apart, a lot of the supplementary industry around that, like, so for instance, like people in Detroit, make cars, people in South Bend make car doors and windows, right? And like places around Detroit, have industry or had industry that supported that, right? When the car industry kind of went downhill in Detroit, a lot of those towns lost their, job base too. People who could get out of those cities, especially young people, got the fuck out. That's part of why Ohio and Indiana are so conservative right now. They didn't used to be that way. Yeah, the population basically left, right? So then when the prices, when the becomes so low that it becomes enticing to people that are operating factories and stuff and want to open up new places there. When that happens, right, they don't have any workers. They got the place, they got the factory. They can't hire any workers. They can't hire enough workers. So they find Haitians, a lot of whom had been displaced by the political violence going on in Haiti. They're in the United States not as immigrants per se, not as people that are moving in to immigrate to the United States, but as temporary, under temporary protected status. And they end up getting jobs in Springfield and moving in and kind of bringing that economy back, right? That's what happened. And then when there was a bus crash that involved a Haitian, that kind of racist reaction exploded over that. Like, right, it's an accident. And yet, if you listen to Trump, he says they murdered. They murdered a white child. I don't know. It's just fucking racism.
All of a sudden, you have 20,000 illegals in your community. Nobody knows where they come from.
Then why are you talking about Haitians? If nobody knows where they come from, then why are you talking about Haitians? He's just talking like he doesn't know what he's saying. He's like Biden.
I'm angry about young American girls being...
Here's the deal. Donald Trump is a lot like Biden. Like, he doesn't understand what he's saying. He doesn't understand the words that are coming out of his mouth. He doesn't seem to have control over that. His thought process has really gone downhill in the last 4 years. The difference is, chat, Biden's constituency sees that, acknowledges that, does not like that, considers that a reason not to want to vote for Biden. Trump's core constituency, They don't see the problem. They don't see the problem because they're just as lost as he is.
Raped and sodomized and murdered by savage criminal aliens. I'm angry about rampant inflation destroying our middle class, and the American people are also very angry about that and every other thing that we've had to endure for 3.5 years. That's why 54 days from now, we are going to tell Harris that we've had enough. Our country can't take it anymore.
It's weird. It's weird that Trump would talk about rape and sexual assault, considering that he was found liable for that. Considering that he's got multiple allegations of doing exactly that, right? Why would a rapist bring up rape? I don't understand.
Anymore, we're going to go, Comrade Kamala Harris, you've done a horrible job. You've been the worst vice president in the history of our country. You had no...
Worst vice president is like somebody that doesn't show up to vote in the Senate when there's a tie, right? That's what the vice president does. That's the vice president's job.
Chance of getting this position. You shouldn't have had it. You got no votes, whether you like Biden or not. He got 14 million votes. She had none, not one. We're going to go, Comrade.
I'm sorry, Trump. You're not running against Biden. No matter how many times you try to invoke him, no matter how many times you try to mention him, no matter how many times he puts a Trump hat on, you are running against Kamala, and she is kicking your ass. Unlike Biden, you are winning against Biden. Because Biden just honestly didn't belong running in the first place. And you're showing yourself to be the same as Biden, to be as disconnected from your own words, from your own thoughts as Joe Biden. And that's why, just like they did in 2020, Donald Trump, tens of millions of Americans are going to show up at those polls and they're going to tell you, you're fired. Get out of here, you awful jackass. I never want to see you again in the, we need like a media ban on this guy after he loses, right? Not an official one, but like stop showing him. I don't want to see him. I don't want to hear what he has to say. I don't care. I don't care. He's irrelevant. Do not cover this guy after he loses in November.
You're fired. Get out. Get out.
That's what they're going to tell you.
Get out.
He's criminally insane. He's like Arkham Asylum material.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I can't tell what the chat. I almost said the chat. His chat. I can't tell what his crowd is saying. It's Trump, Trump, Trump. I think they said we want Trump. They can't decide. They can't. They're not making up their minds.
So, thank you. Wasn't The Apprentice a great show, though? Was it?
Isn't there a movie called The Apprentice coming out? I feel like it's going to be a better movie.
Do you think if I didn't do The Apprentice...
You know, the way to end The Apprentice, though, right? The real, series finale is going to be you getting fired. It's going to be, 80 million Americans showing up at the polls to tell you your ass is fired.
Because that's a big question. Because a lot...
How come that never got turned on him, right? You know, when Americans get fired by their bosses, it's not a thing that we like. It's not a thing that we relish. It's something that puts your whole life into, chaos, right? Why did that never turn back on him? Yeah, he's the asshole that fires you. He's the petty tyrant.
A lot of people in Hollywood are blaming themselves for this. They're saying if we didn't do The Apprentice, he wouldn't be. But they all vote.
Well, then they should put that N-word tape out. Where you say that you don't want black people to win The Apprentice because blah, 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 N-word?
Vote for me, you know that, because they want to pay low taxes. They talk about, no, we don't like Trump, but when they go to vote, they go, anybody watch? It's true. They want low taxes, no crime, great schools, strong military. They don't want a border invasion. They don't want people pouring across.
So wait, are you admitting that the rich are your real constituents? Your real constituency? He said this a few times, right? He lets this slip.
The border illegally from prisons and places. So they go in, they say, no, I'm not for Trump at all. I will never vote for him. Then they go in.
Yeah, Anna Kasparian's definitely doing that.
It's true. And then they go out and they do exit polls.
Here's what doesn't make sense, though. Your audience doesn't like those people. That's not a positive, right? That's you admitting who you're really working for, the wealthy.
And in 2016 and 2020, where I got millions more votes, by the way.
Oh, you mean when you lost? When you lost? Yeah, you got millions of more votes because people were allowed to vote by mail, so everybody was getting more votes, but you got millions less votes than the winner of that election, Sleepy Joe Biden. Kicked your ass.
I hate to say that. They say, oh, that's a conspiracy theorist. No, it's called, I got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country.
And still you lost. And still you lost. Loser Donald.
And they said we lost. I was told if I got 63 million.
And I feel like you've admitted you lost a few times, accidentally.
You can't lose. Just get 63. I got close to 12 million.
There's multiple reports of this guy admitting that he lost. He knows it.
And we're never going to let that happen again in this country. We're never going to let that happen. We can't let that happen.
Is that why you're trying to steal the election?
They had exit polls 2016, and they said, oh, he's getting killed in the exit polls. And I remember NBC and that stupid ABC.
That's not true, actually.
Those two people should be fired.
No. That's not true. He's full of shit. Right? The polls that had him losing were the polls that were taken ahead of the vote. Right? And people that were rating the percentage chance. Right? New York Times had it like 90%, 95% Hillary. And I think they were way off. Right? So the people that were covering the election ahead of the election didn't have in mind that somebody could lose by 2 million votes and still win the Electoral College. But you can. It's happened twice in this century so far.
A couple of more years, they'll be fired. And she was nasty. She looked at me with hatred in her eyes.
Are we talking about Hillary?
Nice guy. I mean, they were told to do it by George Slopadopoulos.
Slopadopoulos. Oh, I love it. That's what I love about him. Right? Slopadopoulos.
But
it sounds a little bit more like Papadopoulos, though. Wasn't there a guy, Mike Papadopoulos, that worked in your administration? Oh, yeah, and he was convicted, right?
On the exit polls. So people are walking out and they're saying, would like to know something, sir. Who'd you vote for? And they'd say, crooked Hillary or Trump, right?
See, now this actually isn't true, right? As the night began, when results would come in, and these are exit poll results, right? The results that come out. So the night of the election, when you're seeing the states being called, that's coming a lot of times from the early reports are coming from exit polls. And the exit polls were like, actually, Trump's ahead in Ohio. Trump's ahead here. Trump's ahead there. Oops, Trump won Pennsylvania. Right? No, they weren't looking good. Like right from the beginning, right from the get-go. 2016 was not like a cliffhanger kind of night. It was actually a pretty sound, at least electoral drubbing. And actually, at first, it looked like Trump was going to win the popular vote. When they tabulated everything, Hillary had 2 million more votes, but they were in the wrong places. And so Trump won the 2016 election. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, why am I even bothering? We all know he lies.
So many of them, like almost 50%, said none of your business.
The irony of someone named Donald Trump mocking other people's names.
Is who we voted for. They have a tougher word, 2 words, not like Biden, 1 word, and then he gives 2. 2 words. They begin with the letters F-U. That's what they say to the people. F.
Oh, he's trying to talk about fuck Joe Biden. God, you spent so much time attacking Biden, so much money attacking Biden. He feels ripped off, right? All this stuff, you know, fuck Joe Biden. Then somebody heard it. Some journalist was there, and they're like, yeah, they're saying "Let's go, Brandon." They're saying "Let's go, Brandon" about one of the race car drivers, right? They're apparently all fans of this Brandon fellow, and it turns out there is no Brandon. They're saying "fuck Joe Biden." But again, you're not running against Biden, and you will never stop coping about it, will you? Trump's a criminal, but Hillary Clinton murdered Vince Foster. Good point, random girl.
I would never say him because we have a lot of young
he only rapes people
here. My audience they've gotten younger and younger. Do you notice that?
Younger and younger. I mean, I do notice that you're losing the villages. Chat, should we look at the villages again? I don't know if that's interesting to people. We covered that one time before. The fact that the villages is a retirement community in Florida. And in 2016, it was a hotbed of Trump support, right? These are where all the Trump supporters were. You know, the retirees that moved to Florida and live out the rest of their days having promiscuous sex, spreading STIs, and driving golf carts everywhere. And so, like, how they show up politically, how they tell people how they support the candidate of their choice is they have these golf cart rallies, right? Where they'll all get in their golf carts, right? Because it's this place, it's got golf cart paths around everywhere. You don't have to have a car. You can just have a golf cart, and you can ride your golf cart around. And so people would get in their golf carts, they put Trump signs on there, and they go, riding down, around the villages with Trump golf carts, right? This year, a lot of those golf cart rallies are actually showing up for Kamala Harris. It seems to have turned. Now, I don't think, because when I last checked, we're talking about 60% of the residents register Republican. I don't know, was it 20% or 30%? Some really low number register Democrat. So they're not, it's probably not going to go for Kamala, but he's lost a lot of support. He's lost a lot of support from the boomers.
Don't worry, I still like the old people the best. I don't care. Let that cost me all these young.
To put that in your pipe and smoke it, Aiden Ross. Put that in your vape and puff it, XQC.
People. Let that cost me the election. I still like the old people the best.
That's right, the Zoomers' revenge. The Zoomers will turn on you. No, they already have. Right, this generation is the most progressive generation in history. And is massively, overall in favor of left-wing, of the left over the right.
Got to stay with the people that got you there, right? I love what we're doing for the old people. You'll hear.
We're going to cut your Social Security. No, actually, they probably won't. They'll probably phase out Social Security so that by the time that the millennials are ready for, or Gen X is ready to get Social Security, it won't be there.
But so that was the 2 words, but I don't want to use those words. So they said, none of your business, which is not really what they said. And they walked out, and everybody said, Trump is finished.
I got to say, I don't even know what he's talking about at this point.
He's not getting the numbers. Because in the past, nobody said that. They'd say, I'm voting for this one or that one. There were no people that wouldn't say, they'd just say who they voted for. So what they did, thank you, darling, thank you. So what they did.
I think he's still talking about the exit polls from 2016. He's trying to relive his glory days. This was 8 years ago. Bro is stuck in a time warp to 8 years ago when he won an election that he was favored to lose. And now it's looking like kind of everything's coming up the opposite of that year. He's looking like the Hillary Clinton of 2016. He's being really lazy in terms of his campaigning, just like Hillary. He's taking a early lead for granted, just like Hillary. He's coping, just like Hillary.
You know, she keeps saying,
He's gonna lose Wisconsin, just like Hillary.
I love you, right in the middle of my punchlines. So they always say one or the other.
Your punchlines? I'm sorry, are you trying to tell jokes here?
And I had one analyst who was very smart, but I was called by Fox, this person at Fox, sir, I'm sorry, sir, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And they say, this is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because, you know, they've interviewed all these people. And another one would call me. They all said, oh, they were actually happy. Most of them were happy. Some were really sad, though. A lot of the people were really sad. So it came out, this is going to be a very short evening for Donald Trump. They were so happy. Martha Raddatz was actually crying at the end when I won. She was crying. You don't think she's biased, do you? Martha Raddatz, also of ABC.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Journalists aren't allowed to have opinions. Yeah.
She's the worst of the group, by the way.
Unless they're Fox News journalists, then they can have all the opinions they want.
Bad. But
okay.
The worst is ABC, and they proved that with
Lauren Chin taught him how to tell jokes. Yeah, either that or Lauren Loomer.
the stupid
Laura
worst,
Loomer.
the worst 2 anchors anybody's ever seen on this thing. They were the worst.
Because you lost. You fucking lost. You were the worst. You defeated yourself.
Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris squaring
okay.
off on the debate.
No, we're gonna get to the. Oh my gosh. We're gonna get to this. Wait. I need to figure out what this is. Trump rips ABC for rigged debate. It was a 3 versus 1. Is that where we're? Because we need to watch the 5. Anyway, we'll watch this in a second, chat. I realized I've got a lot of donos stacking up, and I do want to read the donos. I do need to read. I got to read the donos. That's my job. All right, so I'm going to read your donos really quick. Remember, if you donate $5 or more, you can interrupt me and get me to answer the question right away, like I did for Joshua Silverstein. And if you donate less than $5, in form of a super chat, I will get to you after the clip. So after the I will get to you after the segment. So we're at the end of this segment, or at least at the end of this video. Let me go ahead and read off some of these. Thomas Jerome super chats $2. Ruben Galejo as Malinche against his own at the border. Thomas Jerome also super chats lie until it sticks. Goebbels approved. Yeah, indeed. Thomas Jerome also super chats Trump needs to get his wig snatched ASAP. And Simon Pierre super chats $1. Can I get cat ears instead of a dono goal? Instead of a dono goal? Sure. But you can also, anybody who donates, feel free to let me know which of these topics that you want to see covered. Now, so Thomas, I did add like one of your super chats. I think I need to add the other 3 here. And feel free to let me know in the chat if you've donated, which of these topics you want to see. Any of the topics that are in the poll that you're voting on in both chats now. You can also join in if you're over on Twitch. Joint Specialist says, is there a Laura or Lauren who isn't a right-wing bat-shitter? I'm not sure. That's a good question, actually. Perry says they blindsided him with their questions about immigration, abortion, and the economy. How could he have expected those to come up, right? But yeah, we're actually up to 43% on the dono goal. I'm so worried I'm like missing people's. Omega Star with the gift sub to Joint Specialist. Joint Specialist, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You just got weaseled, and that brings us up to 49%. Omega, remind me what you were, Omega Star with the resub, bringing us up to 55%. Remind me which of these topics you were pulling for? AJW. Okay, got it. Thank you. right, so we're gonna add what 12% to that, bringing us up to 15. I feel like, did I miss, like, I don't think I added your second super chat, so that brings us up actually to 16 for HAW. We're at 55% of the dono goal. Remember, chat, if we hit the dono goal today, that opens up extra content. So after I cover Trump and Kamala, after I cover Hasan and Ethan and Stardust, right? We're gonna talk about Stardust today, because she's trying to get her, like, it's so weird how people say that, like, Frogan, Hasan's mod, inserts herself into this drama and, you know, kind of blame Frogan for essentially what is a harassment campaign by Ethan Klein against her, when, you know, you've got Stardust, like, literally inserting herself into the drama to try to stay relevant. She was relevant for a while, right? Anybody remember Stardust? Anybody remember Stardust? The first time I ever saw Stardust, right? She was she had this this weird Nazi on, right? And I'm not talking about Richard Spencer or Nick Fuentes. She did have other Nazis. She's had a lot of Nazis. She's talked to a lot of Nazis. That's kind of what she did back in the day, was she talked to Nazis, right? She talked to right wingers. That was like what she was known. She had a big component of groypers in her audience, right? Despite being nominally politically left, that was always kind of doubtful, though. Considering like who her friends were, considering how buddy she was with the largest like Nazi Discord politics server on the fucking internet. And the first time I saw her, it was her covering me, actually, and just glazing up this absolute creep, this absolute like Nazi creep. Like, and I don't really like, I never like considered Stardust an enemy, because I recognized that she was doing what this person wanted her to do, right? I don't think it was personal. I think it was literally, this is how she gets the attention of this Discord Nazi that comes on our stream and says, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's fucking CC. So, yeah, I've been, you know, look, I have my enemies tell you everything that you need to know about me. The people that are against me, the people that hate my guts the most, right, are always the most reactionary people. It's kind of weird how that ends up working out. It almost feels like more than a coincidence, let's just say. A little bit more than a coincidence. But yeah, that's when I first saw her, and then she kind of got big for a little while, right? She was talking to John Zerka, guy that got caught recently talking to underage girls in his kick stream, if I'm not mistaken. Far-right weirdo himself, talking to Nick Fuentes, talking to Richard Spencer, and then she became a orbiter for a streamer named Mr. Girl. Anyone in chat if you remember Mr. Girl? Used to call her Magica, like the witch in DuckTales. Oh yeah, I don't know DuckTales well enough to either confirm or deny that, but I'll take your word for it. But yeah, we're gonna get back to the content in just a second. I'm just letting you know what we're doing after the what we're gonna be talking about after the Trump and Kamala stuff. We've got some more of that to cover. We're just about to get back to that, and it's looking good for the dono goal today, chat. It's looking good for unlocking that bonus content. So, looking forward to that. But yeah, Stardust, you know, formerly relevant person, right? So she was like, she got reasonably big, right? She was doing content with Destiny, content with Zerka, content with noted Nazbul, Infrared Haas. So a lot of fascists that she just happened to talk to. I don't know why, but now she's calling Frogan, one of Hasan's mods, an anti-Semite based on having an issue with Ethan's like weird, like racist rants against Palestinians. So I don't know what's up with that, but we'll take a look. She has not been relevant for a long time. Yeah, she was a Mr. Girl Orbiter. One in chat. We got some ones. Do we have some ones? Oh no, I gotta switch this so I can read chat. See how many? Yeah, we got some ones. Yeah, gross. People not fans of Mr. Girl. There's a reason for that, chat. Mr. Girl got big with songs. And one of his biggest song, his biggest banger, was called "I'm a PDF." And he didn't say PDF, chat. He said the word. He said PDF aisle, right? That was what the song was. And he's wearing like a t-shirt from a children's show. He's got a children's backpack on, and he's on a school bus rapping about being a PDF. And this is somebody that Stardust became such good friends with that she actually went to bat for this guy when he got banned from Twitch. And you can imagine what he got banned from Twitch for, right? Stardust gets on Twitter and is like, I can't believe that you would ban this guy. He is like, we have the best conversations. He's an amazing person, and he sees me like no one else. He really gets me, right? And later on, those words took on another meaning when this person exposed themselves to Stardust. And after that, Chad, after the, after being like, victimized like that, Stardust finally did disavow Mr. Girl, but not for the right reasons. Not because Mr. Girl was normalizing and quasi advocating for PDF stuff. Like, Mr. Girl's basically this, like, NAMBLA spokesperson is essentially what his content was about. Yeah, real edgy, right? And had an orbiter named Stardust. But yeah, but after that happened, after Stardust had no one else to orbit, she just kind of she just became irrelevant. She disappeared from the sky. And now she's back attacking Hasan's mods, because that's the way to chase clout right now. So we'll take a look at her clout chasing ass. We'll take a look at her history, and like see if we can like count how many Nazis she's talked to. I don't know. It's a pretty weird thing for somebody to attack a mod, like a mod for another community, based on anti-Semitism, considering how many anti-Semites Stardust has done content with. But either way, we got to get back to this Trump stuff. Let's see what this is, and then we've got a few more videos, and then we'll get to the Hasan and Ethan stuff, and even a little bit of Stardust. Look, we don't really talk about her; she's not really relevant, but she wants in to this drama, so let's let her speak. Let's let Stardust speak. How about that?
Vice President Kamala Harris squaring off on the debate stage last night, meeting face-to-face for the very first time. It was a heated debate, less than 2 months until Election Day.
Joining us right now on the phone to react after that very busy night, the 45th President of the United States to the Europe.
He coped so hard, didn't he? We missed so much of his cope. Chat, he shows up in the spin room. We covered that. He talks to Sean Hannity. We covered that. And now he's calling into Fox.
Pre-presidential nominee, Donald Trump. Mr. President, how do you feel about the night? 105 minutes long. You've done this before. I think your 8th one. What is your review of your performance?
Well, I looked at the poll numbers. I listened to Harold Ford. I don't know what he was watching.
Yeah, he looked at the Twitter poll numbers. Like, he looked at Cat Turd's Twitter poll. And it was very surprisingly, it was very favorable for him.
Because I think he wasn't watching the debate that I was in yesterday. I think we did great. It was 3-1. It was a rigged deal, as I assumed it would be, because
it was a rigged deal. It was a rigged witch hunt.
When you looked at the
everybody's so mean to Donald Trump. Why are they so mean?
The fact that they were correcting everything and not correcting with her. And we knew it when it was 100% good coverage for her over the last month or last year. I looked at it, and only bad coverage of me, no matter what. The press is so dishonest in this country, it's amazing. Now, I didn't mind because, frankly, I was pretty sure that's what they would do. CNN was much more honorable. The debate we had with Biden was a much more honorably run debate, but this was incredible. I mean,
he's mainly mad about being fact-checked, right? Look, I've had this happen before, where people have come on to my stream, they want to talk, they want to use my platform, and they say stuff that is just like verifiably untrue, including friends of mine, including somebody who used to be a friend of mine, until I found out how racist she was, until I found out she'd been doing streams on Cozy TV, right? I apparently did not know her very well at all, and had to, correct these people, right? And people get mad because, I'm defending my own platform. But yeah, I mean, this is their platform. They're bringing you on for a debate, and you're just going to lie in their face. You're going to say that there was people, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. I'm sorry, Mr. President, they verifiably, objectively aren't, no migrants are eating cats, are eating dogs. The only thing we have is a video from the other side of Ohio of an American citizen, not a Haitian, having an acute mental, an acute bout of mental illness and eating maybe part of a cat, like more disturbingly killing a cat and possibly biting it, eating it, doing something weird in a driveway, right? But that wasn't in Springfield, and she wasn't an immigrant, and it has nothing to do with what you're saying. So they corrected it. I'm sorry, Mr. President, that's not happening. And he gets so mad. Laura Loomer told me, the guy on TV told me, Newsmax says they're eating the cats. Won't you let me lie?
Everything, so many things I said were debunked, totally debunked, like Charlottesville,
so many of the things you said are debunked. Yes, because you lie.
I have a list of 7 different things.
And also, it doesn't matter whether you were talking about the Tiki Torch guys in Charlottesville when you said there's good people on both sides. That march was a march for a Confederate monument glorifying Robert E. Lee. So no, there weren't good people on both sides. There was racists on one side.
Things, and she could say anything she wanted, everything, every time I spoke, and my stuff was right.
I think there was like one thing that she said that they maybe could have like fact-checked, but obviously they fact-checked the stuff they've got information for.
Correct you. I thought it was...
But that one was an easy one. That was a prominent issue that was being talked about. They're journalists, and they know the truth about that. And you either did not know the truth, you either got fooled by whatever you saw. I saw it on the TV. It was right there on my TV screen, right? Or you don't care, and you were lying. But either way, they're not going to let you spread lies.
Terrible from the standpoint of ABC. They're the most dishonest, in my opinion, the most dishonest news organization. And that's saying...
Until another news organization does something that he doesn't like, and then they're the most dishonest news organization, right?
A lot, because they're all essentially really dishonest. But I thought I did a great job. It was 3-on-1, and I thought I did a great job. Now, we sent you the polls, but every single poll last night had me winning like 90-10. We had C-SPAN. At one point, it was at 80-20, and I don't know how it finished. That was late last night, so I have no idea. But it was at 80-20. I told that to Brett Baer, and we sent him a lot of polls, and we sent you a lot of polls this morning. And every single poll had us winning by a lot, despite the fact that it was an unfair debate, obviously, and it was a 3-on-1. And that's okay. I've had worse.
You're repeating yourself, sir.
I've had it before, but never so.
You're repeating yourself, sir.
A lot of people are very angry about it. You have corrupt news organizations.
Cat Turd is very angry.
You have a lot of bad people. It's amazing in that business. In your business.
Yeah, Mr. President, we kind of expected it because when you look at Media Research Center, they said 100%.
This poll is very close. Wait, Nathan Drake, what poll?
100% of the stories covered on ABC about Kamala, 100% of the time was positive. 93% of the time when they covered you, it was negative. So it was infuriating.
Wait, what's she talking about?
Covered on ABC about Kamala. Yeah, Mr. President, we kind of expected it because when you look at Media Research Center, they said 100% of the stories covered on ABC about Kamala.
Wait, Media Research? Isn't this some... yeah, no, we're not actually, Nathan. We're about to get into that. That's our next topic. Thanks for asking. Yeah, Nathan Drake asks, are we done with the Ethan Hasan drama? We haven't even started. We've got this Trump tent to get out of the way. The guy's coping. I covered this on Thursday, and I told you I would finish it on Friday. I didn't end up streaming on Friday, so I kind of owe you this.
100% of the time was positive. 93% of the time when they covered you, it was negative. So it was infuriating.
Can somebody look that up? Media Research Group.
To watch them.
Sounds like a right-wing thing. I feel like I've heard of this before.
Fact check you and not her when she brought up IVF, when she brought up Project 2025 several times.
Again, okay. I'm sorry. You're not bringing up things like, right, there's things that are factually incorrect, and then there's things that are subjective, right? If you want to be super neutral, you can say that the Project 2025 thing is subjective. You can say that Trump says, well, I'm not officially Like, I didn't endorse that. I didn't say it, like, right? So, okay, right? You yourself have not been, we're going to do Project 2025, right? That's what he's trying to hang his hat on. But the fact is that the people that wrote that are former Trump officials. This is the Heritage Foundation, and it lines up with stuff that he said. It lines up with Agenda 47, which he has endorsed, and it also lines up with his, promise to be dictator on day one. How is he going to do that? Obviously, by eliminating civil servants and replacing them with Trump sycophants. So it's one of the that you could say is like a he said, she said. They didn't correct you on that, right? Because I guess you do have plausible deniability.
Let's Phil. Here are some of the lies that she said about you.
He picks judges from their list.
Listen.
He's going to the Copacabana.
Detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied.
Look, we got leaks about Project 2025, right? There was a hacker that actually that broke into Heritage Foundation stuff, and they found out who had written it. And yeah, it's Trump officials. Like, they identified, like, a majority of the people involved in writing Project 2025 were former Trump officials or Trump transition team members.
IVF treatments.
Media Research Center is primarily funded by Robert Mercer. Robert Mercer, oh my God, thank you, Ceres.
Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured.
Wait, let me just go back again. Let me see exactly what she says, right? Because, like, look, I'll tell you if this is in line with what Now, Trump calls it Snoops. He can't remember what it's called. It's actually called Snopes. He's pretty sure it's very left-wing, and that they endorsed him, I think is what he said. In reality, what they did is they looked at the charges that he endorsed the Tiki Torch, that when he said there's good people on both sides, he was talking about the Tiki Torch people, right? So that'd be pretty damning if he was saying the Jews will not replace us people were good people. And Snopes looked at it and said that they couldn't, like, he's vague, right? So he's not necessarily, he says there's good people on both sides. Okay, well, not everybody that was at the Unite the Right rally was at that march. So is it possible that he was talking about other people? Yeah, sure. But remember what that march was for. It was for keeping up a statue of Robert E. Lee, a Confederate general. This was a neo-Confederate cause. And Unite the Right, let's be real. What is that about? What does that mean? What is the protest itself? Because he did say there's good people on both sides, right? The counter-protesters, the against the Unite the Right people, and the Unite the Right people, right? Unite the Right was trying to unite those Tiki Torch people, those far-right extremists, those racists, those actual Nazis, with the right wing that is just kind of like, hey, I think we should have a statue of Robert E. Lee. I think that's history and that's heritage, and if they want to fly the Confederate flag, go ahead and fly the Confederate flag. That's all heritage. That's all history. That's okay, right? Let's just see exactly what she says here. I'm gonna be real fucking, like, generous. I'm gonna really give them the benefit of the doubt on this. All right,
and
just to show you how full of shit they are.
Dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. If Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. On that day...
Yeah, he did. He did say that there was fine people on both sides of Charlottesville. The Snopes dispute is whether he was talking about the Tiki Torch marchers or whether he was talking about random other people. So are we talking about the neo-Confederate right? Or are we talking about the straight-up Nazi right? What Snopes said is you can't prove that it was the straight-up Nazis that he was talking about, so therefore...
140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath.
Yeah, some died, some killed themselves after the event, right?
If this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
And the bloodbath, you were talking about the economy. It's a term that's used.
Obviously, you're talking about, let's give you the benefit of the doubt and say that wasn't a dog whistle. Again, subjective, right? I don't think you're wrong for reading into that he wasn't actually talking. The fact that he used that word, the way that he used that word does sound like a dog whistle. Can you prove it's a dog whistle? No. Can you prove what's in his heart? Can you prove what he means? No, you can't. He's super vague. That's what he does. That's how dog whistles work.
A lot when people are talking about a bad.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the people's pets who live there.
Economy. What's your reaction to?
They're eating the pets of the people who live there.
The moderator's corrector.
Natalie Marie says Trump spoke at an Heritage Founder events and praised them. Says he loves that they support him and that he's already implemented some of their agenda. Yeah, it's not that far of a reach to say that Trump is in line with a Heritage Foundation plan. In fact, as Anna Kasparian pointed out, Heritage Foundation shit is pretty fucking mainstreamed.
Because they're dishonest, and because I think ABC took a big
and then they're gonna eat me. Yeah.
hit last night. I mean, to be honest,
you took a big hit last night, Donald.
They're a news organization.
Big hit of copium.
They have to be licensed to do it. They ought to take away their license.
So he's literally talking about suppressing the free press, right? Because he doesn't like what they have to say.
For the way they did that.
I don't want to hear any of you right-wing assholes give me shit about free speech anymore. This guy's literally talking about like banning a network because he does not like what they had to say.
Bloodbath was referring to the economy. Everybody loved the term because as soon as they heard the word, it's sort of a vicious word. But referring to the economy, they have created an economy. Bloodbath was the word that I used. And it was fine in that context. And they were trying to make it sound like there was a riot or something. And it was a...
Look, let's be honest. Okay, here's the deal. Trump did that on purpose, all right? He signals to his followers that are dreaming of a civil war that he's with them in that thing, right? He's with them in that. And at the same time, he uses a phrase which has been used for like economic devastation, right? You know, if a company closes down and everybody loses their jobs, sometimes it gets called a bloodbath. He did this on purpose. And honestly, this is where people have to stop taking the bait. Like, this was bait. He did this on purpose. He anticipated it being read correctly as a dog whistle, and he made the plan of what he was going to do. Oh, I didn't say bloodbath as in an actual bloodbath, as in fucking bloody civil war. I just meant like it's going to be horrible consequences for the workers there. Like, let's identify it as what it is, and please stop taking his bait on this. When it's subjective, you don't need to grab onto that. There's plenty that he says where his mask slips, and that's where your attack should be, right? In terms of Trump, he's gotten away with a lot of shit by saying things that are very vague, and then having people react to them, and then he can turn around to his crowd and be like, "But I literally didn't say that." So like, just go for the low-hanging fruit on Trump. Stop going for everything. Go for the slam dunks.
Bloodbath. IVF. I was a leader on IVF. The IVF, which is fertilization. I was a total leader on that. When I first heard about it, like right from the beginning, I was one of the leaders on it, and the Republican Party has been a leader on it. She tried to say it was just the opposite.
Okay, chat, we got to get those likes up if we can. If you haven't liked the stream yet, it's a great time to hover your little thumb over the like button and hit it, or hover your mouse, or whatever you got to hover, or even like hold down the screen if you're on shorts, right? There's, the thumb gang. I appreciate the thumb gang so much, right? Of all my supporters, I feel like the thumb gang is the most powerful and yet the most underrated is what I'm trying to say. In that it really does let YouTube know that you're enjoying the stream. And it also lets YouTube know that you're the kind of person who enjoys the stream. So if you want more people like you coming into chat, if you want to clone yourself, you can hit that like button, and YouTube will literally find people that are into what you're into, and they'll suggest the stream to them. So massive appreciation to Thumb Gang out there. And if you haven't joined Thumb Gang yet, it's time. It's definitely time.
The whole thing with abortion, what he said, I mean, it was incredible. I think he corrected me 6 times, and each time I was right. I believe each time I was right, didn't correct her at all, and she was saying these things. She was using like Charlotte.
Wait, did he say involuntarily involuntary fertilization?
Charlottesville. She was using Charlottesville, and everybody. You take a look at Laura Ingraham. She did it incredibly. She had it totally debunked. She said that, in fact, it makes it angry. She gets angry when people hear about Charlottesville when they use that, because what they did is they stopped and they didn't put the following sentence in. And when they put the last sentence in, when it was all put together, what I said was absolutely perfect. And ABC knew that. Everybody knew that, frankly. I think they lost a lot of credibility. But regardless, look, the polls are saying that I won that by 80, 20, 90. We have one here.
You're huffing copium so more than Kanye West is huffing nitrous. Do you have like a dentist that hooks you up with this copium? Is he gonna put grills in your mouth next week? Like, what is going on?
92-7, and I sort of believe that's right. I thought, look, I've been told I'm a good debater. I think it was one of my better debates, maybe my best debate. I think.
Oh, wow, we're up to 75 on the mainstream. That's really good.
This guy Harold Ford, I don't know if he's still there.
30 in the.
What he was watching, because he was just as dishonest as ABC, in my opinion.
Mr. President, I interrupted a moment ago. They just on the face of the Pentagon. Every year for the last 23 years, we have gone down to the Pentagon at 6:46. That's sunrise down in the Washington, D.C. area. When they unfurl that flag to commemorate American Airlines Flight 77 that crashed into the Pentagon.
9/11. This guy had Laura Loomer, a person who believes that 9/11 was an inside job, a 9/11 truther, on his plane, and he's going to pretend that he cares about 9/11. Let me find you another thing.
It killed all 64 on board, 125 people at the Pentagon, 184 people lost their lives, 23.
Oh my God, and we're so sad. It's so sad. I can't believe those people lost their lives. Oh my God, 9/11. Holy shit.
I know you are going to take.
I know you're really sad about this too, aren't you, Donald Trump? You've said some stuff to that effect. Right, you having Laura Loomer on your fucking plane really shows how much you care about the fucking victims of that attack.
Part in some of the commemorations as well here in New York City and in Pennsylvania.
That's right. I'll be doing that in a little while. In fact, right after this call, I leave. I'm going down to the World Trade Center site, and I'll be down there for much of it. JD's going with me. And we had a great talk about it yesterday. It was very, very
I think that Laura Loomer went with him too.
Horrible day. Horrible day. There's never been anything like it. Just a horrible day. And then going to Pennsylvania, of course. And so I'm going to be doing both of them. Sometimes I'll do all three. Sometimes it doesn't work out when they're sort of simultaneously done, but we're going to be doing two of them today.
So last night, all three planes are there. You got Air Force 2, you got Trump Force 1, J.D. Vance's plane. We're all together. You guys are going to be at the site together. President Biden, I think, will be there. Are you going to say anything to them?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's, look, everybody should be very angry at how badly they've run this country. Millions of people are floating into our country. Many of them should not be here. They're criminals, many criminals coming in, many terrorists coming in, people coming. They're emptying their jails into our country. They're emptying, think of it, they're emptying their mental institutions. People that are mentally ill are being dropped into our country. And these two people, and it's both of them.
All right, let's take a look at what Donald Trump has said about 9/11.
I want to talk just for a second. I wrote this out, and it's very close.
Now look at this chat. This is I don't know how many years ago this was, but he looks so much better.
My heart, because I was down there, and I watch our police and our firemen down on 7-Eleven, down at the World Trade Center.
Now I'm going to sign.
I saw the greatest people I've ever seen in action.
7-Eleven. Down on 7-Eleven. Okay, now you could say that was a mistake. He misspoke. You're being so uncharitable. That doesn't him getting 9/11 mixed up with 7/11. That doesn't really prove anything. What are you saying?
This bill into law, and I don't know if the stage will hold it, but if it doesn't, we're not falling very far.
40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually before the World Trade Center was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
It's a terrible
Chat, he said that. Do you hear what he said? He's talking about his building. This is on 9/11. This was the day that that happened, right? What does he want to talk about? He wants to talk about the fact that now his building, which used to be the tallest before they built the Twin Towers, it's now the tallest. I've got the tallest building now. This is the mind of a very sick man.
Actually, before the World Trade Center was the tallest, and it was actually before Manhattan, and it was the second tallest building in.
We're not falling very far.
40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually before the World Trade Center was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest.
It's a terrible
That's what goes through his mind. I've got the tallest building in New York now.
design. And not only the Freedom Tower, the buildings around it, they have roofs at all different angles. It looks like
Okay, I mean, I don't care about this.
junkyard, and it shouldn't be built. If we build this job the way it is,
He's talking about the memorial being built.
the terrorists win. If we rebuild the World Trade Center, but a story taller and stronger, then we win.
I watched when the world.
He wants to literally rebuild the building that this is say what you will, right? That was the grave site essentially for the people that died in that attack, and he wants to just rebuild the building there, just have it be.
World Trade Center came tumbling down. And I watched in Jersey City, New Jersey, where thousands and thousands of people were cheering as that
This has been disproven. He's lying.
building was coming down.
The World Trade Center came down during your brother's reign. Remember that.
Hold on. Let me finish. Wait, I mean, actually, that's a good point. Bush actually should have paid a price for this. Instead of being lauded, instead of being reelected, instead of having the rally around the flag, effect, like Bush actually should have, this should have been a negative. Oh my God, why is the music? God damn. Why has everybody got to put, copyright music over everything?
Who's had the gall to go after my mother?
That's not keeping
Look, I
us
won
safe.
the lottery.
Everyone who helped clear
No, actually, he's kind of right about that one.
the rubble. And I was there, and I watched,
He wasn't there.
and I helped a little bit.
He did no. Oh, what a liar! I helped a little bit. I got my dustpan and my broom out, and I helped clean the rubble. No, he didn't.
I was down there also, but I'm not
Oh, this is a lie.
considering myself a
What a fucking liar. I don't consider myself you don't have to call me a first responder. Some people call me a hero. I don't demand that you call me a hero, but some people do consider what I did to be heroic. I was down there with my dustpan. I was down there with No, he wasn't even. He's just lying.
first responder, but
What a weirdo. What a weird fucking narcissist freak show. What is wrong with this guy? Okay, that it looks like that one. Wait, is this like more of the We're gonna have music then.
40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually before the World Trade Center.
Okay, sorry. I thought maybe we had a little bit more on that. Let's get back to what we were covering. But there we go. There we go. That's what he's actually said about the World Trade Center. The day of, he says, well, I've got the tallest building again now. Some people say that it's much like the tallest man with the tallest building is the man with the largest penis. Folks, he's just bragging. He's dick size measuring against the fucking fallen World Trade Center on the day of. Then a few days after, I don't know how long after, right? But then he claims to have been there. You don't have to call me a first responder, but some people would call me. I was down there helping. I was down there doing my part. No, he wasn't, right? And then, the rest of it is
They allow it to happen. What they're doing is terrible. I saw your report yesterday in Ohio, with Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora. If you look at Colorado, these thugs from Venezuela and Aurora have taken over. People from Haiti, I guess, have come in illegally, totally come in.
They're not. The Haitians living in Springfield they're legally under temporary protected status because of the political instability in their country.
illegally into our country, and they've
Do you
they've
think you made that
destroyed
point last
Springfield,
night?
Ohio.
Do you think you
They've
made that?
destroyed-
Do you think you made that point last night that you believe the border?
No, he made the point that they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Directly affecting all these cities and all these towns.
Oh, I think I made it twice, or maybe even 3 times. In fact,
You destroyed your fucking campaign, right? This is what's going to go in the history books, is that Donald Trump lost the 2024 election when he went on a plane ride with Laura Loomer, listened to her talking about her fucking lies about Haitian migrants, and repeated them on the debate. And when he was debunked, when he was disproven, he said, "But I saw it on TV. It was on TV. It must be."
I said, I wonder if I'm saying this is too much. How can you say it too much? They've allowed 21 million, I think is the real number. It could be more than that.
Based on what? I love his like his weird unskewing of like, well, you know, if they say that it was, 20 million, or if they say it was 15 million, it was probably actually 21 million. Based on his vibes. The man's got vibes.
21, that's bigger than New York State. They've allowed 21.
Excuse me? Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's talking about the total immigration.
Million people come in.
I thought it was like 20,000, like Haitians moved into Springfield, but I thought he was, yeah.
To come into our country, many of these people are criminals. Right. And by the way, those countries are being emptied out of their criminals, and their crime rates are...
Again, show the proof, show the facts, show your source. You won't do that because you're lying. You're talking out of your ass. You're ass puppeteering.
Way down. Their prison populations are being dumped into the United States.
I am not convinced, chat, that he does not have the phone up to his ass in this conversation. With how much he's talking out of his ass.
Their populations in prison are way down. Their mental institutions, their populations are way down. And it's all over the world. It's not just South America. They're coming in from the Congo and Africa. They're coming from all over the world, the Middle East, Europe, Asia. They're coming in from everywhere, not just South America, and they're coming in at numbers you've never seen. They're literally destroying our country. These people have no idea, or maybe they do. The only reason they can be doing it is because they hate our country. Mm-hmm. They hate our country.
Wait, I'm sorry. See, this is what I mean about how vague he is. You could interpret what he just said as the only reason that the immigrants are coming in is because they hate our country. Yeah, they hate our country so much they moved here. I don't think that's what he means. I think he means Biden and Kamala, right? Are like, oh yeah, we hate America so much. Let's let some more immigrants in. Like, no.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare the border numbers, the terror watch list suspects under you, there were 11. Under Kamala Harris, 375. Now, foreign policy did come up at last night's debate. Listen to this soundbite, or our audience can listen to this, and we'll get your reaction on the other side.
If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened.
Look, there's actually a very good chance that Israel may not exist. Israel's falling apart. Israel's really having problems, right? And there's like when they tried to, so they had an issue where some IDF members had sexually assaulted Palestinian prisoners. And I'm not talking about like prisoners that were in there for doing something. I'm talking about just like, in a lot of cases, innocent people that they just dragnetted off the streets that happen to be Palestinians, right? And we're talking about some pretty severe stuff in terms of like hot metal rods being, shoved in places that they shouldn't have been, right? So Israel tries to do the bare minimum so that the world court will not get involved of just prosecuting or investigating, like, running some kind of investigation of their own people. Israel had a January 6th, not to try to keep a losing president in the, in office, but actually to prevent criminals, sexual criminals in their military from being investigated, and including members of the Knesset who showed up in order to try to stop these. And indeed, the government of Israel gave in to these terroristic threats, and they. So Israel's having its own issues, right? You've got a huge issue between Netanyahu and the courts. You've got some real questions of legitimacy of that government, and it's all kind of hinged on. And part of the reason probably that the military action is still going on in Gaza, and they continue to provoke along the line with Lebanon and with Iran, is that Netanyahu, when he Netanyahu is very likely to not be reelected. Now there's an issue with the public in Israel knowing that there were hostages that could have been returned safely to Israel, to Israel, that are dead now because of Netanyahu's refusal to negotiate. And so you've got a lot of issues, a lot of instability, and honestly, a lot of factions in Israel pulling it in different directions. Yeah, there is some chance that Israel, is going to have also the international reputation that Israel has now is akin to the reputation of South Africa prior to the end of apartheid, right? The only way that South Africa lost its pariah status was by ending apartheid. And so you've got a situation now where Israel is, in a lot of ways, the new South Africa. Yeah, I mean, there's every chance that Israel, as a government, is going to have problems staying together. So that's possible, but it's got nothing to do with Kamala Harris. In fact, it's got more to do with Donald Trump. It's got more to do with the failed negotiation that went on, facilitated by his son-in-law, who had no business acting as a diplomat, and that cut out the Palestinians in the negotiation, right? That is very likely one of the factors that led to October 7th. And this actions that Israel took after October 7th that have led to a real legitimacy crisis for the country in terms of its international regard. Anyway. And
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal.
It was a very good agreement.
Wait, what are we talking about with Ukraine, or are we talking about? I think that's on Ukraine.
That's
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself
I think she's talking about Afghanistan. Yeah,
a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said.
Yeah, that was his answer, was to capitulate to the Taliban in a lot of ways.
It was
I think he let out 5,000 members of the Taliban that were that were locked up.
A weak, terrible deal.
It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left.
Then why didn't you pull out? You were president for 4 fucking years. You keep on hitting her over, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that as vice president? A vice president's job is to break the tie in the Senate. A vice president does not control policy. That's the president, right? But you were actually president. And you were such a fucking coward that you refused to end the Afghan occupation that had been going on for 20 years.
Many Americans behind, they blew it.
You said when you were at the town hall with Sean Hannity, you said a lot of people, you might not like me, but you're safer under me. You have more money in your bank accounts under me. So why do you think our country would?
We were safer before him. That's the truth of the matter, right? You had more money in your bank account before him. That's the truth, right? Everything that this man touches turns to shit, including the country. He managed to just kind of go along to get along for 3 years prior to what happened in 2020, prior to a crisis. And then when the crisis hit, he was not up for the job. And things went to shit. And yes, we were better off before that happened. And yes, I do think he bears some responsibility in that. Am I going to put that all on him? No, because it's a once-in-a-lifetime public health crisis. But how he handled that health crisis put us in a weaker position than we would have been if there was a real politician, Republican or Democrat, if there was a real actual president instead of a reality star LARPer.
Be safer under you,
Clown.
Mr. President.
Because I deal with foreign policy. I'll give you an example. Afghanistan.
He doesn't understand foreign policy. He's not interested in foreign policy. They had to put his name in briefings to get him to read them because he was uninterested in reading foreign policy briefings. This guy is a fucking joke.
We had a great agreement, but it was agreement subject to them doing a lot of different things. They didn't do those things, and when they didn't do them, we terminate the agreement. These clowns had no idea what to do. They had Milley, who's incompetent. They had Biden, who's incompetent. All of the people are incompetent. Nobody ever gets fired. They don't fire anybody.
You would have fired Milley because he blew the fucking whistle about what you were like behind the scenes.
They let him just stay on.
And he didn't shoot fucking protesters in the legs for you.
Retire, no problem. Milley should have been...
You didn't turn the U.S. military on United States citizens to suppress freedom of speech.
Milley should have been fired and reprimanded like you've never seen. These people are incompetent. They left billions of dollars worth of equipment behind, yet 13 dead soldiers. They shouldn't have used...
Didn't he have like 57 or 60 something dead soldiers during his
that airport? They should have used Bagram, which, by the way, they gave up, and they shouldn't have given it up because that's only 1 hour away from China where they make their nuclear weapons. No, they took a good agreement, but the agreement was subject to the Taliban doing things. And remember this, just ending that, I went 18 months without one soldier killed. I spoke to the head of the Taliban, Abdul, and I said, I had a nice, tough talk with him. Not one soldier.
Abdul, I showed him his house. He said, "Why are you sending me this?" I said, "You could figure it out."
Was killed in 18 months until that catastrophe happened. It was absolutely, we were running it perfectly. But the agreement didn't mean anything because they had to, in other words, to have the agreement kick in.
It was conditions-based.
They didn't do the things. Who would take the military out first? They're incompetent. They took the military out first. You're supposed to take the military out last. And they left lots of Americans behind. And then they had the worst airlift nobody's ever seen. People falling off an airplane from 3,000 feet in the air. Many people. They are incompetent, and they shouldn't be running the country, and we'll end up in World War III because of these fools.
Likely we could end up in World War III because of Trump's actions. Likely his actions, again, his son-in-law was tapped as a diplomat. Somebody with no foreign policy experience, somebody with no business negotiating, right? You know, in an almost like racist way, right? The only connection Jared Kushner has got to Israel is that he's Jewish. That's weird. That's weirdly racist. That's weirdly oh, I know who I'll send. I'll send my son-in-law. He's Jewish. Yeah, he'll go and do the negotiate. He's got no business fucking doing that. This is how incompetent Trump is. This is how impulsive Trump is. But we've got a little bit more to cover before we get to the Ethan Klein going sicko mode on Hasan Piker's mods, apparently. Here, let's try something different, though.
Jasmine, I know that.
Look, I know I shove a lot of Trump tint down your throats. That sounds weird. I shouldn't say it that way. I really shouldn't. I should find a better way to say that. And we never watch anything that's not super toxic. But we've got a speech from Kamala Harris that is her response to Trump's refusal to debate him. Let's take a look at this. See what this is all about.
The future of our country is so bright, so bright, so bright. And it is so good to be back in Greensboro and to be with so many leaders. Thank you all, everybody. Thank you. I want to thank the incredible Governor Roy Cooper. Thank you. Your next governor, Attorney General Josh Stein. Representative Manning. Mayor Vaughn. The Council of State candidates. And all the leaders with us today. So North Carolina, 2 nights ago, Donald Trump and I had our debate. You watched it? Did you watch it?
Yeah, she really looks like she lost that debate.
And look, I believe we owe it to have another.
I'm gonna pee, Chad. I'll be right back.
We owe it to the voters.
I got to pee. Oh my God.
Because here's the thing. In this election, what's at stake could not be more important. On Tuesday night, I talked about issues that I know matter to the families across America, like bringing down the cost of living, investing in America's small businesses, protecting reproductive freedom, and keeping our nation safe and secure. But that's not what we heard from Donald Trump. Instead, you know, and I called it at the beginning of the debate, it was the same old show. Same old tired playbook we've heard for years, with no plan for how he would address the needs of the American people. Well, folks, look, it's time to turn the page. For a new way forward, and we are ready for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic about what we can do for our country together. And that is why Democrats, Republicans, and Independents are all supporting our campaign. Because we agree, we have a duty as citizens to put country above partisanship and defend our Constitution. And that is my pledge to you. I will always put country above party. From the courthouse to the White House, I have always fought for the people. Always fought for the people. From being a young courtroom prosecutor, yes, USA, go on. From being a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who face foreclosure. I stood up for veterans being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who were being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I will be a president for all Americans. And together we will build a brighter future for our nation. Together. And we're all right, Newt. We are going to build a future where we build what I call an opportunity economy, So every American has an opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, to start a business.
Here we go.
And let me tell you, I love our small businesses. Are there small business leaders here? Raise your hand. That's right.
Yeah, I came back just in time for the cheese. Look, I'm not eating cheese, right? But this is small businesses.
That's right. So, you know, growing up, my mother, she worked long hours. She often worked very long hours, my mother. And so my sister Maya and I would go over to Miss Shelton's house. Now, Miss Shelton, we called her our second mother. She was the second mother to us. She actually was from Louisiana, and she would take care of us in the evenings and on the weekends when my mother was working. And she was a small business owner. And let me tell you what I learned from being a young child about a small business owner, Miss Shelton. Our small business owners, you are business leaders and you are civic leaders. You are community leaders. You hire locally. You mentor. You are part of the fabric of our communities. And you, like Miss Shelton, are the backbone of America's economy. The backbone.
I'm sorry, I believe that's the workers. I believe that you mean the workers. I believe you mean the people that actually do the work, that create the value, that turn raw materials and machinery into usable commodities, right? I believe that's what that is the backbone. She's fucking missing the plot so hard on this.
So I have a plan for you, and my plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction for startup businesses. Because I understand not everybody, like the person that was on the stage with me the other night, gets handed $400 million on a silver platter and then files for bankruptcy 6 times. Come on. I know.
Yeah, that's more like what we want to hear.
Because look, my mother, she worked hard, she saved up, and it wasn't until I was a teenager she was able to buy our first home. I know the challenges that Americans and working people and families are having right now in terms of affordable housing. And we need to build more housing in America. So part of my plan, part of my vision for an opportunity economy is we are going to cut red tape and work with the private sector to build 3 million new homes by the end of my first term.
So less regulation, that's your solution, right? Not more regulation, which is what we should be doing to make it so that, like, people can't be, like, I mean, there's literally apps right now. And, like, luckily this is something that the Department of Justice is pursuing, but there are apps right now that allow what seems like collusion between landlords to fix prices, to drive the prices for apartments as high as they possibly can. And look, it's great that you care about first-time homeowners, but Kamala, I want to hear you care about renters.
Plan to lower the cost of living for America's families on everything from health care to groceries, including taking on price gouging and those corporations when they take advantage of people in need. Under my plan, more than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut. Thousands of dollars of your hard-earned money will go back in your pockets, including $6,000 during the first year of a child's life for young parents.
Childless cat lady loves that.
Knowing in that critical stage of your child's development, you might need a little help, not just to get by, but to get ahead.
Did you see her back there, the woman in the white shirt with cat whiskers on it? It says childless cat lady.
And I will always put the middle class and working families first. I know where I came from. I know where I has a different plan. Just Google Project.
I mean, look, she's definitely, 1,000 miles better than Trump. All right. But it's just like Democrats, what they don't get is that you're going to win by heightening the contradictions between you and the Republican candidate, not by sounding like a Republican.
2025.
Not by cutting regulations, not by cutting taxes, but by doing the opposite.
I see you have. It is a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he is elected president. Donald Trump will give billionaires massive cuts, massive tax cuts, and cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion, even as they pull down record profits. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. And he wants to impose what I call a Trump sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost the average American family nearly $4,000
This is true.
a year. Some of the top economists in our country and in the world have reviewed these plans. Goldman Sachs, for example, had said...
Wonderful. Look, that's what is up with this? Like, right, as bad as Donald Trump is for being like, Viktor Orban says that they need Trump back. Everybody was afraid of Trump. There was no wars under Trump, right? That's like he's like literally citing a fascist. But here's Kamala Harris with like Goldman Sachs approves of my plan.
That my plan would grow our economy and his plan would shrink the economy.
Look, let's take us back for a second, right, to 2008. An insurgent young candidate named Barack Obama surprises what everybody assumed to be the candidate that was inevitable, that being Hillary Clinton, and defeats her in the primary. Many people think that this represents a sea change for the Democratic Party. He continues to campaign on hope and change, convincing many people that, he represents a fundamental break from the policies, Democratic and Republican, of the last 20 years. Only to capitulate to the banks during the financial crisis. That was a huge mistake. That was a huge fumble. You took what could have been a sea change in American politics, a tidal shift back from the Reagan era into an entrenchment of that Reagan era in both parties. And here we got Kamala Harris talking about fucking Goldman Sachs. It's really sad. It's really sad. Look, I care about, as much as I don't trust the Democratic Party, as much as I think that we need something stronger, a stronger prescription than the social democracy offered by even the likes of Franklin Roosevelt, right? A very, a very far left Democrat. More than anything, I want policy change. And if that can happen through the Democratic Party, through them changing their mind, through them actually heightening the contradictions, and at least making the material conditions better for the working people, I'm all for that. But time and time again, they just keep disappointing us.
That his plan would reignite inflation and send us into a recession by the middle of
That's true.
next year. On top of this,
I mean, that's not, I'm sorry, that's likely true.
On top of this, Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act. Now think about that. We remember what it meant when insurance companies could deny you for a pre-existing condition. Remember what that was?
Hey, I remember when if you were too poor, you just went without medical care. I remember that.
So he wants to get rid of it. And as he said in the debate, he made clear he has no plan to replace it. In fact, you remember? of a plan. Concepts of a plan.
And this is the problem with Trump. This is the problem with running against Trump, is that there is such a target-rich environment. Concepts of a plan is great. I haven't heard that repeated nearly enough, right? That was a real mask-off moment for Donald Trump. But it's so hard. I actually don't envy Kamala and her campaign staff for having to decide which of Trump's fuck-ups are you actually going to talk about. But yeah, this is a good one to talk about. I'm glad I'm hearing this.
I mean, we're 54 days from this election. Concepts of a plan. Which means no actual plan.
And let me point out, right, that this isn't Trump's first time. This isn't Trump's first bite at the apple as far as repealing the Affordable Care Act, right? He tried to do it before. He came so close that all that kept us from a repeal of the Affordable Care Act was McCain voting no. That's how close. One vote in the Senate. We were one vote in the Senate from that thing being repealed. So he was ready to repeal it. And he said, we're going to repeal and we're going to replace it. You're going to have the best healthcare ever. You're not going to have Obamacare. You're going to have a Trump care. It's going to be great. Motherfucker. 6 years, 7 years, however many years later, has concepts of a plan. He didn't have a plan, in other words. He was fucking lying. He said that he was ready to repeal and to replace it. 6 years from attempting to take it down the first time, all he's got is concepts.
Which means no actual plan. And 45 million Americans are insured through the Affordable Care Act. So understand what that means. He's going to end it based on a concept and take us back when folks were suffering. Well,
let's be real. It's Donald Trump, though. He's lying. He doesn't even have concepts. She's giving him too much credit. There is no concept. He's bullshitting.
We're not going back. We are not going back. We are not. We're not going back. No, we're not going back. No, we together will move forward because ours is a fight for the future. And ours is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to be able to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And we remember how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, with the intention they would undo the protections. And they did exactly as he intended. And now more than 20 states have a Trump abortion ban, including North Carolina and every single state in the South except Virginia. Many with no exceptions, even for rape and incest. It is immoral. Immoral. And I know everyone here understands. Let us agree. One does not have to...
Okay, so, like, I'm being negative today, but, like, look, one little silver lining here. What she just said. It is immoral what Donald Trump has done. For the longest time, the Republicans have been badgering... have just been beating the Democrats over the head with the idea that allowing people to have autonomy over their body is immoral. Like, as if allowing somebody to make the choice to end a pregnancy is the Democrats, like, what, forcing the end of a pregnancy? When the exact opposite is true. They're the ones trying to force unwanted childbirth on people. I love that she's taking back this issue and she's calling them out for their own immorality. She's calling them out for their own hypocrisy on this, right? That is great. And it's also like really what's transformed this isn't so much the Democrats, because remember, the Democrats are cowards. They need, in order to support like any issue of rights, they've got to see like, I don't know, 70% of people in favor of it before they'll even move, right? So it's because the American people have changed their mind about how they think about abortion, from thinking that this is a, immoral thing done by irresponsible women, to looking at it as a right that is now being violated thanks to the Trump Supreme Court. I think that is actually something to have a little bit of hope about.
And in their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. On Tuesday night, Donald Trump refused to say that he would veto a national abortion ban. Well, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly sign it into law. Across our nation.
She's got to use that not going back, right? That instead of saying no, we're not playing around, I get what she's saying, right? But that would have been a great time to get a not going back cheer going on.
We are witnessing a full-on attack on hard-fought, hard-won fundamental rights and freedoms, like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water, and the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And here's the thing that I know about all of the North Carolinian leaders who are here. You know this so well, it's part of your DNA. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Generations of Americans before us, many from right here, led the fight for freedom. Let's get a medic. Let's get a medic. Do we have a medic? Let's get a medic over there, please. Let's get a medic over there. Yeah, but let's make sure. See, this is who we are. We look out for each other. That's what leaders do, looking out for each other. Okay, we've got a medic. Okay. So generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom, and now the baton is in our hands. The baton is now in our hands. And we who believe then in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And we who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass an assault weapons ban, universal background check, and red flag laws.
So the Voting Rights Act is something that's been in place for a really long time to try to ensure the right to vote, which has been in question, which has been under threat, right? When after the Civil War, Black people were allowed to vote in this country. As soon as they could get muster the political clout to do it. The South was trying to prevent that from happening any which way they could. Voting Rights Act is something that was put in place to fight that, and for a long time it stood to prevent mostly southern states from targeting the right of the right of black people to vote. That has been torn asunder by the Supreme Court. Those stipulations have been eroded in many cases. And so, yeah, it needs to be ensconced in the law for it to stick.
So much is on the line in this election. And we got this. But look, here's the thing. This is not 2016 or 2020. The stakes are even higher. Because 2 months ago, the United States Supreme Court basically told the former president that he will effectively be immune no matter.
Yeah, look, I like this. Run against the Supreme Court, right? This is the most illegitimate Supreme Court that has sat in a long time. There's massive conflict of interest there. It has been, essentially captured by the Federalist Society with a plan to reform the laws of the United States through the court, right? They bitch about like originalism. They bitch about judicial activism, and then they get their people in and they do judicial legislation basically. And this needs to be stopped, and the American people are sick of it. And yeah, this is definitely something you can and you should run against, especially if your goal is to in some way reform the way that the Supreme Court works, whether that be through term limits, whether that be through adding more justices to the bench, or all of the above, right? It's important that they talk about this in the campaign.
No matter what he does in the White House. Well, here's the thing. The courts will take care of that. Let's take care of November. How about that? All right? But imagine what that court ruling means. Imagine what that means. Because before, there might have been at least the belief that there would be the threat of consequence. But now there's an explicit ruling from the court that suggests he would be immune. Imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. Imagine what that would look like. He who has vowed, if reelected, he will be a dictator on day one. He who called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States. And let us be very clear, someone who suggests that we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never. And put that all in the context of people who have been talking about how he was when they served with him in the White House. People who saw him every day. His national security advisor, his defense secretary, his chief of staff, and his vice president. All of whom have warned America, Donald Trump is not fit to be president of the United States. Should never occupy our nation's highest office again. So North Carolina, I believe it all comes down to this. We are here together We are here together because we love our country. We love our country. And we together understand the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. Responsibility. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. And so, North Carolina, we have 54 days until Election Day. 54 days until Election Day. And just 35 days until early voting begins. And it's not only the presidency that's on the ballot. There are many, many important races, like Josh Stein running for governor. Whose opponent was handpicked by Donald Trump because he wants a total ban on abortion in this state.
Oh my God. I feel like that is the I feel like that's the least you could say about the so the guy that's running for governor as a Republican in North Carolina is a straight up anti-Semite. Like, as an actual fucking mask off anti-Semite. Like, this guy's a mess. This guy, like that's the least of, like, right? You know, he's
and that is just one.
And yeah, he's most likely not going to win. The Republican race is going, or so the governor's race is going really bad for the Republicans, and that actually you know, spells good things up ballot and down ballot.
One of the many stakes that are at play in this election. But see, we know the power is with the people. The power is with the people. Your voice is your vote, North Carolina. And you are going to make all the difference in the outcome of this race. And look, we know ours will be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog. Let's be clear about that. We are the underdog. And so
that's another thing about the debate, is that even though I'm looking at a 538 poll right now, and we're going to go into this next, that shows Kamala Harris with a 60% chance of winning, she conducted herself in the debate as an underdog, right? A lot of this is vibes. A lot of this is how you campaign. A lot of this is how you present yourself. And she presents herself as the insurgent candidate, given the fact that Donald Trump has had 4 years in office and has such a terrible track record. She can actually run against him as the incumbent. That was the weird thing about Biden versus Trump. Is in some ways you had incumbent versus incumbent, even though Biden was technically the incumbent, right? Trump has this track record that is almost akin to incumbency, both in terms of it bestowing somewhat of an advantage and diminishing any advantage that Biden would have, but in terms of him having, you know, a record and not a great record to run on. Kamala has done a great job in emphasizing that and putting herself in that position as the underdog, because honestly, worldwide, this is a year for the underdog. This is a year for the challenger, for the insurgent, right? This is not a good year for incumbents. So, and she definitely doesn't want to be tied down. She wants to be unburdened by that which has come before, let's just say, in terms of Biden.
We have hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is good work. And with your help, we will win. We will win. And so I ask you today, ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. There you go. God bless you, and God bless America.
There may be people out there.
All right, all right.
Do not spend.
Oh my God.
Jasmine, I know.
So yeah, we haven't watched one of her speeches in a little while. So I wanted to see what her rallies were like, what her speeches were like. She still has the energy. Look, it shouldn't be an issue, but since Trump's made such a big deal about it, I wish for all these rallies, when they take video of it, they would turn the camera around and just kind of show like how full is the rally, how energized it is. But I get the sense that there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of excitement still in there. The honeymoon is over. But she's kind of reignited people's excitement with by just crushing Trump in that debate, by absolutely playing that the way that it should be. So let's take a look now, chat. We've got I want to watch this video about the debate bump. Actually, there's two post-debate. Let's look at the 538 number, since those are the newest numbers, right? And this is what gives her a 60% chance of winning the election.
Welcome back to today's video. Today is Saturday, September 14th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about the 2024 presidential election forecast from 538, 5 days after the first and only presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. This presidential debate comes at a time where both sides of the aisle have been in a very competitive presidential election. The odds have been tightening over the past 2 weeks, and it has come to a point where any and all impacts on the left wing, on the right wing, have started to change the trajectory of the race in one candidate's favor over the other. Now, Kamala Harris had been at 60% roughly 3 to 4 weeks ago. She had been riding high and had been gaining in terms of the overall forecast. 538 initially had her losing against Donald Trump when she first became the presumptive and then the eventual nominee for the Democratic Party. But as we got closer to the Democratic Convention and as we got closer to that first presidential debate, she had maintained a lead nationwide. But just around a week ago, in fact less than, on Monday evening, 538 had Kamala Harris at just a 55% chance of victory nationwide. Now you might be thinking 5% really doesn't make a difference, but in an election as close as this one, it absolutely does. And what we've started to see is that this impact in terms of Kamala Harris gaining in support isn't necessarily saying that she's here to completely run off the map, but she is in fact doing better, tremendously better, in some of these battleground states, especially compared to that of President Joe Biden across the nation. And so 538's forecast, what I really want to unpack here, is the impact of this presidential debate. As we've started to see new major headlines in terms of national polls from the Morning Consult and Reuters and Ipsos that are showing Kamala Harris expanding her national lead. Not a single poll released nationally over the past 4 days that has been conducted post-debate has shown Donald Trump in the advantage over Kamala Harris. And in a number of battleground state polls too, what are we finding? Kamala Harris is starting to do better. And so
So let's take a look at this sheet really quickly. This is 538. This is the organization that Nate Silver used to be a part of. He's kind of like lost a lot of his credibility recently, and is not right. Like what he predicted, like the Obama win or something like that, and so he's given a lot of credit for that. But regardless, right? 538 is the organization. Now what they're doing here is they're running simulations. They run 1001. I don't know why 1001. Maybe they're fans of 1001 Nights or something. I don't know. But 1001 simulations, and based on the data, based on the polling data in states and in the country, there's a less than a 1 in 100 chance of no electoral college winner. Okay, so let me show you how that works, right? In 597 of the simulations they ran, Harris won. In 400 of those simulations, Trump won. In 4, 4 simulations, there was no winner. What does that mean? That means that it was 269 electoral votes to 269. It takes 270 to win, but there's an even number. So there is a possibility, even without a third-party candidate getting any of the electors, there is a possibility of the race ending with no apparent winner. It's a very low chance, as they say, less than 1 in 100% chance, but like out of 1,001 simulations, 4 of those times, it's 269 to 269.
It isn't just that either, right? The polls are one thing. The other big part of elections are finances, and Kamala Harris raising $47 million after the first and only presidential debate. This is a huge sum of money with just 2 months to go in the election, when Democrats are already sitting on a war.
And we'll do Hasan versus Ethan after this.
Of $500 million. Not to mention that the political betting markets have started to change in favor of Kamala Harris. Today, she stands as the favorite over Donald Trump, despite being in the losing category for the past month on the Poly market forecast. And so overall here, what we have found is that Kamala Harris is in fact receiving a debate bump. While it isn't something that would say Kamala Harris is guaranteed the presidency, it puts her closer to matching that magic number of 270, whereas previously it looked a little bit more difficult to get to. So I want to unpack the 538 forecast here, showing Kamala Harris with nearly a 20% delta between her and the former president. 60-40 is arguably a position that Democrats would have killed for a year ago and are probably very happy that they're at this point now, but it's still not a point of complacency. But 60-40 does in fact show a clear...
Nathan Drake says a tie means the Republicans win since they will control the majority. Yeah, they do it by state delegations in Congress. So what happens is that they bring all of the House members together from that state, along with the senators, and they have them vote, and that's a state delegation, right? So yeah, if there's if it's 269 to 269, that's what happens.
Advantage for one political party over the other. And in this case, that political party, of course, is the Democratic Party. And we can take a look too. Looking at the forecast over time, right up until this presidential debate, September 10th was debate day, Kamala Harris was at 54% in terms of her odds nationwide. And so in the immediate aftermath of the debate, it didn't look like at least we were on track for an uptick until new debate numbers showed differently. The day after the presidential debate, her numbers stayed roughly the same. On the 12th, they stayed roughly the same. But then our 2 new sets of national polls came out, showing Kamala Harris in a better position. Some new statewide polls, and now today, she has inched up to a 60% chance of victory this November election. And like I was saying, this has...
Senators don't vote for president, they elect the VP.
Been driven by some battleground states that have historically been very positive for the Republican Party. States like North Carolina and Georgia and Arizona that have started to tighten in a positive way for Kamala Harris and put her in a really strong position when it comes down to these battleground states. Not to mention states like Wisconsin showing her at a 64% chance of victory. States like Michigan showing her a 61% chance of victory. States like Pennsylvania showing her a 56% chance of victory. Because when you take a look at some of these other states, Nevada, for instance, has Kamala Harris at 55-45. Arizona, for instance, has her tied with Donald Trump 50-50. Georgia has Kamala Harris up narrowly 51-49. And North Carolina, a state that Democrats really, really want, has her tied against Donald Trump. The overall electoral map here and the math here is strong for Democrats, especially given that this advantage has now started to increase, right? What it would look like translating to an actual electoral map, I mean, you're looking more at something like this, right? Taking away, not even taking away, we haven't even given it yet, but not including Arizona, which was a Biden state in 2020. But if you include Georgia and the state of Arizona, I mean, chances are Democrats are set in this election, right? They're at 292 electoral votes. Give them Nevada, give them Colorado, give them New Mexico, give them Georgia. They're at 292 electoral votes, more than the magic number of 270. Even if you take away a state like Georgia, for instance, Democrats still maintain at 276. And so Democrats really aren't in a position where, they're losing nationally with the current 538 forecast. And so a good example of this would be a state like Georgia, for instance, that prior to the debate, Donald Trump was not necessarily what I would call the clear favorite, but was still in the advantage, right? When you take a look...
Oh, yeah. So it's even weirder, actually. So if there's if it's 269 to 269, the House votes from the top 3 presidential candidates who received the most electoral votes. I'm trying to think who would be the third place finisher, right? So, given that I guess RFK Jr. has removed himself. He's still on some ballots, but he's removed himself from the running, right? So I don't know if that would be Jill Stein or the Libertarian candidate, or guessing the Libertarian candidate. Each state, so each state delegation has one vote. So that's what happens, right? So it's in the House of Representatives, but instead of it being like, California has more votes and Wyoming has less votes, California, Wyoming, Delaware, Alaska, Florida, New York, they all have one vote. So literally the majority of the state delegations decide who gets to be president. Must receive at least 26 votes. Yeah. God, what happens if it's 25 to 25? Well, I mean, that probably won't happen. As Nathan Drake said, it would probably be the Republicans determining the presidential candidate and maybe the Democrats in the Senate determining the vice presidential candidate.
Her numbers now, Kamala Harris is at 51%. But right up until that debate, the numbers started to turn away from Kamala Harris. In fact, they're roughly at the highest point they've ever been on the 538 forecast, because from the beginning, Donald Trump has been in the advantage. On the moment they started tracking these data points, Donald Trump had a 59% chance of victory.
Ooh, check this out. If the House of Representatives fails to elect a president by Inauguration Day, so it sounds like they keep doing the vote until a candidate gets 26 votes, right? In other words, 26 House delegations. And if that doesn't happen by Inauguration Day, the vice president-elect from the Senate would serve as the acting president. Wait, what happens if they don't select a vice president either?
And you can see that over time, it started to chip and chip and chip, and Kamala Harris started to get into a better position. But even up until that debate, Donald Trump had a 54% chance of victory. Kamala Harris had just 46% across the state. So Democrats now, with Kamala Harris being in the advantage in Georgia, really only have the debate to thank for that.
Okay, so, that's weird. Yeah, they got to have 51. So you got to have 51 votes in the Senate. So that's with 51 senators, right? Or, oh my God, would the vice president be the tie-breaking vote here? Maybe that's what it is. The vice president. So Kamala Harris, ostensibly, if somehow it got to 269 votes, now this won't happen, but if it got to 269 to 269, the House does not give anybody 26 votes, then Kamala Harris would be casting the deciding vote, ostensibly, to elect herself as the president. Or no, to elect Tim Walz. Yeah, wait, yeah. Kamala would cast the deciding vote to make Tim Walz the president. This is a wild scenario, chat. Again, there's less than 1% chance that it's 269 to 269, according to 538.
Hasn't been some type of massive reckoning on the national scale as to who's supporting who, besides the fact that there are voters in these swayable states that are changing their minds after seeing Kamala Harris's debate performance. Not to mention that the national numbers, of course, impact some of these down ballot races. If Kamala Harris tomorrow was to win the national popular vote by 9 points, she's winning Georgia and a whole lot of other states. If it's a 1-point advantage, chances are she's losing Georgia and a whole lot of other states. And so when you start to see Kamala Harris have an impact and a positive one nationally, it does translate to down ballot residual effects or swing state residual effects where Kamala Harris is starting to do better. And so I think this is something that we have seen roughly across the country, right? Arizona is now 50-50, whereas Donald Trump was in the advantage. North Carolina is 50-50, whereas Donald Trump was in the advantage. And the key point here is the word was. Because it is at this point, Kamala Harris had a 60-40 advantage that puts her well within a reasonable chance at winning almost all of these battleground states if she can do everything correctly. It's going to be close, and this feels a lot more like the 2012 election in terms of how close the poll makes it actually feel, but we will see what the actual result ends up being on election night, because it could feel a lot like 2020, where we're waiting for days for polls to be counted, or for votes to be counted, or we're waiting on absentee ballots, or waiting on whatever it might be. We are in for the long run here in this election, and things might not be immediately clear because of how competitive it is. But the good news for Kamala Harris is that she is coming into this after this debate, using it to her advantage. I mean, think about the media narrative and the media coverage so far of Donald Trump since he decided that he's not going to be running, not going to be debating any future debates, right? And so the mainstream media has picked that up. The Democrats have started to turn this into a Donald Trump is scared type of moment. They're even trying to bait him back into a second debate, trying to poke and prod at his ego. It might not work. It might work, though. We don't really know what's going to happen with that part. But Donald Trump probably...
That's kind of how they got him into the first debate.
Probably isn't debating again, which is good news for Kamala Harris, because it means that he has no real opportunity with all eyes on him, no real opportunity with, a focus on his candidacy or any of his ideas or anything that he can say directly to the people, because between now and Election Day, it is nearly just all crunch time. It's about visiting state to state to state to state to rally to rally.
I'm trying to remember, Nathan, what the exact scenario is that puts it at 269.
To rally to rally to voter to voter to voter to voter to...
I think it's something like Kamala... What is it? It's like Kamala... Okay, so Kamala wins Michigan, Wisconsin, loses Pennsylvania, wins Georgia and Arizona, but not Nevada. Is that the one?
Door to door to door to door to Election Day. And so that's how it's going to be. It's going to be as fast-paced as I said it, because that's where we are. This election is so close to being over that any type of bump in the scale here benefiting Kamala Harris is something that will have an impact on this election, whether Republicans like it or not. And this debate was, in fact, that. And so I think we've seen a lot of the Republican and the mainstream media from the right wing say that this has had no positive impact for Kamala Harris, that nobody cares about this debate. But what we are seeing here in terms of the data is, in fact, that there is a positive impact. Now, I touched briefly on the betting markets and the money that Kamala Harris raised in the aftermath of the debate. And I have to say this, right? We talked about how she raised $47 million earlier on in this video. But at the same time, we do need to understand that this election has become so exceptionally expensive. I mean, we saw that Forbes, before the 2024 election season got into full gear, we saw this last year, I covered it in 2023, they were projecting, billions of dollars being spent across many, many election races. And typically speaking, right, both candidates in 2020 combined raised around $1 billion just off of grassroots organizing and small dollar donations. And so it was at that time that we started to realize that this was at a point of no return. The amount of money in politics was, in fact, going to be the most important and driving factor of the presidential race. And for Kamala Harris,
check it out.
That battle. $47 million after the debate matters, right? $47 million to spend in just 7 battleground states when the Biden swing state strategy from 2020 contained 10, 11, 12 battleground states. The Kamala Harris campaign is investing in the states that they need to invest in and focusing on the states they need to focus on. They aren't using their money to spend in states that don't make sense, right? Donald Trump announcing just 2 days ago that he's holding another rally in the state of New York City. In the state of New York, specifically in New York City. I mean, we are at a point where the Trump campaign isn't holding as many rallies as Kamala Harris or Tim Walz, where...
And look, that one doesn't make sense, right? Trump was in California, the speech that he gave there, or I think maybe it was a press conference that he gave in California, but he was there to raise money, right? He was there on a fundraiser. He's saying that he thinks he can win California, but he can't. I don't know why he would go back to New York. It would be literally a waste of time.
As the Donald,
I mean, this is like a very Hillary thing to do.
Trump campaign, whereas the Kamala Harris campaign, they're doing a significant number of stops, but they're also investing in the states, right? When Donald Trump goes to some of these rallies, like he did one in New Jersey and he did another one in Bronx, now he's doing another one in New York City. These are things that don't help your candidacy, right? Voters in Pennsylvania are not tuning in to your New York City rally. They're not going to your New York City rally. They're not making it up out of the state. It is important to note.
Let me show you what kind of scenario that would do this, right? So let's say that Kamala wins Michigan, Kamala wins Wisconsin, loses Pennsylvania, loses North Carolina, wins Georgia, loses Arizona, and loses Nevada. Look at that, 269 to 269. Now that's assuming that she wins one district in Nebraska, which is likely to be what happens. She could possibly win 2. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Maine. Wait. What is this? District 1, District 2, District 3. There's like an at-large vote in each of these states that gives 2 of the electoral votes. Then there's districts. I think there's only 2 districts, though, in Maine. There's like a North District and a South District. But yeah, there's one way that we could end up with 269, 269. And this is a possible scenario. This is entirely plausible. Not likely, but plausible.
That it is the most influential thing as to where you spend your money in a presidential, congressional, gubernatorial, whatever it might be, any race in American politics, where you spend your money is how you win an election. And so for Kamala Harris, their campaign team seems to be very tapped into the fact that because they have so much money, they can really flood the airwaves in these battleground states. They can expand the number of field offices in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Nevada, the 7 states that they are slated starting after Labor Day. They have already started to spend over $250 million, $250 million in advertisement spending on these battleground states. They are drowning Donald Trump in cash. They are drowning Donald Trump's campaign by outspending and outpacing and outorganizing and out fundraising. They are at a point too where because of all the money they raised up until that Democratic convention, they could easily make it to November without running out of money, even by investing in all of the states they need to invest in. And so Kamala Harris not only now is building up where she is for this election, but potentially for a future one. I don't imagine there will be that much money raised after the 2024 election, but all I can say is this. The money that is being spent now and will continue to be spent is being spent in the states that matter. Kamala Harris's campaign team knows where to invest, and it looks like they're using that 7-state strategy to win the election. And I genuinely believe it when I say this, that I believe it's going to pay off based on where we are right now. Based on what we've seen in how the Democratic Party has taken this debate and boosted their odds at winning nationally, right? Taking the way that Democrats have taken where they were in some of these swing states and boosted their odds in those. And so what I think has been just really, really clear over the past 6 months is that the Biden-Harris campaign turning into a Harris-Walz campaign, they knew what they were doing. They at least knew how to invest their money and they knew how to raise the money. Was the candidate at the top of the ticket the person that was going to bring them over the finish line with Biden-Harris? Chances are no. That's why Biden dropped out of the race. But Kamala Harris very seemingly much can do it. And that's why you're starting to see people, when they watch her on the debate stage, when they watch her interact with former President Trump, when they watch her, just generally speaking, at rallies, right, on advertisements, online, they take a liking to her.
What channel is this? This is Let's Talk Elections.
We've seen her favorability rating completely rebound ever since she became the Democratic nominee, right? Just right before we saw the swap out, right around the time of July 15th, we saw that Donald Trump had a higher favorability rating than that of Kamala Harris. Today, that is absolutely not the case. In fact, what we did see right before she became the Democratic nominee for president and was endorsed by Joe Biden when he dropped out of the race was that she hit one of her lowest favorability ratings in the entire history of her vice presidency. So 3.5 years, hitting almost her lowest point right before she became the Democratic nominee. And now today, she is nearly tied even with her unfavorability rating and favorability rating. She was down 15, 20 points. Today, she has narrowed that up. And that only happens because the candidate at the top of the ticket has a campaign team that knows how to campaign. That only happens when the person at the top of the ticket receives the support necessary to get across the finish line or get exceptionally close. This election is no longer about the lesser of two evil situation that it turned into in the Biden versus Trump matchup. Voters are inspired on the left about Kamala Harris in a way that they were not inspired about Hillary Clinton, and in many ways even were not inspired about Joe Biden in the 2020 election. And when we take a look at the political betting markets, who people believe are going to win, she actually wasn't doing as well as she is doing today when you take a look back at the history since around the time of the Democratic convention. Around the time of the DNC, she started to see a bump, but after that, it really started to dwindle. Poly markets started to turn away from Kamala Harris, and she ultimately never reached that majority back up until today when we saw her tick back up just actually yesterday, in fact. So yesterday and today, all because of what? The presidential debate. And when I take a look at the national forecast with states like Georgia on the 538 forecast and North Carolina within reach, Arizona within reach, it seems to be a very realistic possibility that based on what we're seeing in the data, that in this post-debate bump, should the election be held today, Kamala Harris could win 319 electoral votes. That's a non-insignificant number, and that would be
That is wild.
A massive victory for Vice President
I don't think that they're saying that that's likely. They're just saying that's possible.
Harris. I mean, that would be rewriting the electoral map from the 2020 election when Democrats have largely been focused on playing defense, right? When we take a look at those states the Democrats are investing in with Kamala Harris, it very much is not taking anything for granted. They're focusing on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, all states that Biden won. They're focusing on Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, all states that Biden won. And the only swing state they're focusing on that they lost in the 2020 election is the state of North Carolina. Democrats aren't heavy investing in states like Florida or Texas or Ohio or Iowa, and in a perfect world, maybe they would be. But they are realizing to meet this moment, they need to solidify their base in those 7 battleground states that truly will determine the future of this nation. States like New Hampshire and Virginia and Minnesota and Colorado and New Mexico are states the Democrats, Republicans rather, would love to invest in, but aren't investing as much as in the 7 battleground states because Democrats know they're going to win there, and so do Republicans too. Same thing with Ohio and Iowa and Florida and Texas. Democrats would love to invest there, but Republicans know they're going to win there, so they don't need to spend much money there, and Democrats know Republicans are going to win there. Even in their perfect scenario, they would be winning there too. And so Kamala Harris's debate performance doesn't exactly shake up the race in a way that means all of a sudden she is guaranteed the presidency. But what she did on that debate stage was completely halted any conversation around her momentum ending, but rather expanded on that momentum that came from the announcement, that came from the VP announcement, that came from the convention, and now is coming from the debate. And she's setting herself up to a pathway to victory, where she's gaining in terms of overall odds. Her polling numbers are starting to do better, and while I do believe in around a month, I wouldn't be shocked if we got sets of polls that showed this race just as close as it is today, because I don't think we're on track for Kamala Harris to have a blowout election. I still believe between now and November, not much really is going to change. But there is, in fact, a benefit of being up 60-40 instead of 51-49. And Kamala Harris's campaign and herself will know this very well on Election Day, as the results come in, as we start to see what happens in these battleground states, as we start to see who's the eventual winner in the presidential election. Because what we know about our presidential race this time is sure, it absolutely is close. But when you are moving the needle even slightly, it matters. When you look at states like Georgia that were decided by 11,000 votes in the 2020.
Oh, there's 4 combinations. 1, Georgia, North Carolina. Are you okay? Sorry, the 4 combinations if Trump wins these, or 4 combinations if Kamala wins these?
2020 election. When you take a look at states like Arizona that were decided by roughly a similar amount of electoral votes. When you take a look at states like Pennsylvania that were decided by just under 100,000 votes in a state with millions of voters. Same thing in Wisconsin, same thing in Michigan. You know that every little moment, good or bad, matters in a presidential election. And Democrats know that all too well. And so Kamala Harris right now, expanding her advantage on the national 538 forecast isn't too much of a shock. We saw in the immediate aftermath that voters did positively respond.
Okay, so if Kamala wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona, loses what? Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. If she wins Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, loses North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, wins North Carolina, Arizona, Wisconsin. Oh wait, that's 2 North Carolinas. Did you mean NV on that third one? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and without winning the 2nd district in Nebraska, which is the one that she's actually favored to win. There's a little tiny district in, I'm not sure which city, but I'm assuming it's a big city in Nebraska. What is the big city out there? I don't know. And that's the 2nd district, right? And then, oh my God, I'm trying to remember, is the 3rd district outside of that? What swing state can Trump win?
To Kamala Harris's debate performance. But now we have the
like any of them, they're swing states.
Actual quantifying numbers to prove that the forecast here has improved for Kamala Harris.
I figured you meant Nevada on 3. So Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and North Carolina, losing Georgia, losing Pennsylvania, losing Wisconsin and Michigan.
And has set her up for a higher chance at victory than she has ever been in the past 2 weeks, which really goes to show that this debate, while seemingly marginal on the grand scheme of things, actually does make an impact, all in favor of Vice President Harris. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to comment down suggestions below. Subscribe on the left if you haven't already, and check out the Instagram and Twitter. At the top left of the screen, there's also a Discord server for you to go ahead and join. On the screen, there's a video you can watch, and then a playlist for my 2024 presidential election analysis videos. Again, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you.
All right. So we're going to get to the main topic for tonight. Although it looks like another topic might be rearing its head. So stick around, chat. Either today or tomorrow, I will be talking about some major weirdness from somebody you know really well. Somebody that might be in a real paranoid state and is apparently talking about me on stream right now. You can imagine who I might be talking about. Obviously, it's Waluigi. Obviously, it's no, it's Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is accusing me of being a Hasan mod and no. Anyway, you can guess. You can guess. All right. So what are we doing right now? We are moving. Let's see. Let's get back to this scene right here. Yeah. I'm kind of weirdly excited about doing this Hasan content, this Ethan content, despite the fact that it's just like, I don't know, part of it just like, it sucks. Because I wish that somebody that like Ethan Klein that says that he is pro-Palestinian, he is anti-Netanyahu, he is anti genocide, anti what's happening to the Palestinians, would not try to start drama with somebody who's not really Don't you hate that, chat? When there's somebody that you're not even trying to talk about, but they keep talking about you. This is a situation I can relate to very much right now. This is a situation I can relate to right at this very moment. Speaking of situations, let's see what the situation is with the dono goal. So right now, we're in a good position to be able to hit that dono goal. We're at 55% out of 100%. We just got to get to, just got to hit 45 more percent. In fact, there might be more. I feel like I might not have counted everyone's. If I didn't count yours, let me know. And if I didn't add your, your donation to the topic of your choice, also let me know. Because I want to make sure that I put your money where your mouth is. If I'm looking on shorts, which I don't know how much we're going to count shorts for. Like, look, I decided to do shorts to, count shorts to like take a poll in shorts, but 30% for MTG versus Laura Loomer, 27% breathe into your balls, 25% Brianna Wu left the left, AJW Sims for Anna only at 17%. If I look at the other poll, we got 28% Brianna Wu leaves the left, 27% MTG versus Laura Loomer, 25% Anna Sims for Anna Kasparian. MTG, no, not MTG, AJW. That's who's simping for Anna Kasparian. But that's what we're doing right now. That's what we're dealing with right now. It's pretty close. It's pretty close on that side. We got 102 votes as well. 89 likes in this chat. So if you haven't liked it already, make sure to like it. We're about to get into this Hasan tent right now. I don't know if we should. Yeah, let's start off on what I know is going to be the most productive video, the most relevant video. North Star Radio.
And
It
what would
should
that
be
It's our friend of the VOD, North Star Radio. Pretty cool content creator. I think we've watched his videos before on socialism, actually. We watched a video of his that I was really impressed with. He also covers, some of the goings on in the Hasan community. I feel like he's like a fan of Hasan's. He's like a community member, right? He's in Hasan's chat. And sometimes he does videos about the goings on with Hasan, which is good because there's so many people, there's so many Destiny dick writers that are kind of like, covering the Hasan Destiny thing from Hasan's point of view. So it's nice to have somebody that's like in the other direction, but we're going to get into this right now. Should we consolidate chats? Should we consolidate chats now? Oh, actually, you know what? It's this one. It's actually this one.
Capital owners right now.
We're going to watch it this way. Like I told you this before, right? So there's the video by North Star Radio, but Hasan actually reacted to it. And so what we're going to be doing here, and I know it seems like weird, chat, watching somebody react to another video. Trust me, there's a reason. There's a method to my madness, all right? And that method is that we're going to take a look at what Hasan has to add to North Star Radio's depiction, North Star Radio's narrative of the entire situation, going back to going back to before the leftovers, going back to, where Ethan Klein, where his content comes from, like the frenemies, all this kind of stuff, right? We're going to look into this. I need to make sure, chat, is there anybody in chat who's donated and I haven't gotten your topic of choice? I want to make sure that I'm adding all of the donations to the dono goal, all the donations. Like Thomas Jerome, for instance. I don't know if I've gotten your preferred. Remember, when you donate, you can let me know either if it's a super chat, you can let me know in the super chat. If it's a Throne donation, you can let me know in the Throne donation. I think there's some mechanisms like that on Twitch as well. Anything else, just let me know in chat after you donate which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content, and I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is. Isaiah says, I could see Trump winning AZ, Georgia, one of AZ, Georgia, or Nevada. I mean, look, she could lose all of those states, all right? She could lose Arizona, lose Georgia, lose Nevada, and if she wins Pennsylvania, she's golden, right? Pennsylvania is huge. Now, it's not like definitive, though, right? She could lose Pennsylvania, win North Carolina, win Georgia, win Arizona, and I think still lose Nevada and still win, right? So there's other paths. She's got multiple paths, is what I'm saying. What happened to Carrie Fake? Is she still a threat? She's still out there? Is she running? I feel like she is. I feel like she is running, but probably Hasan to the future if you're the doc. Also, oh my God, who made the joke? Somebody made a really deep cut joke in Shorts chat. Let's merge chats. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, so if you're in the Shorts chat right now, you are coming with us, all right? We're all going to merge into one big happy chat in the full-scale stream. There we go. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. So click on that link that I'm giving you in Shorts chat. I'm also going to pin the message, and I'm also going to make it really easy for anybody who gets left behind to maybe be swooped up. I don't know how this raiding thing works, but I can raid myself, apparently. It's technically a redirect. It's not, we're not raiding ourselves, but there we go. We're all ready to make this shit work, all right? I just need you to click on that link and get into that chat. Make sure to like the stream on your way out. Is the New Jersey Devil real? I don't know. I'm not from the East Coast. I don't know anything about the new. I don't even know really what the what is the New Jersey Devil other than the hockey team? New Jersey Devil, just deer? Wait, the New Jersey Devil is a deer? Oh, you've only seen deer. I gotcha. Hasan tent. Yes, Hasan tent. So yeah, we're gonna do this could be the last segment. It's gonna be a long segment, right? But it could be the last segment of the stream. It all depends on if we hit the dino goal, right? If we hit that dino goal, we get that 55% to 100% by the end of the stream. I raid myself, yes. Then the bonus content will drop. I should have put a chat chooses violence in here. We should find a way to throw like a wild card into there and say chat wants to choose violence and get a sneak preview of what's coming down the line, possibly for tomorrow. Look, I'm not trying to fill the weekends with drama for you, but sometimes it's sometimes that choice is not up to me. All right? And tonight might be one of those nights. I'm trying to find out. I want to make sure I know what the fuck I'm talking about, but it sounds like somebody has chosen violence before, and by violence, I mean like unsupported allegations that they pulled out of their ass. I'm not sure though. I don't believe everything that I read, so especially when the drama frogs are chirping. Your future is what you make of it. Yeah, that's right. Well, let's make a good future tonight. All right, so I'm gonna give you a little bit longer to get in there. Let's see. We should switch over to this. Yeah, that looks good. So we got Hasan. He's gonna be watching a video by North Star Radio. I'm gonna link you. Oh my God. I want to link you to North Star Radio because I really like this content creator. I think he's really awesome, and I really like his content. Klein's wait, oh, Ethan. Sorry, I'm just like, wait, what? I wasn't sure what you were saying there, Nero. I guess you're referring to Ethan. Talk about the allegations. We're gonna talk about some very weird allegations, possibly. All right. I don't know though. I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to get debated on what might be fake news, but anybody in chat want to guess what I'm talking about? Anybody have an idea? Anybody been in other streams? Heard any strange allegations tonight? I still don't know like what to believe here. But we might have to get to it tomorrow. I don't know. But I do want to, yeah, cat hisses and claws is violence. Well, I'm definitely not the one hissing tonight, right? I got no...
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Providing a quick dono, I vote for Star Wars Outlaws or AJW Sim.
Star Wars Outlaws? Wait, what is that? Thank you for the quick dono, by the way, Izzy Sanchez. Or Izzy Sanchi, as the sassy British voice likes to call you for some reason. I still haven't figured that out. Even in French, it would be Izzy Sanche, but that's not. It's not supposed to be a French voice. It's supposed to be in English. It's supposed to be a British voice. Star Wars Outlaws? Wait, what could that be? Brianna Wu. Oh, Breathe Into Your Balls? Maybe? No, that's Spaceballs. MTG? That's not. That's gotta be AJW Simps. 21%. I think that's what you want. I think that's where you want me to put it. So yeah, we're about to get going on this. All right, so we're gonna raid the remainder of the short stream into the main chat. Make sure to get in here. Click the link, please. It's still NCC. Yes, it's still NCC. We're not raiding you into a different stream. We're not raiding you into a different stream. You're just gonna keep watching the stream, and this is the only way to keep watching the stream, right? So make sure to click on the link that I've got pinned, or here, I'll put it down a few more times. Here we go. What's the link? There's the link. Yeah, it's gonna be, you're gonna be in the same stream. It'll just be a different view. So there we go, and I will hit end stream and hopefully raid the rest of you into where you need to go. Crossing the streams indeed. All right, chat. Get cozy. Get yourself something good to eat. Right? Get yourself some, I don't know if you need, like, do you need like a hot beverage? Do you want some hot cocoa? Some of you might drink coffee. Anybody drink coffee this late? Star Wars Outlaws is another piece of French propaganda created by Ubisoft. Oh, that's the new Star Wars, isn't it? It's the new, yeah, Ubisoft Star Wars video game. Actual Justice Warrior, it is. All right, so we got Hasan for now. All right, and apparently I'll be giving you maybe some better drama tomorrow. Maybe not. I don't know. Again, I'm still waiting to shore up my my certainty on what's going on. But yeah, ready to hit the go button. Remember, chat, we are 40% away from hitting that dono goal. That's almost 2/3 of the way there. If we do by the end of it, it looks like, let me do a quick check. It looks like, huh? Oh, that one has that low. Wait, what? Brianna Wu leaves the left. Oh my god, it's so close. It's so close. The regular poll is super close, right? The only one that seems like out of contention is Breathe Into Your Balls. Look at that. That has 15%, but AJW Swims. Okay, that's got to be, like, so far that's ahead. AJW Sims is in the lead right now. If you want to change that, or you want to make that certain, you know, you could either vote against it, or you can vote for it, or you can say, Donkey summed it up perfectly with his review. Is Donkey back? Video game Donkey? Donkey? Video game Donkey? Horizontal chat. Yes, here we are. All right, so let's get ready. And like I said, get ready to go. Remember, if you donate, let me know which of the topics you want to do, and I'll put your money where your mouth is. If you've already donated, you can also let me know that. If I haven't, I drink coffee all the time. Me too, usually, but I feel like I don't need any coffee today. I feel like I got enough. I got enough adrenaline as it is, right? This is an exciting topic.
Okay. I don't care. In no matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online.
So chat, what do you think about that? First off, all right, one in chat, if you think that it's admirable that Hasan is not going to go ham on Ethan. Hasan's not going after Ethan, no matter what he said about Hasan's community, no matter how much Ethan tries to drama bait. Do you think that's admirable? Like, if you agree with somebody on... So one is admirable, right? If you agree on some... Like Hasan says that he feels like he agrees with Ethan on most stuff. And indeed, you know, it's important to remember that Ethan isn't like the worst on this issue. He's got a really, you know, he's got some really bad takes, and he's super, what would you call it? Like, he's super, stubborn. He's stubborn about those takes. I don't know about admirable, maybe necessary. Why do you think it's necessary? I'm just curious what chat thinks about that. Let me know, right? Because, like, look, there's people that have a large problem with me. In fact, I think you might know one such person that I don't really have that much of a problem with, right? That I never really chose violence against. I never really wanted to, you know, make my enemy. And yet they insist on it. They insist on it. If you want to reply to haters who want to drag you for content, they keep just tend to keep doing it. What if it's going the other way, chat, though? What if the drama that they try to drag you into is actually beneficial to you rather than being beneficial to them, right? Does that change anything? I think some of you know what I'm talking about. And I'm surprised that nobody in chat knows what I'm talking about. Like, I'm surprised nobody's called it out. I'm surprised nobody's been in possibly like another stream and has let me know. I'm surprised the drama frogs haven't come in here and started chirping. Then you've already won. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. I don't know. Doesn't make me happy. I honestly, chat, I'd rather have friends. Even if they're people that I don't agree with everything about, I would rather have friends. And in fact, even with people that like I don't particularly like, if they are like mostly on the right side of the issue, I would rather, have some kind of solidarity. I mean, that's just how I work, but not everybody's like that. Some people, a little bit of criticism causes them to really lose their shit. And they don't ever come back from that. They go on a spiral and they don't ever come back from it. Yeah, because these are loyal chatters here.
Let's do this.
That shit will always make me laugh, though, that opening.
Why the H3 Leftovers podcast will never return by North Star Radio.
In 2021, Hasan...
Free Breezy says, to be honest, I don't like Ethan, even before his takes on Israel-Palestine. There's a lot not to like. There was a little bit to hope for. There was like a glimmer of hope that maybe Ethan was changing. And then, this. Which is essentially him trying time after time to pick a fight with Hasan.
Hasan Piker.
That's very patronizing. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the
Hold on.
You are, and you're over here chirping all the way from London.
Omega Star says, I like Olivia. Olivia's makeup is on point.
About Palestine.
The biggest political Twitch streamer on the platform was blowing up in popularity, thanks in large part to his coverage of the 2020 presidential election.
Oh, interesting. So you're telling me that Hasan Piker, rather than doing drama, which he's got plenty of, he could talk about Destiny, he could talk about Loner Box, he could talk about a million different people. You're telling me that instead of that, he covered politics. He covered the election from a leftist perspective, not a glazing up of Joe Biden, but a realistic coverage of the event. And you're telling me that's what made him blow up. Interesting. I wonder why more people don't understand that.
Following his controversial departure from the Young Turks.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
At the same time, Ethan Klein.
Yay!
What?
And this is why the Leftovers podcast will never return.
I think it's kind of funny to see like an effort post from a leftist about like a podcast that I was a part of. You know what I mean? I rarely ever have Hasan Abi.
Chat, what makes it a leftover? Or sorry, what makes it an effort post? Do I need to look this up? What is an effort post exactly?
Has that make like effort posts in general.
Like something that you're really serious about and put a lot of.
He did it like a true crime video.
Drama will get you a small dedicated group, will it? Because it seems like for some people it just gets them like a bunch of lurkers. I mean, I guess it's lurkers. It's the drama frogs, right? That's what it gets you. It gets you a bunch of people that don't really talk in chat, and I don't know how much they contribute. They just seem to be there to watch the world burn. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not that I don't appreciate having the drama buff in my chat as well, but I wouldn't want to rely on that. I wouldn't want that to be my main content.
Yo, it feels weird. They said they were
Today's
ashamed.
broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/NorthstarRadio. Going back all the way to the beginning of the H3 podcast, politics was always being discussed.
He called you and Ethan terminally online. I mean, he's not wrong. Also, I think North Star is a really interesting subject because he's a great content creator in and of himself, like as a standalone content creator. But I find it really funny. That I think he like became a fan of mine because he watched me watched me talk to Ethan the first time Ethan ever had me on his podcast before Leftovers. Dude, absolutely wild. You're about to talk about Ethan and Leftovers right now. I feel like you never mentioned him, or since it ended, I'm kind of in disbelief right now. The reason why I choose not to talk about like Ethan or Leftovers or anything like that is because I think it instills a lot of parasocial emotions in a lot of people. And that level of like parasocial behavior ends up being unproductive because there's no, like, people literally bring up Ethan when I'm talking about Israel Palestine, when in my assessment it's like he is not even meeting the standard of like content creator who is across the board, a content creator who's like across the board against most of the things I believe in. Okay, that's it. And I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or something like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that matters, especially when he is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay, I don't care. In no matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still firmly believe. Okay, I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. Because when people say like, oh, he's being Islamophobic. Yes, there are definitely instances where he said things that are Islamophobic. Okay, both in the past and even recently. I think you guys forget that I myself am also Muslim. So when he does that, it's not like a dehumanization that does.
Okay, now we've seen a little bit of how Ethan reacts. In fact, I'm not sure if I've got this. He had a conflict with a streamer named Gideon, where Gideon said that he was like displaying, I think, what Gideon called liberal racism, as opposed to like chud racism, as opposed to like right-wing racism. It was a little bit like that. Something that he said was like kind of classifiable as like kind of just like white savior bullshit. And Ethan took this the wrong way, massively the wrong way.
Doesn't feature me at all. It does. But like I said, time and time again, it ultimately doesn't change this dynamic. It ultimately doesn't change my understanding of the situation. He's also going after Frogan, though, right now. Just don't get upset when HT Dorks brigade this channel after reacting to this. Well, what's really interesting about that is that I think his community is probably more pro-Palestine than even he might be. Like, he is, yeah, I think there's probably other people from different communities that have presented themselves as like lifelong fans of Ethan. But I think he has a very large audience of very progressive young people. Okay. And as a person with a massive audience of very progressive young people, there are probably a lot of people who are more, I would say, more in favor of, not to say like he's more pro-Palestine than he is. I don't know how to communicate this. Like, I think his audience probably is more at odds with him on this issue than he suspects. Like, there's definitely a big audience overlap, but even beyond that, like, I think that there are probably more in his community, overall than I mean, I don't even think that than he thinks. Like, I think that a lot of it was attributed to me, but I think that's just what happens when you have a very progressive community overall. I suspect that given that that he is a content creator who's been around for a very long time, there are probably old fans who fell out of favor, then came back into the community that are presenting themselves as like diehard H3 heads in an effort to probably say like, no, we're with you. It's great. Keep doing what you're doing. That's it. It's always been about trying to manage like the outside forces that were desperately trying to work in an effort to separate both me and Ethan. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. There was a disagreement for sure, you know?
Jordan Peterson came on the podcast 2 times in the early days of his rise to fame.
You guys know who Jordan Peterson is? He's like a psychologist or something, but he's
a scholar.
He's a scholar.
He's a really smart guy.
It's a very strange story in many ways because Hitler was obsessed with order and cleanliness. He was a very orderly person. He was very sensitive to disgust, because you think, well, the Nazis were afraid of the Jews.
This entire drama fest started because Destiny viewers tried to pit your viewers and Ethan and his viewers against each other. It worked.
Davy Cliff says he's attacked Wow Mao. That's too far. Yeah, so you're talking about a Twitter personality. I'm not even sure. I don't know that much about Wow Mao. But what was it like? Something. It was like. I mean, we can look into this. Let's see if we can figure this out. All right, so I'll do some switching back and forth if you don't mind. There's Ethan and Gila. Oh my God.
Though you're a Zionist.
So we got like this segment here from them.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't take it that seriously anymore.
So you're supposed to.
So this segment is called. If I go down here into this, into the timestamps, this is called Ethan's beef with Bin Laden, right? And the reason that it's called that is because this started with somebody saying, wait, was it Wow Mao? Did this all start with Wow Mao? I think I've got some of the, oh my God, chat.
Well, it's already 4:06. We started a little late.
I want to talk about
my beef with Bin Laden.
Okay.
Let's look at.
Okay.
Now, I made the brave assertion on Instagram, and again, this stems from these TikTok people who are like being
Nope.
like,
Nope, I don't have it.
simping for Bin Laden because he was anti-American, and failed to read the rest of his manifesto, in which he said specifically
I swear to God, it's like playlists, bookmarks, shit like that. It doesn't work for me. I don't know why that would be. Could there be something wrong with my computer, chat? Bookmarks is a feature on Twitter where now there's a little tab that you can hit bookmark, right? In the past, I've even known people that like posts that they don't really like in order to keep track of them. People that don't use their likes for likes, they keep their likes, so that they can go into their likes and they can be like, oh yeah, it's this post, right? Because there's no other way to like save a Twitter post other than that. Or maybe, I don't know, saving like a link or something or archiving it, right? But for some reason, I've bookmarked more stuff than this, I swear. And I'm not finding it. We'll see if we can find it.
The reason I did this attack is because you're all gay Jews who aren't Muslims doing Sharia law.
I feel like he's not giving the best description of how this actually started, right? It was somebody making a post, maybe about Ethan, maybe. Oh my God.
And also you give loans. You loan with interest.
There's a surprising amount of usury talk in that letter.
They really don't. They really not down with the usury.
Yeah.
So they can get.
In Christianity is supposed to be against it too, but they've just kind of.
they don't care.
They
about
don't take it that seriously anymore.
So you're supposed to lend money without interest?
Yeah, you're not supposed to charge interest.
Well,
on
how are you
a
going to
loan.
do that? Who's going to do that?
You
know who wrote? You know who wrote?
You know what? I'm not going to say.
The Jews.
That's what a Jew would say.
Jews wouldn't loan money for no interest.
Yeah, I mean, this is now a pretty antiquated point of view. Obviously, the entire global financial system is based off of exchanging money.
You know what you call giving people money without interest?
A gift?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not getting that money back.
Right. Yeah, in the Bible, it says that it's immoral to charge people interest. If they need money, you should just lend it to them.
Clearly, whoever wrote the Bible was broke as fuck.
I famously pointed out on the show once that Jesus was broke. And I dunked on his ass.
What?
You ate him all the way up.
What a fuck? Do people know that?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
So yeah, I took this brave stance. I saw this tweet.
Hey, let's see if this helps. Oh wait, no, he's got the tweet.
And this moment, it got even more, but I had 160,000.
He's got the tweet. Okay,
9
so
million views.
Thank God. You look, I was worried that he was just gonna try to narrativize this without showing how this started, but here it is, right? I think this is the first thing that happened. Now I don't know Mao, real Wow Mao, on on Twitter, real wow underscore Mao. Do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that? Or this must have been on 9/11, the anniversary that this happened. Or do they all believe that he hated that they can vote or something? Look, this was literally the narrative. If you watch media from that time, right? And you listen to speeches by George W. Bush, it'll be stuff like they hate us for our freedom. And obviously that is not why bin Laden did what he did. That being said, bin Laden was not a good guy. Bin Laden was a CIA asset. And maybe I think bin Laden, like the from what I've seen, it had to do with the United States having troops in Saudi Arabia. Bin Laden thinking of Saudi Arabia as being some sort of a holy place, and that the United States troops being there was a great affront to that to the entire like Muslim faith. If you read his letter, there is anti-Semitic stuff in there for sure. There is probably, I would not doubt that there's like anti-gay stuff there. I kind of don't want to get out the bin Laden letter and read it, like, right, Chad? I've never read it on stream. Again, I don't like have like a lot of like Hasan at one time said the US deserved 9/11. He went viral for that, and it caused a lot of controversy, but he never said anything like Osama did nothing wrong, or praised Osama bin Laden or anything like that. But I do think that there's some like misperceptions if in people that take the like speeches of George W. Bush completely seriously and think that Bush's description of bin Laden's beef with the United States is like all there is. Yeah, you'd be missing some stuff. But in terms of bin Laden himself, from what I remember from reading a little bit of the letter, yeah, he was homophobic, anti-Semitic, but like, here's what Ethan's doing. He's reading more into what Mao said than is in there, right? Like Mao is saying this is bullshit that Americans or like questioning, like, is this actually a thing that that Americans believe based on, the fact that Bush has said this, and that this is often just the reductivist explanation for the 9/11 attacks. But you don't see in here actually, like, you don't see praise for the guy. Even in this, I don't know who this is. I don't know if I agree with this person. I don't know if I disagree with this person. But all he said here is that it's wild that Americans believe that it's just about like they hated our freedoms. Because they could vote. Is that actually in his fucking letter? I mean, like, where are you getting this? Hated Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. Right? It's just like the explanation that he had like weird judgmental religious reasons for hating the US actually like makes more sense than this like, hey, they hate our freedoms. They hate our freedoms. They hate us from our freedoms. Osama bin Laden, he saw how free the American people are. He was like, they get to vote every 4 years. What is this? What is this? Send the attackers over there to, blow up their buildings. That'll teach them. You think you're so smart, Americans voting? And like, it's a cartoon character thing, right? So like, I don't necessarily find a lot of disagreement with what this person has posted. However, obviously, I'm not like denying what Ethan is saying as being present in his writings. Like, from what I understand, this stuff was present in his writings. He's not a like, he's a CIA asset that like turned on the US in many such cases, and maybe even used some of the training that he got from the CIA in order to go after America. And then an asshole like George W. Bush took advantage of that to send us into this misbegotten war on terror, which wasn't even about, Saudi Arabia or any of the countries that might have been involved, right? It was about Iraq. It was about an endless occupation of Afghanistan, even after bin Laden was dead. And bin Laden was not found in Afghanistan. He was found in Pakistan. I don't know what you want to say. This is a fucked up era of the American history. I hope that Ethan's not defending the war on terror here. But look, that would be me reading something into his thing that he didn't say. And that's why I'm stating it that way, that I hope that he's not saying that. I don't know.
So there's a lot of people on Twitter who are like, yeah, this guy's onto something. Do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that? Or do they believe he hated that they can vote or something? And what's interesting to me is that when I actually read his writings and learned about it, it occurred to me that, like, holy shit, that is kind of why he hates us. Which I think at the time, it seemed like so stupid to me, like, oh, they hate us for our freedoms. Like, what does it mean? But he says it right in his fucking thing, and I'll show that to you. I said, he did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states in his writings the reasons: homosexuality, lack of Sharia law, drug use, lending of money, and letting Jews run the country, or the world, frankly. Please read.
Wait, so Wow Mao is a YouTuber? Wow. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so here's some of the back and forth. Oh my god, I'm worried. I can't look at more of this. I'm a little bit worried that Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Narwhal by Nature really doing your part to keep everybody in the green. That's really nice of you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me read out the donos. I'm confused by this. And like I said, chat, I looked at enough of Wow Mao's account to know that there could be something on there that I can't show you. I don't know. I just got a feeling, I guess. Shadow Files, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Christian Strand, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Grey Knight 7777, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Vazen, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Rowdy, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Y'all just got weaseled. How does it feel? How does it feel to be weaseled? And that brings us up to 75%. We are literally 3/4 of the way towards the dono goal, which we very likely might hit. I still don't know how to add chooses violence into the poll at this point, because I really didn't anticipate this at all.
His writings before regurgitating tanky talking points and running defense.
Oh my god, Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the gifted membership to Jasper James. Nathan Drake says he's pretty big. He just makes meme content. Does he do YouTube? You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing, Izzy Sanchez. And thank you for weaseling, James Jasper. You've just what I was supposed to say. And that's a good thing. I just let people know, because otherwise they might be paying attention to something else. They might not realize that you just got access to exclusive content thanks to a kind and generous person in chat. So thank you, Izzy Sanchez. That brings us up to 78%. And both of you, make sure to let me know which of these topics you want to see next. You might have already told me, but I'll be on the lookout for what you say. Izzy Sanchez, is thanking. Oh no, is saying you're welcome. Well, thank you. But yeah, feel free to let me know. If you donate, you get the ability to kind of guide our stream into where it goes for bonus content. And so I'll be happy to put those donos where they matter and help the topic of your choice win the poll.
For a mass murdering, homophobic, anti-Semitic piece of shit, fuck Bin Laden, anyone trying to rewrite history.
BW.
Well, can you imagine? People started lining up to die
17%
of defending Bin Laden. I continued, by the way. So I wanted to provide some excerpts.
Okay, so wait, people, where's the defending Bin Laden? I don't see that yet. I actually don't see that. This isn't necessarily, like, I don't know Mao Wow. Maybe, I don't know what Mao Wao's feelings about Bin Laden are. I just don't read that in there. Wow Mao is just making videos like what British king and communist leader he would smoke with? Oh my god. I mean, that sounds like fun. So wait, so Wow Mao's not, it's not like a, Izzy Sanchez says, dunk on AJW. Dunk on AJW indeed. And thank you, Davy Cliff, for the super chat. Just makes videos of the British king / communist leader he would smoke with. That's what it looked like from the thumbnail. That brings us up to 81%.
People started lining up to die on this hill of defending Bin Laden. I continued, by the way. So I wanted to provide some excerpts from his letter. He said, "What are we calling you to do? What do we want from you?" He goes on to express the kind of conservative moral panic and righteousness that it's hard to believe a TikTok or whatever sport. That's true. We call on you to be a people of manners, principles, honor, and purity, to reject the immoral acts of fornication, homosexuality, intoxicants, gambling, and trading with interest.
Fuck, dude. A lot of my favorite things.
Dude, yeah. You are the worst
Maybe not the
civilization
trading with
witnessed by the history of mankind. And then here's another one, just again, he wrote a lot more, and it's all about, most of it is like shit like this. The first thing that we are calling you to do is to, sorry, let me reread that. The first thing that we are calling you to is Islam, complete submission to Islamism, and of the discarding of all the opinions, orders, theories, religions which contradict with the religion. Bin Laden later railed against the U.S. Constitution, lamenting, "You are the nation who, rather than ruled by the Sharia of Allah and its constitutional laws, choose to invent your own laws and will as you desire." I mean, you know.
Wait, did I do this wrong?
That you know, it's worth. Let's not oversimplify.
Oh yeah.
To the
wait.
Osama bin
I think
Laden's
it's
the good guy. I mean, and as a Jewish person, I have a hard time just.
Wait, it's supposed to be 83%. Thank you.
A guy who believed that like all Jews are evil and run the world, right? That this is like a based guy. You know, I'm not just. Anyway, whatever. So I was like, nobody's gonna actually die on this hill. It just annoys me, but they did.
I mean, just as an American, you should have a problem with that.
You know, like on one hand, like I understand that America fucked.
Wait, Wow Mao has the second best Haas video on his channel. Wait, on Haas's channel? So like Wow Mao argued with Haas?
With the Middle East a lot, and in a sense reaped what it sowed. But on the other hand, this guy is a terrorist who fucking hates Western democracy, liberal democracy, freedom, rights for people, and that is not what the fuck we're about.
Mm-hmm.
This is just like on Wow Mao's channel. Wait, so he has the second best Haas video on his channel? So you're saying like the second best Haas video that there is, the first one being when Haas came into my chat and we took him down using Wikipedia, much to his chagrin, of just like him trying to slide by of like, no, Nazgul? What would you say that I'm a Nazgul for? I'm not a Nazgul. Why would you say that I'm a national Bolshevik? I'm Infrared Haas. I believe in communism. I believe in in mecha-tankyism. I'm not a national Bolshevik. What, just because I read Dugin? Dugin is based. Dugin is based. That's what he said. After the cute bot video. Oh, I see. So the second most embarrassing. Are you sure? I thought that Fellow Traveler had the second most embarrassing video from Haas. Remember? Fellow Traveler debated Haas, and Haas was like, "That's what you are. You're BreadTube's fellow cuckler." He called Fellow Traveler fellow cuckler. Great. It's like a Trumpian insult right there. And Fellow Traveler just like calmly turns around to him and says, "But Haas, when you're saying I'm a fellow cuckler, wouldn't that mean that you are calling yourself also a cuck? If I am fellow cuckler, am I a fellow cuckler? Are we both right?" It's just like Haas like owned himself in Fellow Traveler just calmly. Have people listened to Fellow Traveler? He had a debate with Vosh too, where he revealed that Vosh does not know the meaning of the term market, despite being a market socialist.
I mean, yeah, also as an Arab or a Muslim growing up after 9/11, like Osama bin Laden has always been like...
Sorry, chat, do you like my Haas impersonation?
The idea of like evil in my mind, you know, for obvious reasons, like a lot of Americans, but also because what he did to our people, like and how people looked at us and all the abuse that we've gone through because of him. And Islam itself just...
And also, lest we forget that he's a CIA asset, right? He's literally somebody that worked with, for all he wants to talk about America bad, Osama bin Laden, and which America is bad, right? But he worked with America, right?
Not going to go into too deep about this, but Islam means peace. And Islam is all about, for religious people, is about you're supposed to share, you could share the knowledge, but never force someone by any means to become a Muslim.
Interesting.
So just
by any means?
Huh?
So not...
Wait, was bin Laden trying to force people to become a Muslim, though?
Flying an airplane?
No, yeah, none of that.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Interesting. They thought that would. We're like, oh shit. Well, you better. You know what? I'm seeing these guys are onto something.
This is like such bad content that Ethan's putting out here.
Like 9/11.
Like I don't even know what bro is talking about.
This cheese is spicy.
Yeah, I mean, if I want to extend a little bit of grace to some of these people that I'm assuming have not actually taken the time to fully read his manifesto.
Wait, did they actually show? Okay, here's what I want to know. Did they actually show somebody being bin Laden, like bin Laden is base, bin Laden is a hero, bin Laden? Did they actually show? Oh, great, that's gonna get clipped. That's gonna get clipped. Sunday. She's actually over there supporting Osama bin Laden right now as we speak. She's been radicalized. Islam has a wide spectrum of beliefs. Yeah, true, right? And people think of it in such narrow framework. What? Wait. What are you saying, Random Girl 3PO? Also, have you come with news? Have you come with news from the new Star Wars video game? I'm sorry, chat. I'm just like so distracted. There's so much weird stuff going on tonight. Some of it I can't even believe. It's just like, what? Doesn't Islam state that everyone is born Muslim and those who change faith? Well, I feel weird. Are those who change faith are reverts to Islam instead of converts? I don't know. I didn't read that. Like the only bit of like the Quran I'm familiar with has to do with something that I studied, right? Osama trained by the CIA, Hamas by the IDF, yeah. Some force people to stay Muslim? But what are they showing? Did I miss something, chat? Did they show somebody being glazed? Was there actually Osama glazing? Because that's what I care about. If somebody's like glazing Osama bin Laden, I mean, that's pretty cringe. Somebody's glazing the US, that's also pretty cringe. Yeah, I don't know Narwhal by nature. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on Islam by any means, despite the fact that I just made a a clip where it sounds like I'm. Why is Ethan so skinny? What he lost a lot of weight? Is that the answer you're looking for? I don't really know more about that. He's sick. Though thought it was some kind of autoimmune. He does have some health stuff going on for sure. I didn't know that was why he lost weight. I thought he was trying to lose weight.
You know, there are parts of it where he's critiquing, U.S. imperialism and messing with countries in the Middle East, like you said, and it can come across as like, okay, he's making some points here, but like you have to read on. Like
Yes.
you can't just read you can't read the back cover on this one. Like you should.
Chat says Ozempic. I cannot confirm that. I cannot confirm that for you.
You should delve a little bit deeper because the further you read, the more
Pedophile says I got a free Quran.
it's like, oh, he's fucking insane.
I'm trying to think. I've read. Let's see. What have I read? I've read the Old Testament, part of the New Testament, the Book of Revelations, some really interesting and weird stuff from the Book of Mormon, and what's the other one? Oh my God, chat. The weirdest thing I've ever read was a Mormon book, but it wasn't the Book of Mormon. It's about Abraham going to Egypt. Like ahistorically, like Abraham didn't actually exist and wouldn't have made sense for him to go to Egypt. But right, like supposedly Abraham goes to Egypt and an Egyptian priest tries to sacrifice him to some god, but because of his faith in Yahweh, he escapes. And in actuality, it was just that Joseph Smith had bought a mummy. Like there were dudes going around selling mummies at the time. Some people, I feel like I've read that the mummies ended up in some like health supplements, like ended up in some snake oil. Like there was some kind of products that they were selling where they'd like give you like mummy to eat, and it was supposed to make you healthy or something. Maybe it makes you live forever. Quran is based and quite beautiful. Yeah, I've never really read much about it. I know about some parts from from studying some. He's been trying to lose weight, no autoimmune disease diagnosed. Yeah, that's what I thought. BCAT-K knows more than most of us. Oh, about Ethan, yeah. I know that Blackbone, he was talking to Hasan regularly. He was working out. The dude has also been sick quite a lot. Yeah, that's
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the only thing I know that that Ethan's talked about health-wise that I've seen is Tourette's.
Exactly. Going down here, and basically that's
Osama mostly hated Shia people.
all I was saying, and I can't believe people actually got baited into defending.
I think Ethan is saying that because he refuses to learn what led to 9/11, that with that mindset, he thinks people are defending Osama. Well, yeah, I mean, like here's the thing about it, right? There's a thing called blowback. When the United States intervenes in a military way in the Middle East, right? So in other words, if you take a country that's not involved in an area and you get it involved in an area, then some people are going to feel a certain way about it, right? And I'm not talking about Osama here. I'm actually talking about like other people because it's not Osama that did that. Mummy jerky, right? It's like Osama had to get people to come over to the United States to train, to learn to fly planes, and then to do the hijacking and shit like that, right? So it's incumbent upon him that not just he feels this way, but that other people, that he can recruit people that have, a hatred for America for whatever reason, right? It doesn't even matter if he has like, hatred of the U.S. because the U.S. is gay and Jewish and whatever other kind of fucked up reasons he has for hating it. But then other people hate the United States because of something that happened because of the military intervention. He still got those recruits, right? They're not necessarily all that they have to do to like work with him is have a hatred, right? So things like the first Gulf War, or even let's go back further, right? Saddam was a ally of the United States before he was an enemy of the United States. And he was sort of encouraged to go to war with Iran after you look at it back and you just see this continuous pattern of United States interference in Iran, in Iraq, and then at some point it gets to where the United States is responding to people that it set up to do things, right? Responding to Saddam Hussein, who the United States set up to go to war with Iran, responding to the new government in Iran after having destabilized that country, right? But it all traces back to the United States, foreign policy, and that's not to say that gives that gives murderers like a clean slate. It doesn't. I'm not saying that, but it is something that we as Americans should look into trying to exert as much as we can electorally to stop it. Now, I say this knowing that both parties are a party to this kind of thing. Both the Democratic and Republican parties, endorse like these kinds of intervention that end up with blowback. So it's not exactly an easy thing to deal with. It's not exactly an easy thing to do, but a lot of the the terrorism that the U.S. experienced, particularly 9/11, seems to have been related to blowback that we got. Refuses to see 10/7 for what it is. He's misconstruing blowback discussions as bin Laden glazing. So that's what I thought. I didn't see any. I thought maybe I looked down when it happened and somebody was like, "Yay, bin Laden," but it doesn't seem like any. As far as what I'm seeing. As far as what I've seen, I don't see anybody glazing bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden, which I'm looking for. Where? Oh God, Info Brennan, the lady. Oh, that's my dream video.
Wait, what? Wait, who's that guy again? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember this guy. It's been a while. Infrabin? What the hell am I looking at? Creeping people out in the elevator?
Where's the first one of the comrade whatever?
I'll send you a...
I'm too far from the mic and it's affecting the sound. Let me see if I can turn the mic. Blindly invading is not always the best move after being attacked. The terrorists were not the country of Afghanistan. Yeah.
This is the album of your stories.
Thank you. Perfect. So the first thing I saw was this dude named Comrade Casey, who's responsible.
Okay, now that is Comrade Casey is this guy, North Star Radio. That's the same dude, right? North Star Radio, who made this video, that's Comrade Casey. That's who Hasan is watching here. So I don't know much about Mao Wow, but I do know who Comrade Casey is. Ethan Klein has never heard of historical analysis.
Wants to, and again, I'm showing his literal words. Comrade.
There was a moment in time where there were a ton of TikToks where kids would be like, "Oh my God, read bin Laden's letters. It makes so much sense." Yeah. So if he was talking about that, it would make sense. But I don't see. Do we see anything like that? Like I said, Chad, I'm distracted, right? I'm dealing with a bunch of different stuff, including some just really ridiculous stuff too, that I keep hearing about. But he's reverting back into his old anti-SJW ways. Some people say so.
Casey says Ethan Klein has never heard of historical analysis, and I'm thinking like,
yeah, I didn't see the glazing here, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. There was like a trend, I guess, on TikTok.
We can analyze it all we want. That's his literal.
I have a feeling, though, it was people reading it out of context, like reading parts of it and being like, yeah, that's right. The United States is doing XYZ, right? And then they didn't see the rest of the letter, which again is, yeah, like Ethan says, homophobic, anti-Semitic, etc.
Literal words. Like, he's just like, I hate Jewish people and I want to kill people who have freedoms, who aren't following Sharia law all the time. And they're like, well, what did he really mean by that? It's like, he said what he fucking meant. It's obnoxious, but
those were post 9/11 kids who were indoctrinated, not fully understanding. I mean, Zoomers, from what I understand, yeah, people that would have been born either after or slightly before 9/11.
This isn't actually the most obnoxious.
TikTok trend is unrelated. Yeah, these are not TikTok kids. These are, this is Comrade Casey. This is
FTW all DA, super chatted $5. Irene, we kind of have to watch the Wow Mower H3H3 response vid after Ethan blew up.
If it's good, is it good? Should we watch that? What do you think, chat? That sounds like fun. I'm here for that. And thank you for the $5 super chat. I will add it to the kitty. And that brings us up to 88%. Only 12% from hitting that dono goal. Ethan looks really terrible. He does look like he could use some sleep. I don't know. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. I mean, assuming it is like, safe for Twitch, right? I don't know anything about Wow Mao.
Then comes everybody's favorite Hasan.
Okay, so now he's saying everybody's favorite. He's talking about Frogan. Frogan is a mod for Hasan that Ethan has directed a lot of attention towards. Now, I know that Frogan obviously does not like Ethan and has, said some, doesn't have, has let her opinion that Ethan is not a good person be known. I don't know much more than that, but I also know that it seems like Ethan has directed a lot of attention. Look, chat, I mean, Frogan's are Frogan's concurrents that much higher than mine? If you take Twitch and YouTube and combine them, I think I don't think that what I'm trying to say, chat, I'm not trying to flex, I promise. I'm definitely not trying to flex. I'm saying that Frogan, like myself, is a fairly small streamer, from what I understand. So this is the biggest podcaster, the biggest video podcaster on YouTube, directing, a lot of attention Frogan's way.
Moderator.
And I don't understand. Maybe I haven't kept up, but I don't understand what Frogan might have done to warrant that. And I understand, look, when she says this motherfucker never shuts out, oh my god, I'm assuming that she's commenting on Ethan weighing in on world event stuff that maybe he doesn't have complete understanding of. But I don't know, right? That's my guess, right? It's just. But watch what he responds with. Watch what Ethan responds with, right?
I'm Rising Star. Let's make it 3. Frogan. I'm sorry, but the 2-time Rising Star thing is so funny. You get that once.
Are you sure she's 2-time?
Yes, I even fact-checked it. She won back-to-back.
Was Ethan just born with gray hair? I don't know. He is, he's what, 35 years old? He's not as old as people think.
Yeah, let's do a double fact check.
I think she only won it once.
No. Hold on.
He's only a little bit older than Hasan, right?
Rising Star Award twice.
Oh, she was nominated.
So she won once and was nominated.
Oh, wait, that's a good point. I feel I don't think I've ever seen Ethan with anything but gray hair. I don't actually. Yeah, I think I've seen older pictures of him too, and he also has gray hair.
They did the next year.
Yeah.
So she didn't win twice. So I mean, it's still funny. But I guess not as funny.
You know what's really funny is that we've got 103 likes tonight already. Can we push it even further? Is it possible? Chat, you know that if we do more likes, it'll bring more people into the stream. And look, that might be really valuable if I ever have to go up against any like larger content creators that are, I don't know, spreading lies about me. It might be really nice to have a bunch of people in the chat. I know that when drama like that comes down the line, it's kind of important to have as much reach as you possibly can get, because if you get like drowned out by somebody with a larger microphone, there's not much you can do. There's not much you can do if somebody's like lying about you on a much bigger platform. I would love to even those odds. So make sure to hit that like button. It'll bring more people into the stream. They're likely to be people that are a lot like you, right? YouTube will go through and literally recommend the channel to recommend the stream to people who have similar, like a similar watch history. You once considered buying Teddy Fresh? I haven't seen a lot of stuff that I would want to wear.
Well, it's been long enough. Let's get her back on the ballot. She said, so here I am saying, actually, Osama bin Laden bad. And her response was, this motherfucker never shuts up. Oh, my God.
I mean,
I'm just saying, chat, theoretically.
You could shut up yourself. Just saying, but like.
Well, every time I've gotten into it with her, she has started and to put herself.
Oh my God, FTW all day says, wow, Mao video will not break TOS. I promise. That's a promise that I trust. I trust FTW. He's 39. Oh, did I lie about him? I'm sorry. I thought he was 6 years older. Okay, sorry. Jeez. For some reason, I thought he was like 35. I just remember he's younger than most people assume. And that brings us up to 90%.
Conversation that I'm having. And then every time I say, okay, let's engage, then she's like, I can't believe he would focus on a smaller creator. It's like, listen, just stop talking shit. You know, this is
Ethan, I'm talking shit too. I'm not that much smaller. Do I have to worry about getting fucking lit up on your main stream for disagreeing with you? Is that how you're gonna run it?
the girl who was on in Hasan's Discord saying Ethan hates Arabs because I unfollowed.
There's ads and then there's damned ads. What ads are you getting, chat?
Followed her on Twitter. And just remember where this all started. I quietly unfollowed her on Twitter because I did not want any issues. She was posting stuff about October, about
Oh my God, chat. Do we need to go back and do like a deep dive on Ethan versus Rogan? I kind of don't like that idea though, right? Because I feel like the more attention that there is towards Rogan, the more Rogan is likely to get harassment. And that's the real issue. Like I said, chat, when somebody much larger than you is lying about you, it's really hard to deal. Even if you're verifiably right, even if they've got nothing on their side and they're just pulling shit out of their ass, it's very hard to deal with, you know, somebody punching down at you. And there are a lot of content creators that like to punch down, unfortunately.
October 7th that I thought was distasteful and was upsetting to me. And so I silently unfollowed her. I don't know what's a better way to do than that. And from that, she started, you know, shitting and pissing and saying that I'm Islamophobic, that I hate Arabs and that all this kinds of stuff. And it's like, okay, well, let me say something about that.
Okay, does Rogan have a video? Should we watch Rogan's video? Like, I don't want Rogan to, I don't know. I just hate that she's having to go up against somebody. Like, chat, my understanding is that Rogan gets like 100 or so concurrents. Ethan's concurrents are like 40,000 or more. I don't mean to pry, but you should make some merch. That's not prying. You would buy it? What kind of merch would you like, chat? I've thought about maybe doing like some coffee because I drink a lot of coffee, or even like a coffee mug or something like that, you know, because the Void coffee. But I don't want to give you cheap merch. I don't want to give you shitty merch. I don't want you to feel obliged to buy merch. If I offer merch, it's because there's people that would like, they want to support the stream, but they also want to have something in return. And that's the cool thing about merch. But yeah, we'd have to find just the right stuff. I don't want to be like Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to give you like a cheap like cardigan. YouTube keeps disconnecting me from chat. Has anyone else experienced that? Are you on mobile? Weasel plushies? Okay, now I did look. Okay, so you see the Boblax plushie on Ethan's desk? I looked into this. I think that I found the place where Boblax gets this. And they did. Well, no, his doesn't look cheap. His looks okay. Like, this looks like, well, I found one place that it's the same place that Sunday uses, and they do plushies, right? And the problem was that you've gotta. So here's how it works, right? If I put plushies on the merch site, what happens is that people can buy them, but they're not buying them. They're pre-ordering them. And when that, I don't know, what's like 50? There's like a certain like minimum order, right? So when 50 of the plushies get ordered, then they ship. But what sucks about it is that, like, let's say that I put Weasel plushies on there and, like, I don't know, 45 people ordered them. And just no matter how much I tried, there was only 45 people interested in. That would be, you know, them having to wait. That would be them having to wait for 5 more people to buy it. And I don't know how long that could take.
So of course I had to respond here, and I said,
Wait, Ophelia's talking about makeship? No, I was actually thinking, oh my god, it's something that YouTube uses. I can't remember. Is it fourth wall? You've just been weaseled. And that's a food thing? Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. You said food thing. I want some food, not weasel food, but like just like human food would be great.
oh, here's what I said. I said, tankies falling over themselves to defend Osama bin Laden should tell you all you need to know about their movement. And you really do. It's like you can like give historical analysis, but this guy is literally saying like, wow, are you dumb that he hated us for our freedoms? And it's like, well, he did, and other things.
So look, as far as I can tell, look, if I saw people like glazing Osama bin Laden, that would be beyond cringe. But all I see here is Ethan glazing George W. Bush and his bullshit speech that got the United States into the war on terror, which was harmful to the United States, harmful to other countries, resulted in, like, I don't even know how many deaths, chat. A lot. You know how many people died in Iraq? Ethan is just an actual. Avery says Ethan is an actual chud logic. Lol. Kind of
what the
is.
fuck do you mean?
This is chud logic.
Anyway,
This is chud logic at home. This is chud logic in America.
here is Frogan telling me to shut up when don't shut your mouth when you're criticizing Osama bin Laden. I said, this is a Hasan mod telling me, a Jewish man, to shut the fuck up because I dare to say Osama bin Laden was bad and hated Jews. Please understand this is why Leftovers ended and that her voice is not fringe within his community. And yeah, I mean, I've never come out and said it explicitly, but it is kind of, I think I.
Okay, so from what I've seen here, right? This is so bad faith. This is so fucking bad faith. Like, maybe it's out there, but I didn't see anybody being anti-Semitic. I didn't see anybody glazing bin Laden, defending bin Laden. I saw people dunking on George W. Bush, which I would assume that I would have thought that Ethan would have agreed with, right? That fucking bullshit logic. They hate us for our freedoms, therefore, like, let's go to war. And anyway, you could say that maybe it's a little bit bad faith of me to put the war on terror on what Ethan's saying. But I'll tell you, it's not any worse faith than what he's doing with Rogan. It's not any worse faith than what he's doing with Wow Mao. Like, you're reading extra into what these people are saying. And then you're pushing back on that extra that just doesn't exist there, right? Look, if you've got a legitimate claim against somebody, even a smaller content creator, speak your truth, King. Speak your truth. But if you're just looking for some bullshit allegation, a way to weaponize, and especially, Chad, in a time in which anti-Semitism is on the rise, is majorly on the rise, and does sometimes hide behind a patina of, you know, trying to be pushing back against the you know, slaughter that's going on in Gaza. So sometimes does try to like, you know, Infrared Haas, for instance, like, right, all the Nazbols, they tried to kind of mix in to the pro-Palestine movement, and when they went to schools, people told them to get fucking lost. They didn't want anything to do with them. But yeah, there is anti-Semitism out there right now, real anti-Semitism. It's on the rise. It's becoming. Look at Twitter. Look at Twitter, right? This is really fucked up for him to just like randomly like throw around accusations of anti-Semitism at Hasan's community based on people disagreeing with George Bush's characterization of the Osama bin Laden's rationale. Does he really broadcast his podcast on an FM radio station? I think that's, I don't know. Is that a green screen? I can't tell.
Have more or less.
Yeah, I was gonna say that kind of those look like ADATs. It does kind of look like an old school setup, right? You see the things with the red button and the green button? It looks like an ADAT, right? Which is like it's a digital medium for recording stuff, but it's not one that really gets used any. Do people still use ADATs?
But like, yeah, I mean, his community is the reason that I no longer wanted to do the show. It was not all of it, but like a large contingency of it was really, in my opinion, not something I wanted to be involved in.
The dialogue that they were having about us was pretty wild.
It was, in my opinion, not something I wanted to be involved in, and not something I certainly wanted to have on my channel and promote and have people entering a community that says such things about me. You know what I mean? Like,
Chat, is there anybody whose choice of content that I've missed so far? I feel like I haven't gotten everybody's down, right? We're at 90%, and we got like a total, let me count this up, it's like 32, 35, 56, right? So there's like a few of you out there that I haven't heard from yet. Now, you don't have to vote. You don't have to participate in the poll this way, but just know that when you do donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see as our bonus content, and I'll add your donation to the percentage on the topic of your choice. Or you could say Vox Populi if you just want to throw it back to the voters. Vox Populi de-emphasizes the effect of the donations and re-emphasizes the effect of the vote. So that's always an option too. I just want to make sure that I'm not shorting anybody on their donation. Narwhal by Nature says Brianna Wu. All right. Wait, did I already add yours though? Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu. It's got 17%. That's true. You hate it when the girls fight? Yeah, I know what you mean, Goobular. My mom got some kale chips for me started. Yo, new Anna, you're so lucky. Kale chips are my fave. They're one of my faves. You know what I got tonight to kind of match your kale chips? I've got seaweed snack. It's not quite the same. It's not quite as filling as kale chip, but it's still good. And it's because I'm a mermaid. I have to eat, seaweed every now and then, or else I start to turn into sea foam. That was what the Little Mermaid was missing, by the way, right? She didn't realize it was a nutrition problem. Ursula gaslit her that there was a curse that she was going to turn into sea foam, but she just needed to eat the seaweed.
Now, I don't believe Hasan has these views, but or at least he doesn't voice these views. I don't believe he does. He's more thoughtful. But a lot of people, for some reason, in his community, do have these views. And I continued on here. And again, as a Jewish man in a time of rising anti-Semitism, like, who the fuck are these people to tell me what?
This is what sucks about this, right? It really is a time of rising anti-Semitism. He's right about that. But he's trying to do, oh God, here's what's gross about Ethan Klein. He started off his career as an anti-SJW. And then he said he changed. He had a change of heart. He didn't like what he was doing. You know, he's here for trans rights. What do they have like a minute of silence? What is their whole thing with, like, they have some kind of minute of silence for gay rights, or a minute of contemplation, or a minute of pride? I can't remember. You thought that was seaweed? This is seaweed. This is definitely seaweed. But now you see him enacting what is essentially a parody of social justice, of standpoint epistemology, if you will, right? And using it in a way that is identical to the right-wing straw man of what social justice is, right? That's like oh yeah, well, I win this argument because I'm like, that's not what that's about, right?
What is and isn't anti-Semitic, and what I should and shouldn't be offended by. Like, imagine lecturing any other minority group on like what is and isn't okay. And this whole Zionism thing is just so fucked up. It's basically a purity test on Jews. You got to be, are you a good Jew or a bad Jew? So in what world is that normal to be like, sorry, no Zionists, death to Zionists?
In what world is that normal? That's this world, Ethan. Ben Shapiro's enacting a purity test every minute. Right? I mean, you've heard the way that people have gone after Sam Cedar for supporting Palestine. There's a purity test, all right, but it's in the other direction.
Zionists. So, you know, you got all these campuses.
Ethan is just mad that he hasn't been weaseled yet.
There's no Zionists allowed. So they're saying, are you a good Jew or are you a bad Jew? That's the conversation. And again, I emphasize this because I don't think people appreciate it, but 90% of the world's Jews would be considered Zionist.
So what do you, like, I think he's saying that 90% of the world's Jews are like pro the ethno-national settler colonial project of Israel. Because look, there's different ways that like Israel can exist, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be an ethno-state. The currently constituted state of Israel is also looking at is looking at annexing the West Bank, doing who knows what to Gaza. But I'm not sure he's right about that. I've never seen what statistics he's talking about. He wasn't anti-SJW. I feel like he was just making fun of everyone in silly moments. I just realized what fan base he was creating and didn't like it. Well, that's what I mean. He was servicing anti-SJW viewers, right? So whether or not he himself was like, I don't know. But now what he's doing, it's kind of like a parody of like what a 2016 right-winger would think that SJWs were, right? That's how he's just taking identity and using it as like a cudgel.
And I think that the whole Zionist thing is like again, not all Zionists are anti-Semitic, but a lot of anti-Semites are using this Zionism cover as like a...
He's throwing misleading data. I don't think he has data, though. I don't know if a data like this exists. Zara says, I don't believe that stat. Yeah, look, I'm not saying that most like Jewish people are like anti-Israel. Also, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because like I feel like Israel is like like, look, I'm not speaking of from a position. I'm not speaking from a place of my identity. Just to make that clear, right? It's not my culture, but from what I understand, yeah, like Israel is part of the history of the culture of the tradition of the people, right? There's a connection there. There's a history there, just like there's a history for a lot of people with that area. But that doesn't mean that it is a connection between the people and their culture and the ethno-nationalist project that's going on there, headed by Netanyahu. And whatever you want to say about theoretical, like, Zionism, how the state of Israel could have been, this is the way it is now. This is who's in charge now. And they're not just in charge by accident. Netanyahu's not exactly popular right now, but he's not unpopular for the reasons of the, carnage that's going on in Gaza. He's unpopular because of, judicial reforms and because of his unwillingness to negotiate to get hostages back home who could have been alive had he been willing to negotiate, right? And I mean that's what Israel is right now. It's not, and if Netanyahu loses and somebody else is selected, it's not going to be somebody from the left, and it's certainly not going to be somebody with a vastly different policy on Palestine. So I just don't know what Israel Ethan thinks he's supporting, because the one that matters is the one that's here now. And sadly, that is not a Israel that's allowing us a two-state solution to go forward. Granted that the two-state solution is an already compromised position over, what should be just a singular secular state, irrespective of anyone's religion, where each, everyone there is enfranchised. Everyone there gets to vote.
As a easy backdoor to being like deeply anti-Semitic.
You could also be a Christian nationalist Zionist. Yeah. There's many such cases, Shadow Files. You're right. A lot of Christians like tie Israel and the Jewish people into their weird end time prophecies, where they believe that the Jewish people have to be in Israel for their Jesus second coming prophecy to come true, and that includes, like, a lot of death and suffering of the Jewish people, and then the rest of them converting to Christianity. That's not a very pro Jewish thing right there, and that's a massive percentage of the Zionists that are, the Zionists in the world are like evangelical Christians who have obviously no love for the Jewish people.
Because again, you're doing a purity check on me, saying, are you the good Jew or the bad Jew? And that's just fucking insane. You can't do that to anyone else. And again, it's 90%. That part of the propaganda is they convincing people that Zionism is not the majority of Jewish people, and that it's some fringe belief and stuff. But that in actuality, it's 90% of Jews who support Israel. And if they were overtly hating 90% of an ethnic group, that would make them racist. So it's kind of like a mind trick to allow them to be racist without having to be racist. And again,
it's also the way the word is being used. I don't feel like
it's being deployed like a slur. Yeah.
If somebody says that to me, I get
called that all the time.
It feels like they are.
Here's the annoying thing. Like, I have heard, like, some people like Sneeko. I feel like I've heard Sneeko using it like that, right? So I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but my understanding of like a lot of people's problems with Zionism and Zionists is the settler colonial nature of the philosophy, the sort of pro ethno nationalist belief. That's and like I said before, it's not that there's something wrong with like seeing like Israel as being crucial to your identity as a Jewish person, right? It is, you know, it is central, you know, to the history, to the culture, to the people. But that's different than Israel as a ethno-nationalist project, as a settler colonial project, which I would think to a lot of Jewish people that I know would be kind of an affront to their values.
Cursing me, and it feels like a bad word.
Oh, it is. They use it like that. And again, I'm a Jew who is like, by any means, certainly, if I am Zionist, the least Zionist of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I get called a Zionist up and.
That's a weird thing to say, considering that a lot of the considering that like organizations like Jewish Voices for Peace exist. That's a weird thing to say. Like I was saying in the beginning, and like I'm trying to be nuanced here. Ethan is not the worst, right? His viewpoint on this is not the viewpoint. You know, he's not like pro Netanyahu. But again, I ask you, right, to be pro Israel at this point, like what Israel are you in favor of? Because there is an Israel that exists right now, and it's led by Netanyahu, and it's killing tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of innocent Palestinians. So
down the fucking internet all day, every day, by Nick Fuentes people, by Sneeko people, and by Hasan people.
And that's what I was saying earlier, is there really is a rise in anti-Semitism, right? If you just have to look on Twitter, and not just Twitter, like the conservative movement, it's becoming mainstream. There's a lot more people willing to like go mask off in their anti-Semitism now than, I don't know, like 5, 10, whatever years ago.
You know? And like, I shouldn't have to fucking take it. You know, we were taught that being a racist for the
look. I don't think you should have to take Sneeko shit or Fresh and Fitz shit, but you know, part of understanding this issue is like understanding the difference between Sneeko and Fresh and Fit and like a mod from Hasan's community.
last 2 decades that being a racist is the worst thing you can be.
Right.
And I happen to agree that it's a very bad thing to be. However, when it comes
like everything about this, it sounds like a right winger trying to appropriate what they think is like intersectional leftism, what they think is like social justice, right? Everything about what he's saying, it sounds like a mockery of like a standpoint epistemology. I don't know.
to Jews, it's like, oh, not you though.
Like, I'm just not, like, people have said before that Ethan is a grifter and that he doesn't really believe in anything, and he's certainly, you know, has not changed since. The only thing that's changed for him is that he's a much larger creator with much higher stakes around, you know, his public relations. And I've always kind of pushed back against this. I've always kind of hoped that this wasn't true, right? He's putting his ego before a genocide?
You're a Zionist. Also, Zionism, again, when I say Zionism, it's not about Middle East domination. It's not about racism. It's not about apartheid. It literally just means that, like, Jewish people having a country. That's all it means.
Brady says it's so counterproductive for Ethan to willfully weaponize this conversation because of the need to defend his ego and deflect criticism. Yeah, and look, I would add one more thing to that, right? Seems like he's drama farming. This feels like he's drama farming. This feels like his ability to milk drama out of like the Trish Paytas situation or the what's the guy's name? Ryan Kavanaugh situation. It feels like a lot of his drama is like dried up for him, so he's like he's out trying to cultivate some drama with Hasan's community.
Everything else is extra. Everything happening in the West Bank and Gaza is extra. It's just to do with Jews wanting to have a homeland. It was galvanized specifically after World War II when all the surviving Jews said, like, let's not fucking do that again. And they said, let's.
Ethan, do you have any idea how ironic what you just said was? Let's not do that again. Now, look, I'm not comparing, like, I don't think there's a need to compare what's going on to Germany, but if the end result is that genocide is enabled, like, let's not let that happen again. Yeah, never again, right? That's what he's saying, never again. Shouldn't never again mean, like, for anyone? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But never again is not about, like, the people that are targeted necessarily for a genocide. It's like never again for anyone.
Let's get a country. So
like, this is dark. This is fucking dark.
we don't have to rely on other countries to protect us and to, like, tolerate us, because, you know, as we know, the history of the Jewish people is just like expulsion after expulsion and then into Holocaust.
What's going on right now in Gaza is an expulsion.
And so they said it came from this desire. It predates World War II, but it was galvanized afterwards to say, like, we should get a country so we don't have to do this anymore. That's it. That's all it is. And read the polls. I think it's people need to reckon with this fact that 90% of Jewish people.
Shouldn't a country be, like, not belonging to, like, one specific group? Like, what the fuck is this? Let's get a country? Like, can you imagine it? Oh my god, chat, this is the parallels of what he's saying to, like, I don't know, some of the, you know, some of the actual, like, you know, American ethno-staters is actually quite striking. That's literally, like, what they want to do. They want to go up to Idaho and get a country.
People think that the state of Israel is important to their identity, or that means something to them.
See, that's, that's fine. That's fine. Like, meaning something to you is different than let's fucking let's do settler colonialism, right? Those two things are not the same.
Again, all the other bad shit, the, like, you know, the warmongering, war cabinet, Netanyahu, the fucking, all the checkpoints in the West Bank and all the war happening in Gaza and all this types of shit is extra.
What does that mean? What does he mean? I don't understand what he means by it's extra.
It's got nothing to do with Zionism. This is just a bad government doing bad things.
Right.
Yeah.
But it is the government of Israel. And even if Netanyahu, you know, leaves office, the government that would replace him is not going to be markedly different in terms of its policy towards the Palestinians. Like, this is the state of Israel as it exists right now. This is where that, you know, project has led. Like, what other Israel are you imagining that is not quote unquote extra? Where's the road back to that? Like, what are you talking about?
That's so.
This is really fucking dark, Chad. I did not expect. I expected this to be just Ethan. I mean, and a lot of it is Ethan just, like, reaching, just trying to create drama, right? Trying to redo the Trish Paytas thing with, like, Hasan's community or whatever, right? A lot of this is just, has nothing to do with Zionism? Yikes. Like, what? Oh my god, I'm trying to imagine, like, a parallel to this, right? any way you slice it, whether you want to choose like the parallel of the United States, whether you want to choose the parallel of South Africa, like it's fucking gross.
You know, it's frustrating and it's hurtful to see people who are. And by the way, the thing with Frogan too is like, she was apparently a big fan of the show for years since we started doing Leftovers. And I've never hid my views. Like I'm married an Israeli. I lived in Israel. So I don't know what all of a sudden, like, I'm a Zionist all of a sudden. It's like, well, I don't know. But imagine saying to someone who is like, Osama bin Laden bad, actually. This motherfucker never shuts up. Somebody said, and I can't remember who, but I'd like to give you credit, that it's like when the quartering, he quote tweeted, he has this famous.
Again, I didn't see you show the person that was saying Osama bin Laden good, actually. So your reaction, it doesn't make sense. Now, if that's there, then yeah, that's fucking cringe. But you're reacting to a straw man that you've created out of a community that you seem to be starting drama with. You seem to be cultivating and farming drama with. That's what I'm seeing. This is gross. Like, of all the things to fucking create, like, what is wrong with this guy? What is wrong with this guy that this is where he looks for drama? Look, farming drama off of Trish is one thing, right? I don't fucking care. You do you, right? You do you, whatever. The fly in the ink moment for me is that we should have never paid for someone's suffering with the suffering of somebody else. I totally support Jewish people having a homeland, but it's the fact that it has to come to other people. It's not a place. Wait, what did they call? What was the phrase? Like a place without a people for a people without a place was like the original idea. And that is definitely not what this project is.
Quote tweet where he goes, someone said like Hitler is bad. And then he quote tweeted it and said like, there we go. Yikes. It's like Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, you're really stretching, dude. You're really fucking stretching.
Bad. Frogan's like, yikes.
I hate to see a larger content creator picking on somebody who is, look, I counted it, chat. What are we talking? Like 400 times smaller. I may be overestimating. Maybe make it 200 times smaller or 150 times smaller. Either way, like a much smaller content creator than you, just like reaching out to try to put words in people's mouth that aren't actually coming out of their mouths, right? Just to farm drama off of somebody that can't really fight back, and with the end goal maybe being to try to draw Hasan into this, right? Maybe, to push Hasan by attacking somebody that he cares about until he strikes back, and then you've got your drama with Hasan. FTW all day. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thembo. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Passing wind. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Gelatinous biscuit. You've just been weaseled. These are some great. That's a good thing. Chatter names. Christy M. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Digital K. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. A hijabi Muslim woman with 400 times less subs. I mean, I hope I'm not like shorting Frogan on the size of her, chat, the size of her. I literally don't know. I'm just like, from what I've heard from other people, she's like 400 times smaller than Ethan. And look, I don't have a lot of patience for larger content creators that punch down, especially when they have to lie. They have to lie to get the drama that they seek. I don't have a lot of patience for that.
Why even stick your neck out there for Osama bin Laden?
I didn't see that. I would have loved you to have shown me that. I would have loved. Maybe I missed it. Chat, did I miss it? Is it there? Was somebody being like, "Oh yeah, fucking, we gotta defend Osama"?
So I responded. to the inevitable anger. Let me say I give zero fucks about Frogan's crocodile tears. I'm not saying she actually cried, by the way. I saw people saying, did she actually cry? I don't know. If I was just talking. Just that she complains when I talk about her, that I'm a big creator and I shouldn't talk about
I wouldn't be surprised considering the kind of harassment that's been directed her way.
Small creators. She has inserted herself in the middle of my conversations many times and cries when I respond to her. She's an official representative of Hasan's community, and the pressure should be on her to behave better and not make his entire community look bad. And I also blame Hasan for continually hand-waving her horrific behavior to the point that it feels to me like an endorsement. And this is
You are definitely trying to start drama with Hasan. That's what this is. That's what Ethan's doing. This is so sad. And chat, you're going to see it in a second, the way that Hasan talks about Ethan. It's nothing like this. I think Frogan is big enough that she's fair game. Circa, like, from what I'm hearing, like, she's not that much bigger than me. Am I fair game? Would it be okay if some shithead content creator tried to farm drama off of me? Like, I just don't respect punching down. You gotta admit, Circa, that this is punching down. This is punching way the fuck down. He keeps on... Oh, Hasan literally took up for him. Yeah, took up for him. Well, we're going to see that in a second, if it's what I think it is. Limon Russ, are you talking about when Hasan reacted to the North Star radio video? Is that what you're talking about? Hasan goes to bat for Ethan all the time. Yeah, and like I try to represent that too, in terms of how people talk about Ethan, that he is not like the worst, right? His opinions, his takes, they're not like, I don't know. And that's not the problem. It's just this, like, it's how stubborn he is on his viewpoints and his willingness to turn this into, you know, essentially like an attack on a smaller content creator attached to Hasan that looks to me to be bait for Hasan. That's what this looks. I don't think it's about Frogan at the end of the day. I mean, maybe he just doesn't want Frogan saying shit about him, but that's such a weird, like, to be worried about a 400 times smaller content creator having an opinion on you. Lots of smaller content creators have opinions on me, chat, and you don't hear about them. I don't talk about them. You would never know. You would never know watching me.
This is the issue. And fuck Osama bin Laden in this life and the next. Yeah.
Is Ethan doing a cuffles when Ethan lies about people's mods in order to draw them into a conflict and drama for clicks? It kind of sounds like it. Ethan, you're cuffles at this point.
That's my problem. Frogan's been doing.
Oh shit! Did I count the FTW all day? Did I get where you're putting your money as far as, like, so when you donate, and we've, I think, hit the sub goal at this point, right? When you donate, you have the right to let me know which of the topics in the poll right now. Look, we got Brianna Wu leaves the left. We got MTG versus Laura Loomer. We got AJW, Actual Justice Warrior, that is. Simps for Anna Kasparian. And we got Breathe Into Your Balls. Breathe Into Your Balls. Pretty sure Israel did the Nakba when Bin Laden would have been like a kid. Says Eric.
Doing this shit, and people like her. The whole mod team, from what I've seen, or most of them, are very much this. I mean, and, you know, it makes Hasan look bad. It makes me, as his friend, feel bad. And it makes me feel like he's endorsing their opinions. You know, it's one thing to tell me in private, like, you know, just so you know, like she's just this way, and I know that she doesn't mean it, and all this kinds of stuff. But like, it's another thing to publicly continue to platform her and also not to address a massive portion of your audience that is just straight up fucking anti-Semitic. And not all, obviously, like the vast majority of them are cool. And a lot of people watch both of our shows, and that's cool
Oh, Bin Laden wasn't even born yet in 1948.
and good. But there is a lot of people in his audience, and I don't believe he's willing to reckon with this, that are anti-Semitic. They are. Or just like overly hateful, even. Not even anti-Semitic, just like overly hateful, you know?
Wait, so what? Are you walking it back now? Like,
so that's what I mean here, to call out Hasan a little bit, is that as a friend of his, I feel like absolutely fucking worthless to the way he's running his community. And I just think, like, if one of our mods was like shit talking one of my friends, like, they would not be working with us. You know what I mean? If like one of our, like
the way you're talking about him, it doesn't sound like a friend. Unless by friend you mean frenemy. Is that what you mean, Ethan? Is this the meta?
If Avery,
is this the meta now?
God bless his soul, and he's the sweetest guy ever and would never do anything. But like, if he started tweeting with like calling Tana like a skank and a slut or something, I mean, that's.
This man dropped 20K on a device because he refuses to work on himself and stop saying disgusting shit about marginalized communities or SA victims. Is that why he installed the button? I still don't understand how the button costs 20K, but maybe I guess it does. And chat, this is like scary, right? Because like I don't think that I am that much smaller than Frogan, and you know, if like I'm doing a stream, like I don't know. Ethan doesn't know who I am. Luckily, I'm not a mod for anybody that Ethan cares about, but it's just like, I don't know, like bounds of reason in terms of attacking people without a platform to speak back.
I'm being hyperbolic, but you think that we would be cool with that? That I would let him continue to be a moderator and to continue to have lead conversations in our Discord and our chats? Fuck that. Hell no. You know, no. So I say this with great regret, and I hate to be controversial on this Friday.
Oh, you're Gubular saying that Ethan made the button, I'm guessing you're saying, because he made a joke that was like in the form of a threat at the NRA.
Fuck Osama bin Laden.
Wow.
I know it's a brave stance to take.
Well, no, it's an especially brave stance to take when you haven't even shown us who you're pushing back against, right? I haven't seen the person being glazing Osama.
And I hate to have to.
Didn't H3H3 technically do the canceling thing to a mod? To the mod? It's like breaking the golden rule of YouTube. Wait, you mean with Rogan or?
Be the one to say it. But fuck Osama bin Laden. Oh, I saw Frogan's responses like, I never said I support Osama bin Laden. It's like, well, what did you mean then? She said the same thing before when she.
He doesn't understand what, like, anyway. I mean, I don't know what anybody means, right? It's like, you know, hard to interpret, but I take it as like, who are you fucking talking to? Like, who are you talking to, right? Because, like, the person you're responding to, and we'll watch Mau Wow's video in a sec. Let me find that. I'll find Mau Wow's video. We'll watch that. FTW suggested that we watch that. Mau Wow did a clapback video that apparently is safe for Twitch, I am to understand. Hopefully that bears out. But I trust FTW. So we'll take a look at that. But yeah, this isn't like you're responding to Mau Wow, and Mau Wow never said, you know, glory to Osama bin Laden. That's gonna get clipped. This is all gonna be on Sunday's next drama stream.
She was like, what did you think resistance looked like? And referring to October 7th. And I'm like, well, what do you mean
He all but accused Wow Mao. Yeah, and I just didn't see that from Wow Mao's tweet.
by that? She goes, I wasn't saying that they're the good guys.
Wait, is it Woa Moa? I'm sorry, am I saying this person's name wrong? It's Woa Moa, not Wow Mao.
Well, what do you mean?
What does it mean when you tell Ethan to shut up?
When I'm saying Osama bad. This mother.
It means that you're not arguing with anyone. You are doing a straw man. You are doing a little bit of something that I'm not logged into Discord right now, so I can't hit on the soundboard, but maybe it's for the best. Maybe it's for the best. Yeah, this is frustrating, and it's sad. I didn't realize how dark this was going to get.
I mean, listen, if you don't know.
I was like, Saturday, let's do like low stakes drama, and here I am like talking about genocide. Fuck.
What your words mean, then you need to be probably not entering this conversation. If you can't choose your words good enough.
He's shadowboxing a Hasan that doesn't exist, well, or even a Wow Mao that doesn't exist, or a Woamoa, whatever. It's Mao. It's Wow Mao.
Because there's no other reasonable way to interpret that, in my opinion. You know, and that's basically my explanation. I got tilted. I've been upset about all the anti-Semitism that I'm seeing. I mean, listen, it's so commonplace. It's everywhere on the internet. I've never seen it like this in my lifetime. It's nonstop. This guy's running up on me.
Well, then why are you pushing back on this rather than, I don't know, like any of the million other like shithead Twitter accounts that are doing like, it's just wild. It's almost like he doesn't take this quote unquote anti-Semitism as like seriously as like a anti-Semitism coming from Elon's hell site.
I mean, essentially, again, calling us Zionists, saying I look like a rapist and that I'm ugly.
I mean, poor Brad Taste had to apologize for taking a picture with us.
Right. Right.
And,
exactly.
having a whole storm in his life ever since, I feel like.
By the way, speaking of Brad, poor Brad,
yeah.
His life has fallen apart ever since he met me. Did you think about that? All this terrible stuff happening is
hopefully it takes a break and takes, I don't know, takes good care of himself.
Let's get him into Brad the Bull. Let's build him up.
Brad the Bull.
Yeah, so I know a lot of y'all don't want to believe it and you don't want to hear it, but we don't let other people just sit and take like racism and disgusting shit being said about them. And so, you know, I'm not going to sit here and take it about myself. And I've never in my life.
Wait, did he actually defend like wait, are we talking about Brad Taste in music, right?
Life had to like address anti-Semitism or anything like this. You know what I mean? Like I've never seen it like this before.
I thought that so my understanding of the Brad Taste in music is that this guy who does like music reviews, actually the guy that I found out that my then favorite VTuber was racist from. Thank you, Brad Taste in music, for that. Right? Did not realize that Kelly had such a sordid history. Yeah. Well, but yeah, this is took a picture with Ethan Klein, showed it on social media. People complained because they, you know, obviously like Ethan's kind of inserted himself into this issue in a way that's, you know, that a lot of people disagree with, and so Brad Taste apologizes for it, and then my understanding was that when he apologized for it, Ethan was like, wait a minute, why do you have to apologize for me? What did I do? You know, like, right? And then he got kind of stuck in between like people in his community that didn't like him associating with Ethan Klein, and then the Ethan Klein people that were like, hey, why are you dragging Ethan? Is that kind of what happened? Do I understand that correctly? Any Brad Taste in music knowers in chat?
Forever. And it's troubling, you know, and I don't talk about it all the time, and I don't plan to really talk about it at all ever unless it just like comes up like this. Because listen, Jews aren't the most it's not like they're the most oppressed group. I mean, Jews in America enjoy a lot of of freedom and respect within the culture. Some people said it's the golden age of Jews in America. And that's true. Okay. But I'm also seeing...
So I don't know if there's going to be much more here. Let's take a look at this Wow Mao video, and then we'll finish off with Hasan's video, and then we'll do some bonus content. Make sure if you've donated, you can let me know in the chat which of the topics that we've got for tonight, which of the topics you see in the poll that you want to see next. I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is and add some points on your behalf to the topic of your choice. Also, if you donate, you can do that. This poll is still going on, and new donations affect this as well. We've still got a little bit more. We still got a little bit more to cover, don't we? Gotta put the mute off. Got it muted in 2 ways. Oh my God, is this music okay though? Do Americans know why bin Laden did all that, or do they still believe that he hated that we can vote or something? That's the original tweet. Ethan says, tankies falling all over themselves to defend Osama bin Laden should tell you all you need to know about their movement.
I got a script.
You look like a baby, Bell. I'm still recording.
Dude, get over here.
What are you watching?
I gotta be cursed, right? I'm cursed to blow up every 2 years for some completely horrible reason. That's basically not my fault, right? I'm always innocent in these situations. I'm always innocent. So I just got back from my flight in the Middle East just to see that my tweet about 9/11 blew up. Huh? I wasn't around for 9/11. I was born into a post-9/11 world. Everything around me is a reaction to 9/11. As I said, I just got back from the airport. I had to take off my shoes. I had to go through rigorous security. It was a pain in the ass, and that's all thanks to that event. That does put me at a disadvantage when it comes to talking about 9/11. I don't know what life was like before then. I don't know what the world was like when those buildings were still up. What else do I fucking talk about? Yeah, despite my age, doesn't mean I don't have the opportunity to not talk about it. Who the f*** is walking in my shop? Oh, hey, you. What's up? I'm just talking about 9/11. Cool, awesome. Keep it up. Okay. You must be wondering right now, wow, Mao, what the hell are you talking about? Where's Curse Balkan YouTube comment 6? Where's the fentanyl tier list? Well, I'll fill you in on what the hell I'm talking about. I'm in really hot water right now. And I gotta talk about it quick before it goes irrelevant in yesterday. It hasn't been relevant since yesterday, but okay. On September 11th, 2024.
I mean, 10 hours ago, 34,000, almost 35,000 views.
Let's pull it up. I tweeted out, I still like Dave Grohl. He didn't cheat on me. The fuck? And I knew it was a pretty edgy tweet. A lot of people didn't agree with me, but I thought it was funny. All right. And earlier that day, I actually tweeted out something else. Do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that? Or do they all believe he hated that they can vote or something? That's it. That's all I tweeted, okay? It was a pretty simple tweet, just mocking the intelligence of Americans. I got this idea while talking to an American. They told me about like the rituals they do for 9/11 every...
Playing the H3 song and 9/11? Wait, playing the H3 song? Wait, what? That's a H3 song?
year at school. They'd have to like talk about it with their teachers. There'd be lots of crime. You know, I thought it was very interesting that this nation...
I feel like we should try to avoid... Is this an H3 song? We should probably avoid trying to, like, listening to this, right? My monetization, it's a very tenuous thing, chat. It's very important to me. It is now actually a you know, some portion of my income is through staying monetized, so it's kind of important. Yeah, and I know that like at least one of H3's I think that the song that they play on the button, they've probably licensed that, but I haven't licensed it. So, you know, when it comes on, when it ends up on my stream, I get hit for it as well. So thank you to everybody who's donating. Thank you to everybody who's donating.
Who's so obsessed with this event, a lot of them can't actually say why bin Laden did all that. And I pointed that out. And I thought, wow, isn't that odd? Isn't that peculiar? I thought it was a pretty decent tweet.
Wait, Stream Elements is muting people for saying Donald Trump? That wasn't supposed to be how it worked. I didn't mean to be like a fucking name ban on Donald Trump. I just like wanted to keep chatters in Shorts chat from just spamming Trump.
I worded it
Sorry about that, Geek Primax.
all right. At the time,
Does Ethan license his music? At least the song that goes on the button, right? At least that one he does.
unfortunately for
Or like I assume.
me, it got nearly 200,000 likes. So I guess a lot of people agreed with me, right? Why did my tweet blow up? I gotta stop saying blow up. Why did this tweet get big, right? I assume it's because a lot of people agree with me. And unfortunately, when you've got that many eyes on you, a lot of people are gonna form their own opinions on what you're trying to say. A lot of people read that tweet and thought to themselves, what does he really mean by that? I'm gonna fill in those blanks myself. And that's when they start
Okay, so this is his explanation.
typing up their response. It goes like this. Step 1, make
It's a very old H3 song.
up a character of me they have in their heads to get really angry at. Step 2, pretend I actually mean to say something really horrible. And then step 3, attack the real me. We had to move upstairs because it's really fucking cold downstairs. Oh, what was I? I wrote so much when I was drunk.
How much did you fucking write, dude?
Oh no, it was an 8-hour flight.
Oh, it was Make America Blank Again?
You could edit it down to just
I see, it wasn't the Donald Trump itself.
UH3.
And in the other more damaging instance that people have a problem with me is that I am an anti-Semite who believes America deserved 9/11. Like I'm defending bin Laden.
Now, wait, what was Hasan's spicy take like many years ago? Was it that?
That I'm justifying bin Laden according to these people. Let me tell you right now, I'm not.
Here we go.
No, really, I'm not. I don't support bin Laden. Why the hell would I? Don't look at me like that! All you have to do is just read the tweet. Just look at what I said. I didn't say, and also America deserved it. I didn't say, oh, bin Laden had a good point, by the way. That's not implied. I'm just calling Americans idiots. Let me do that. People have been doing that for years. Decades. Centuries? Yeah. Now, to see where this point could be coming from, it's not the wording of the tweet itself. You can argue it's badly worded, fine. But I think a lot of people are jumping to this conclusion because of my name and profile picture. I'm a pretty left-leaning guy, more than most people are comfortable with, I guess. Tankies on Twitter are known for tweeting out crazy shit sometimes. Yeah, I don't think 9/11 is good.
Hot take.
Hot take. I don't want to be known as the guy who's defending 9/11 on Twitter. But, you know, fuck it, it's Twitter, it happens, right? And that's where it should have ended, right? This video shouldn't have been made, honestly. It's pretty petty. Until, was it yesterday? 2 days ago? Ethan Klein of the fucking H3H3 podcast fame decides to post my tweets on his Instagram story.
Dude.
Was it?
I got a text. We are the HR department of TikTok. Your CV matches us well.
Okay, for any of you Gen Alphas in my audience who only know Skibbity Toilet, right? Ethan Klein was this big, massive YouTuber who, for context, and only context to understand what's going to come up next, is ethnically Jewish and has spent time in Israel, alright? That's just to explain why he's gonna say this about me. He's got a massive audience. He's got an audience of millions. This is gonna be like the first time a lot of people are gonna hear about me is from this tweet, alright? That's kind of bad enough. But just in case you read the tweet and you didn't feel the right emotions he wants you to feel, he graciously added some commentary to it. I'm going to read it out now.
He did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states this in his writings. The reasons: homosexuality, lack of Sharia law, drug use, lending of money, and letting Jews run the country. Please read his writings before regurgitating tanky talking points and running defense for a mass-murdering, homophobic, anti-Semitic piece of shit. Fuck Bin Laden and anyone trying to rewrite history.
What? Why would this be tanky talking points?
Disagree.
Rewrite history.
Like, Bin Laden is not... It's neither Marx nor Lenin, or... What? Like, how is that a tanky talking point? Bin Laden fought the USSR. How the fuck would that be a tanky talking point?
Talking points. Hasan Piker said America deserved 9/11, and you still did a show with him. I'll get to that later.
Oh, I didn't make that connection, but that's true. That's true. That's what I was going when I was like trying to think of that quote, right? When I was trying to, yeah, Hasan actually said that. He didn't have a problem. Did he not know? Was he unaware? Yeah, Hasan literally said that.
So much been made out of so little. That tweet was fucking nothing, dude. It was such a nothing burger of a tweet. And so, and so many people have had such a strong reaction to it. Where now I feel like I gotta defend myself on camera. I gotta make money off of this drama. Honestly, that's the reason this video exists.
You know who else made money off 9/11? George Bush.
I guess. I can see how with the current state of the Middle East right now, tweeting something like this could be a little
I thought he was going to say Dick Cheney.
bit insensitive, instigating more fuel for the fire. But that's the current state of the Middle East has been the current state of the Middle East since 1949. All right. Let me tweet this now. And the tweet doesn't actually provoke ideas of Israel-Palestine. You wanna know why? You wanna know why I don't think it does? Because I wrote it. The source is me. Ethan Klein seems to be fucking crashing out over this tweet. He's like still starting drama with like Hasan Piker's people and shit.
So here I am.
Like my deduction from this is that Ethan wants drama with Hasan. He's going after Frogan, who will be taken as like a who's like a much smaller content creator than either of them. And so the idea is that like now Frogan's kind of being held hostage. Okay, I should probably not use that phrase, but Frogan's being leveraged in order to get Hasan to jump in and defend somebody who doesn't have the reach to be able to defend herself. Right? So it just feels like Ethan farming drama. To me, that's my, I don't know that. I don't know what, Ethan's got in mind, but that's my best guess.
Saying, actually, Osama bin Laden bad. And her response was, this motherfucker never shuts up. Oh my God.
I mean, you could shut up yourself. Just saying, but like.
Well, every time I've gotten into it with her, she has.
I mean, obviously, he hasn't had like good relations with Hasan since October 7th, 2023. So yeah, I've just made this video to say, listen, Ethan Klein, I'm not an
Rogan says bad things. What does she say?
anti-Semite trying to rewrite history. I'm not trying to defend Bin Laden. I just wanted to make fun of you as an American, nothing else. Okay, will I delete this tweet if it's caused so much trouble? If it's given me such a bad name? No, probably not. Yeah, that's it. Geopold endorses everything I say, and Luke wrote the tweet. Thank you very much for watching. Next video is going to be about a Chinese spaceman.
You gonna say bye?
No.
There we go. So that's Wow Mao's response to the drama. I guess now we can move on to Hasan and what he's got to say. Now, understand this, chat. I don't think... Okay, that's the North Star radio video, right? So this is what Hasan's going to be, but we're going to watch it through Hasan. Now, again, chat, apologies, all right? What you're going to see is me on the outside, Hasan one level in, and then North Star radio as the video that, like, so I'm going to react to somebody reacting to a video, but I'm doing it for a very specific reason. That reason is that Hasan, I want to watch this North Star video, and Hasan's got stuff to add. Right, he's got, and I think some of it might actually be a response or talking about this drama that's going on. you're going to hear a very different sort of tack from Hasan than you heard from Ethan, whereas Ethan seemed to want to start drama, at least between the communities, if not with Hasan himself. Hasan is like the exact opposite. Hasan is emphasizing the things that he thinks are good about Ethan. He's emphasizing the things that he agrees about with Ethan about, and trying to kind of tamp down any sort of drama that is gotten started. And obviously it's to no avail. Obviously there's going to be drama between the communities. Obviously there already is a lot of Ethan hate in Hasan's community, and I'm sure there's, well, I don't even know the Hasan hate in Ethan's community. I can't tell if those were people that were like fallen fans that like fell back in when Ethan and Hasan had their frenemies arc. I'm not sure. But regardless, yeah, there will be beef, right? It's like that movie, There Will Be Blood. Except in this one, there will be beef.
Okay? I don't care. In no matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that,
oh my God, chat, I'm streaming way too long.
Regardless of everything else.
Always. I got to get the Trump tint in. I got to strike while the iron is hot. People want to.
Regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online.
Why is YouTube acting funny? YouTube, give me the frogs, goddammit.
Or my mods, I still firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe.
Which one is drinking the milkshake? Would it be Ethan?
That
I don't know.
Regardless of
who's the Daniel Plainview? That's the question.
Everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online. Let's do this. Why the H3 leftovers?
Oh my God, chat. That's the Trump press conference that we did not get to watch yet. I'll try to cover it tomorrow.
Podcast will never.
And yeah, unfortunately, we do have more to talk about tomorrow. Maybe, I don't know.
By North Star Radio.
In 2021, Hasan Piker.
That's very patronizing.
We'll see.
I am being patronizing. I don't know who the
Hold on.
You are, and you're over here chirping all the way from London about Palestine.
The biggest political Twitch streamer on the platform was blowing up in popularity, thanks in large part to his coverage of the 2020 presidential election following his controversial departure from the Young Turks.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
At the same time, Ethan Klein.
Yay!
What?
What national?
And this is why the Leftovers podcast will never return.
I think it's kind of funny to see like an effort post from a leftist about like a podcast.
Censoring Trump? No, you don't understand. Fire stream as always. Thank you, New Anna. You don't understand. Like, it's not for this chat. It's for shorts, right? When I stream on shorts, like half of the posts are like Trump, or like MAGA or Trump 2024. So, just like auto banning some of the, or not banning, nobody gets banned for it, but they get the tweet deleted. I think it keeps things a lot easier for the mods to deal with.
That I was a part of, you know what I mean? I rarely ever have Hasan Abi.
If it wasn't for how much I appeal to the MAGA right, then it wouldn't be necessary.
As that make like
I have a fandom over there, chat. I have a fandom with the MAGA
effort posts in general. He did it like a true crime video. It feels weird. They said they were
Today's
ashamed.
broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com.
Wait, Milo Yiannopoulos has just tweeted, Laura Loomer is telling our mutual friends that her intimate relationship with President led to the best blowjobs of his life. God damn, Milo is so good at spilling the tea. Milo spills so much tea. Ethan has no interest in learning through. Probably true.
/North Star Radio. Going back all the way to the beginning of the H3 podcast, politics was always being discussed.
He called you and Ethan terminally online. I mean, he's not wrong. Also, I think North Star is a really interesting subject because He's a great content creator in and of himself, like as a standalone content creator. But I find it really funny.
He reminds me of, okay, now don't take this the wrong way, especially North Star if you end up watching this. Like, the way that he lays in music, this is actually a compliment. It's not going to sound like a compliment, but trust me, it's a compliment. The way that the North Star lays in music actually reminds me of a Zero Books, a Douglas Lane. Now, obviously, I'm not a fan of Zero Books. I'm not a fan of Douglas Lane, but I do appreciate the kind of like, it's like a podcast eye for music, if you know what I mean. You know, like podcasts that throw in music to sort of break up the pod. That's what it reminds me of.
Funny that
I could have said NPR. All right, that would have been worse. That would have been verifiably worse.
I think he like became a fan of mine because he watched me on watched me talk to Ethan the first time Ethan ever had me on his podcast before Leftovers. Dude, absolutely wild. You're about to talk about Ethan and Leftovers right now. I feel like you never mentioned him.
Yeah, chat. We're at 111 likes right now. I really appreciate all the support. If there's anybody in here who hasn't liked the stream already, if you're lurking, if you're busy, if you could find that time to hit the like button, I would appreciate that oh so much. It would also help you stay connected, right? So you'll be able to see, you'll be more likely to be shown my streams and my videos by YouTube in the future, including whatever happens tomorrow with chat. Warning. It might be spicy. It might be spicy. There might be some, I'm hearing things, chat. I'm hearing stuff is coming through the grapevine, right? We might have a very spicy stream tomorrow.
Since it ended, I'm kind of in disbelief right now.
That is to say that make sure you're here tomorrow and make sure you hit that like button.
The reason why I choose not to talk about like Ethan or Leftovers or anything like that is because I think it instills a lot of parasocial emotions in a lot of people. And that level of like parasocial behavior ends up being unproductive because there's no, like, people literally bring up Ethan when I'm talking about Israel Palestine.
Okay, so any Hasan fans, was he getting DDoSed here or what? Like, his frame rate is like super low.
When in my,
I mean, like, I don't mean that seriously. I just mean, like, was he having a lot of like frame drops the other day?
In my assessment, it's like he is not even meeting the standard of like content creator who is across the board.
Wait, what's winning right now? Is Brianna Wu winning? It's winning in the poll. Laura Loomer is in second place. Breathe Into Your Balls and AJW tied for third place, but I feel like AJW's got a lot of power in the, AJW. Oh my gosh. It looks like Brianna Wu is actually slightly ahead. She's been ahead so many times, and yet she somehow always gets beat in the end. But right now, yeah, she's slightly ahead, I think. Wait, let me figure this out. 4 points there, and then, yeah. She's ahead by like 2 points from actual Justice Warrior Simps for Kasperian. Ooh, Breathe Through Your Balls actually doing kind of well. Surprisingly well. A lot of ball breathers in chat.
A content creator who's like across the board against.
Twitch was buggy that week. Makes sense.
Most of the things I believe in. Okay, that's it.
Destiny hate watchers were pouring in. So wait, you mean that he had so many viewers that the frames went down?
That's it. And I don't.
Yeah, apparently there's a lot to cover with the MTG Laura Loomer thing. It sounds like there's a Milo angle. I thought people were joking about the love affair between Loomer and Trump, but it looks like it might be true.
Personally, don't even care if he's like.
Why do right-wingers let Milo Yiannopoulos in? Oak with the 199 voting for Brianna Wu. Thank you for the super chat, Oak.
Calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or something like that.
Yes, he did.
I genuinely don't care.
He talked about you. He talked about Frogan.
For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that.
See what I mean? He's bringing up the good points about Ethan.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Let's change the poll. AJW, please. We
Changing
need to
the
cheer up
poll.
by dunking on AJW.
Dunking on AJW. Okay, that is $5 for dunking on AJW. And remember, if you've already donated and I didn't get your donation, let me know. I'll add it. No questions asked. I trust you. It's the honor system, Chad. It's the don't abuse it, but I don't think you will. I somehow trust chat. Is that a mistake? To trust chat? Is it always a mistake for a streamer to trust chat? That takes it up to 26%.
I think that matters, especially when he is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of
Yeah, thank you for the super chat.
American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay, I don't care. In no matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still firmly believe.
Okay, so he's aware of all of it. He's aware of the Frogan aspect. He's aware of he's aware.
Okay, I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. Because when people say like, "Oh, he's being Islamophobic," yes, there are definitely instances where he said things that are Islamophobic. Okay, both in the
Oh shit, AJW is like ahead by 1.
past and even recently. I think you guys forget
That was
I myself am
calculated.
also Muslim. So when he does that, it's not like a dehumanization that doesn't feature me at all. It does. It does. But like I said, time and time again, it ultimately doesn't change this dynamic. It ultimately doesn't change my understanding.
We have 114 likes on the stream.
He's also going after Frogan, though, right now. Just don't get upset when Ancient Dorks brigade this channel after reacting to this. Well, what's really interesting about that is that I think his community is probably more pro-Palestine than even he might be. Like, he is, yeah, I think there's probably other people from different communities that have presented themselves as like lifelong fans of Ethan.
That's what I'm saying.
But I think he has a very large audience of very progressive young people.
Did Ethan even really say anything? Am I behind? Maybe, Jank.
Okay. And as
Possibly.
a person with a massive audience of very progressive young people, do this every day, and this chat constantly falls to the bait. Yeah, exactly. And it is also because there is a real, genuine parasocial desire from people who consume a lot of this content, whether it be just Ethan or myself or both, to like constantly cover a issue of real geopolitical significance, an issue of genocide, but from this incredibly narrow framing of like, what does this content creator think about this other content creator? As I always say, drama makes boring subject matter incredibly consumable. Okay. And that's precisely the reason why people like randomly will bring up Ethan, which I think is like not only unproductive, but stupidest. Like, I don't give a, Anyway, Ethan's so woke on certain issues that he did things that I wouldn't have done, like deleting the Jordan Peterson videos, unless he like felt embarrassed by it, which is a, different thing.
I mean, it's embarrassing. Yeah. It's embarrassing for sure. It's definitely embarrassing.
I think it's silly.
Because they were other, and that's not right. What's more accurate is that, especially Hitler, he was very sensitive to disgust. That's what it looks like. If you're disgusted by something, then you want to eradicate it. Right? If you're afraid of something, you want to run away.
I feel like I've heard like Vosh use this talking point.
Are you gonna make a why left the left video and do a right wing? Mark my words. No, you're wrong. No, I don't think so. You're crazy. No way, dude. No way. Like, I would believe that for a lot of other people, but I would not believe that for Ethan. No, especially because you see, this is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are lasering in on one issue and not thinking about like the person. Okay. Not thinking about the person, not thinking about all their other perspectives, all their other opinions. He's currently hanging out weekly with the Nelk Boys. Again, you're looking at like, no, he's making friends with MAGA freaks. It's so what? He's always had a ton of like right-wing freaks and whatnot in his orbit. Okay, bro, he's using the term tanky. Come on, it's all there. No, it just shows that he's extremely online. You're doing it already. You're doing it.
just watch the video. Away from it. If you're disgusted by it, you want to burn it to the damn ground. You want to get rid of it.
Came on the podcast 2 times in the early days of his rise to fame. And in the post-Trisha Paytas timeline of the H3 podcast, political discussion shifted drastically to a more supportive, inclusive understanding of the ever-changing world.
I like both you and Ethan. It's tough to watch. See, this is also the other thing that I didn't want, which was like chatters coming in here to like spark drama. There are certain things that I will not abide by. If you come in here and say, I wish you control your audience more against the, is completely unacceptable. You're being disrespectful to me, and you're being disrespectful to the thousands of Jewish members in this community that are prominent members of this community for many, many years. It was completely abhorrent and completely unacceptable. And there's never been a moment where I've ever allowed. That's it. That's my red line. Okay. I'm very open-minded and I'm very nice. But if you come in here and you ever chirp and claim that there is that I'm allowing in this community, you're wrong. Okay. That's it. Like, I think you are trying to bait in this situation. Like, you might be a former fan, but this is completely ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous.
World around us.
This guy is the peace and love guy.
There's no such thing as trans people. That's something that you created. So have fun with your little dreamland. But that's just not.
By the way, this is why I also say like Ethan is not going to become a right winger or whatever. Look at him. He's like on Nick Merckx for his like obvious anti-trans takes. Like he's pro-trans.
Real.
Take it from me, a dude who's never known a gay person.
Dude. Vagina, girl, done.
Slam dunk.
Come in here with that trend.
We got him again. Slam dunk. Vagina. Boom, boom.
But it wasn't until one fateful day when Ethan Klein and the H3 podcast decided to dive into the deep end of the online sphere of political commentary. That day was the beginning of the end for Steven Crowder.
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare.
But before this was released on the H3 podcast channel, 10 months after Hasan Piker made his first appearance on the H3 podcast, Ethan Klein made his first ever appearance on the Hasanabi broadcast to promote the release of this once-in-a-lifetime debate.
Boys, girls, Ethan Klein to the H3 podcast.
Are you pretty hyped up on the Crowder?
Oh my God, I'm so hyped up, dude. I'm so excited. Are you wearing holsters right now?
Yeah, yes, we're all wearing holsters.
Now, was the debate any good? Not really. They certainly got Steven Crowder to admit to quite a bit, like running away from past debates with Sam Cedar.
I had no idea that you were taking your show off early last time, coming in today.
He admitted that he followed the show last week.
We got him.
He admitted that he watched the show.
We got him. Dude, we played him so hard.
Oh my God, chat. I'm sorry. I just saw that it had frozen. I think we got it unfrozen now. Sorry that my computer does this. Again, we're working with like a very old computer. I believe there's a squirrel running on a treadmill in here, possibly.
Because he literally was following. He saw that you went live, dude. We got him.
Oh my God, we nailed him.
But most of the debate.
That was such a good moment, right? That's actually in one of the Majority Report songs, isn't it?
Was pretty anticlimactic.
I have a general
This is a
rule.
great opportunity.
I don't start a debate based with people on a lie. And how about you get
sabotaging?
How about you get
Steven,
to
show yourself, you coward. Steven, show yourself. Don't show your co-host.
Ethan, you should show.
Look at how young Sam was.
Ethan, how can you respect yourself as a man, brother?
Steven, you are such a coward. Stop showing your little leprechaun co-host who comes out dressed like your sidekick.
Come on, Ethan, why do you have to bring
Manic Mermaid Dash says that was one of my favorite internet moments. I know, right?
Despite the debate's disorderly nature, it sparked something in the mind of Ethan. A yearning, a craving. He had one tiny droplet of debate pervertry, and he couldn't go back.
Oh God. Do you look back on these clips with sadness or joy? Kind of reminds me of looking back at photos of friends I'm no longer associated with, and it just feels like a massive void. No, I don't. No, dude, I'm happy. Listen, instead of being sad that something ended, why not be happy that it happened to begin with? You know, that's the way I look at it. It's like the DNC. Listen, I never in a million years would ever think that I would become one of the largest content creators on any platform. Okay. As a political commentator who has opinions that are completely outside of what is considered normal and good in American political discourse,
I never thought that I would get to this position. So I don't take that for granted at all. Okay. I'm very fortunate. I talk about it all the time. I probably should talk about it more frequently, to be honest. Like, I have a place that I can go to every single day. Okay. A community of like-minded individuals who don't around, who don't actually allow any kind of like serious infractions against marginalized communities at all. Like, this kind of stuff I never would have imagined it. I became a content creator in an era where there was nothing like this. Okay. You had Sam Cedar, you had the Young Turks, which is kind of funny to bring back now. You had Democracy Now, you had like Some Air America. Okay.
Oh my God, why is it doing this?
Online. The entire online commentary field was captured completely by right-wing commentators. Many people were either center-right or just straight up
There we go.
Okay, literal Nazis. Now, some of them still exist. Some of the literal Nazis still exist. But like overall, there was a very, very, very little there was very little space for people who were like immediately hostile to this kind of sentiment, to like leftist attitudes, progressive attitudes, to social democracy even. So overall, because I remember that, and I remember how isolating that felt, and how that felt to get constant death threats and doxing and a litany of other clip chimpers and whatnot. Like, even back then, yeah, I'm incredibly fortunate to be in this position. And so, yeah, I don't think that this is, I remember this fondly, because it's not something that I would have ever expected. That's also part of the reason why I place a lot of value in people who have personally had an attitude change, who like recognize the errors in the way that they were thinking or the way that they were operating as content creators in the past, who like used to move a certain way and now and have now dramatically shifted away from that. Like, that's why I hype up Ethan and hyped up Ethan quite a bit as well. Because like, regardless of what he had done in the past, like, he is a person who truly changed. And I do believe it. I think that was legitimate. I think that was genuine. A lot of people try to ascribe like cynical motives to people doing things like that, where it's like, oh, he couldn't be edgy anymore, that's why he did it. Like, I don't think so. I think it was a genuine change of heart. And so, if someone is capable of doing that, if someone is capable of experiencing that level of growth on their own, especially as a content creator, when they could have very easily probably continued doing exactly the type of thing they were doing, and also keep farming, the right as much as they wanted to, then yeah, I'm gonna think about that differently. Like, it changes the calculation a lot. Anyway, you should be calculating how you're gonna avoid the top of the hour ad break though, because it's coming right now. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Boom.
Day and night, week after week, Ethan Klein was not only debating the greatest of the great, but was winning in said debate.
No, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than
the greatest of the great. Just pearly things.
Men pick
XQC.
Women.
Based on
The epic debate lords.
Do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than like
Who has he gone up against who's actually good at debate? Can you name anybody, chat? I mean, like Vosh, but he didn't actually bring Vosh on.
concrete facts? I feel this to be true. Do you feel you do that a lot or no?
I think he was ready to talk to Vosh, but
I'm a woman, so sometimes.
Then again, that wasn't exactly a debate. That would have been more of an execution. That would have been an end to Vosh's streaming career.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting defense.
You're done with that? Can we talk like adults now or not?
I think this.
Hey, I just got here. This video is low-key parasocial, and I apologize beforehand. Wait, is this North Star? Is North Star Comrade Casey? Oh, it is. Damn, dog. You're going to apologize for making a parasocial-ass video? That's crazy.
This conversation has kind of been exhausted.
People would rather watch me full screen cam do the worm
Do
than watch
that.
your prime.
Bro,
than watch your
do
prime
it for
content.
a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many views you get. Oh, he's crying.
Looks like he lost to Cedar. Wait, who, Ethan did? I mean, they could debate each other now, right? They definitely have some things they disagree about. But yeah, he was good. The Cedar thing was he was going to debate Steve Crowder, and then he tricked Steve Crowder was dodging a debate with Sam Cedar. So Ethan was like, "Yeah, no, I'll debate you. I mean, I'm not as good as you, but maybe I'll learn something, right?" And then it was like this whole thing where he does the switch out and he brings on Sam Cedar, and it's like, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare.
In the corner.
No, he's not. He's not crying in the corner, Ethan. He is deploying the most powerful counter debate tactic known to man. That's right. I want you to see it for all of its glory. That is, ladies and gentlemen, the worm.
The worm.
Absolute sigma peak.
It automatically wins any debate.
No one has ever so thoroughly destroyed another interlocutor in the marketplace of ideas before or after this. Okay? This caused a worldwide shift in the way that people even analyze or internalize debates.
Okay, sure.
He went up against world-class greats. People like a 20-year-old dropshipper.
I'm just trying to flex on you guys.
But why?
I'm trying to show you guys what's up.
A printer salesman.
All day when you need a printer.
A character from the Asian version of Get Out.
I identify as Korean.
Oh fuck, I forgot about Ollie London.
And even a man from the Nexium cult.
I got on the bus and they made an announcement about my Tourette syndrome. And earlier in line, a lady had heard me saying some inappropriate words. And she stood up and she said, well, how come he can say this word?
Okay, that one was actually pretty well done.
Let me, I have a theory for you.
I'm ready.
Okay, cool. I think you actually fake having
Josh backed out. Yeah, you're correct, Ethan. You're correct, BCAT about Ethan.
Tourette's. Yeah, I think you actually don't have it. Here's my
Austin was wild for that day. Austin just walked in, by the way.
Let me just break it down. I think this is kind of what happened, but maybe you just called someone the.
I feel like this shouldn't be an Austin video. This shouldn't be like an Austin. Like, I feel like you need Will. What do you think, Manic? Hasan needs Will to react to this video.
N-word on the bus, and then you're like, no, I have Tourette's. As somebody with Tourette's, I actually have Tourette's. I know it's not curable, so I just find that claim to be absolutely a pseudoscientific, crazy claim that has no backing in science or at all. And I think you're actually, in my opinion, as someone with Tourette's, I think you're scamming people.
Did you say that you have Tourette's?
I do have Tourette's.
Wait, Several Wolves is letting us know that not only is like Sam Cedar a pipeline to nocommentchick, but maybe NCC is a pipeline to MR as well. The pipeline goes both ways.
I didn't know that. Crazy. Yeah, I know. That's what.
A pregnant worm.
I was so surprised when you emailed me.
That's what happens when I do the worm after eating like a big bowl of spaghetti noodles.
Because I was like, I have Tourette's. And what's interesting too, I've also talked about how much I hate Keith and Nexium and what a psycho he is. So when I got your email, I was like, this is incredible, and I could totally see how it is you fell into a cult, because you clearly don't do any research.
Mind you, this was all taking place in the same timeline of the Leftovers podcast. They began the show on September 26, 20.
Oh my god, chat, that looks like one of my thumbnails. Anybody recognize it? That looks exactly like one of my thumbnails.
21, and Hasan,
really weird stream that was.
Piker seemed a bit uncomfortable at first, just getting the feel of the room and his ability to speak at will.
Although on my end, that was kind of a debate. That was a bit of a clickbait.
This also wasn't a brand new podcast. Rather,
it wasn't a clickbait for you, chat, though. It was a clickbait for another streamer who thought she could start drama with me. Found out that all I really wanted to do was talk about Mama Max.
On an already existing podcast, so it makes sense it'd be a little challenging for Hasan Piker to just jump right in. But after only a few episodes, everything was perfect. I had already been radicalized by Hasan in 2019 and 2020, but the partnership...
Yeah, he's not kidding about this video being parasocial as fuck.
My two favorite creators only grew my passion for politics even more. So during this time, Ethan and
Austin came in at the perfect time, to be honest. I think from what I've heard, everyone was glad that we didn't have to finish it. It was a little rough at times. Oh, this video?
Hasan are becoming best buds. They do a weekly show together. Ethan comes on the Hasanabi broadcast again. Hasan visits the H3 podcast again to help in the interview of Liver King. And
wait, so you're saying that when Austin came in, that ended the react?
During this time, Ethan is participating in debate after debate, and Hasan is watching these debates on his stream, supporting Ethan in his performance as friends do.
The whole situation sucks. People get into drama. Yeah, and especially when like the person at the most risk for this all is like a much smaller streamer, right? It feels like a lot of the ire is directed at Frogan in an effort for Ethan to get Hasan to respond. Like that's what it felt like to me. What's up, Christian Strand? Hey, NCC fam, grateful for Irene Geller tonight. Grateful for you being here. It's a pretty good stream.
Hasan would even text Ethan talking points during the debates.
This is from last year. It says, what the F is happening with gay people? 10 years ago, everyone called them F words, the F slur for gay people in high school. And today, 1 in 6 high schoolers claim to be gay.
1 in 6. So yeah, it's continuing. More and more people.
So do you miss the days when we could call gay people the F word?
No, I just think it's surprising. I think it's crazy that that's happened. It's been such a popular trend lately.
Yeah, but that's not true either, is it?
No, it is.
What's your data?
My cousins that are in high school. I've talked to my cousins in high school. I've talked to strangers. People liked that video.
Yeah, you like that, Ophelia? Ollie London as the Asian version of Get Out.
And commented on it and said the same thing.
Oh, that's data. Never mind. Ethan got to bust out the left-handed. The number of people who are left-handed.
The amount of left-handed people back in the day was really low.
I sent it back.
People left-handed were seen as inferior, and they were forced to use their right hand more often. But as it became more acceptable and people realized left-handed people weren't demons, then the amount of left-handed people increased, and it became steady at what, like 10% or something?
12%.
12% is left-handed. It went up astronomically.
So this is the argument pushing back against people saying that being trans is a social contagion or being gay is a social contagion. You actually, this popped up, I think, in Emma's debate against Tim Pool as well. No, sorry. Lance's debate. Lance from the Surfs debated Tim Pool.
All of a sudden. Would you say people choose to be left-handed?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, but that'd be silly. Why would you?
You don't know anything about anything.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So they were going to film Austin was there to film the podcast, so that's why it ended.
Yet you still chirp on it. Why not chirp on this too?
But little did Hasan know. He was feeding the thing that would eat him.
I don't know if it's like that. I don't think it's like that.
Wait, so he doesn't think it's like that Ethan's trying to exploit him? Because I kind of think he is. I kind of think Ethan's trying to farm him.
He was flying too close to the debate pervertry's sun, and all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, Ethan, sitting there with a very large debate ego, turned around to face towards Hasan and said,
"Allow me to debate the master."
2 months before the abrupt ending of the Leftovers podcast, Ethan Klein was having some moral quandaries about his devotion for capitalism, where he enjoyed the freedom that came from capitalism, the ability to succeed from nothing that came from capitalism, but was
I'm tempted to get really mean here. I don't know. I don't know enough about Ethan's content art to say that he's the ability to succeed for nothing, but the thought did cross my mind.
Disheartened by the...
I mean, I'm just speaking as somebody who never really followed him from the beginning, so I don't really know. I can't, it's not my place to say.
Inequality that capitalism fosters.
I know that I'm a capitalist, so I've been trying to think, like, how do you square that with my other, like, socialist ideas? Like, I think the government should have guaranteed jobs for people that want to work, that pay enough for the minimum amount needed to have shelter and food. First of all, I think it's like the natural inclination of some people. Like, I don't think it's even realistic to say, I want to live in like a perfect communistic society, because that just doesn't work. It's antithetical to human nature. But I do think there are good things of capitalism provides, which is, I do think there is a sense of innovation that happens.
I can't be mean. NCC is fair.
When people are...
NCC is nice. That's what NCC stands for, by the way. Nice. As opposed to a lot of other content creators out there.
Motivated by money and pushed to, do certain ideas. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good. I think that capitalism is a more realistic system of government.
It's because he's a dangest. Social.
Oh, Christian, it's the YouTube There's YouTube specific emojis. That's probably what's not showing up on your iPhones.
Capitalism is not about poverty. To be rich is to be glorious.
Are we doubting the meritocracy of the success of the Vape Nation guy? Just a little bit. I don't know that much about Vape Nation. Like, Vape Nation sounds cool.
He's a dangus, dude. To be rich is to be glorious.
Governance, then like.
Yo, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I missed my chance.
Corrupt.
Look, I gotta do it, Chad. I gotta do it.
Dingus Gambit.
That's the Dingus Gambit right there.
And whoever's in charge they're gonna be greedy, they're gonna be corrupt, they're gonna fuck everything up. It doesn't make sense. Like, it's almost like weird virtue signaling to be like, I'm living in modern day America, but I want a full communist revolution. I'll take on humanity, dude. I am a capitalist. What do you want? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I think but the thing is, like, they think that like workers should share in the workers should get a percent of your earnings, essentially, a percentage of their production. I don't agree with that. You're watching a capitalist pig deal with it. You guys are all like radical communists. There's that many radical communists.
They're not radical communists. Not everybody that's anti-capitalist is a communist.
It is kind of a radical take, that being.
So this is like, I think this should be a pretty good indication of like Ethan's community, at least.
Yeah, I'm like nice with 2 C's. It's like thick, but also nice.
It's like those who are chatting in his chat, because it's not like I was watching him during
Vape Nashtocracy.
Or it's not like I was streaming during the.
It's like the vape capitalism.
It's not like I wasn't streaming during this. Like, I was probably doing, at the same time as this was happening, I was probably streaming my own,
Ethan doesn't even understand the most basic shit about socialism. I was actually talking about this earlier, that the advent of the Bernie bro brought a lot of people into leftism that didn't understand what Marx was all about, that were missing the basics and really didn't want to have to do that remedial reading. And you're like, it's really easy. I feel like a lot of people think they know what like socialism is based on, okay, well, we got capitalism, so like the opposite would be socialism. Capitalism, people get paid different rates depending on their job, depending on, their a lot of things, right? Their access to the means of production, etc. And then so like socialism would be the opposite. Everybody gets paid the same. And it's like, that's literally not in Marx. That is not socialism, right? That is theoretically similar to something like from communism, but you got to understand that communism is like Star Trek shit in terms of the space between the world we live in now and a theoretical, like, moneyless, classless society, moneyless, classless, stateless society. Like, there's so far to go before anything like that is realized, right? Because socialism is like from those according to their ability, to those according to their labor, right? And then communism is from those according to their ability, to those according to their needs. So that's people kind of impose that, like, idea from communism on socialism, even though that's just not what anything would ever look like in the near term. And there's a lot of other things too, right? There's like a lot of theory underlying Marxism that most people just do not, like, they're allergic to it. And I don't know, maybe it's because we're conditioned that way. Maybe it's very convenient for us to think of something like labor theory of value as impossibly boring. And, just this like giant, like, this giant boulder to roll up a giant hill. But yeah, it's just not, just what healthcare basically is like.
What I mean? Like these are his own.
But because of that, you got people like Ethan who come in with a, like, well, I wish, like, I like the idea of socialism. Like, I think of some of my ideas are socialistic, but I don't understand, why can't we just still have like a capital class in charge, but do socialism? Why can't we just rely on the goodwill of the capital class, which is fundamentally in contradiction to the needs and the wants of the workers, right? It's a silly question if you know a little bit about what we're talking about. But if you don't, it's like, to Ethan, it's a perfectly logical question there. A big problem with so many issues is that literally people just not knowing what the word means. Yeah. And yeah, it's the terminology is actually important.
These are his own fans, right? Like these are my point is there's a lot of people who don't agree with Ethan on certain issues.
Yeah, regulating capitalism is just that. It's regulated capitalism, not socialism. And as we've seen from what happened after the New Deal, those regulations can be rolled back, and the tendency is going to be to do that. The tendency is to, as long as there's still accumulation, it's not just accumulation of capital, it's accumulation of power, of leverage. And that accumulation of leverage is going to give the capitalist access to things that, you somehow think are sacrosanct in your democratic socialism, in your democratically socialist state, like the vote. And then money enters into politics, and you have, what we've got now, where we do have capitalism nominally. I mean, it's there. You can vote for Kamala or you can vote for Trump, but it's not really. It's not really up to us at the end of the day. We don't have the option of doing something that is fundamentally in our interest. We have the option of two choices, both in the interest of capital.
That still enjoy his content, and that's perfectly valid,
Brady says capital translates into concentrated power. Yeah. Yep. And it accumulates. It accumulates over time.
Yes, you were, and people were timed out. Yeah, I'm sure, because usually what we do is like when people are like, Ethan's talking about socialism or whatever, right? Like, I'm sure people were probably coming here to get me to like cover it or whatever. And I was like,
to clear up a few things for him. Yeah.
Not really inclined to do so because I was probably doing some other. That was actually a big part. There was a lot of people back in the day that would be like cross-pollinating both streams, where they'd be like watching Ethan and then would come in here to be like, oh, Ethan's talking about this, like cover it now. And I was like, no, I don't, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm like talking about the news or some other boring. Okay. Like, so the reason why I say that is because like, I think that I can't speak to what is inside of Ethan's mind beyond what he has said. And I did always get the feeling that he thought that like I was egging on his own community to like hate him. You know what I mean? And I wasn't. Not only was I not, but I was getting yelled at by my own community for not, in their assessment, adequately addressing his takes with the same passion and fervor that I would address anyone else that I don't know if they were chirping in a similar capacity. Like, people still yelled at me and continue to do so for not arguing against Ethan hard enough. Even you were far more mad at us than him at the time. Yeah, no, for sure. I was because I thought you guys were being ridiculous. I still yell at people when people come in here to be like, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. It's like, it's for me, it does not, like, it doesn't really matter necessarily because.
Yeah, Narwhal in Nature says, I would like to be unburdened by that which has been charged to me as medical bills. I would like to be unburdened by that which has been charged to me as student loans. I would like to lose my chains.
Once,
because there's a world to gain.
Someone ultimately is like, what the? Once someone ultimately is 90% there, right? If there are personal hangups, or if they have like a personal association with the subject matter, and I can't like get over that hump overall on a single issue, I'm not gonna hold them to the same standard as some like random guy I don't know, whose opinions I'm not fully familiar with, that I don't know how they arrived at those positions. Okay. And for me, the way I see Ethan is like the way I saw Ethan back then, and the way I still see Ethan is like I think he's a passionate guy who sometimes has a capacity to, you know, fly off the handle a little bit. That's why he.
Chad, I feel like I fucked this up again by covering the Trump tent.
The button.
I should have just ended it early.
Right. And that in the heated moment, he says a bunch of stuff, and he will sometimes even repeat.
There's actually even more shit than that, right? There's including a streamer from my past who's taken it upon herself to try to farm the hate against Rogan and call Rogan anti-Semitic, despite the fact that she has interviewed both Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer, got her start from a fascist Discord server impresario, you know, gotten big from people like John Zerka. Like, it's just, there's so much to this fucking drama. There's so much bullshit to, like, look at, and I don't know how much of it we're going to actually have time for. I've also got to give you your bonus content, which you earned. Our understanding will usually, it's usually based on theory. The meaning we put in the words comes from it. When you lack it, you're automatically at a disadvantage. Yeah, and you're gonna, you know, be talked right. You're gonna talk right past each other. Actual rhetoric of Marxism seems to scare people. They've been conditioned to think revolution is necessarily violent.
These things, but ultimately, or
that there's something intrinsic about. There's something intrinsically democratic about capitalism, and that there's something intrinsically authoritarian about socialism. That the freedom that we have, which is still being subjected to inverted totalitarianism, is something that we could never have in a socialist society.
As far as I can tell, his heart is in the right place. Like when he said you're fostering a community, yeah, I don't agree with that. Like I think that's I mean, it's hurtful. It is. It's
what's winning right now. It looks like it's Brianna Wu.
Completely untrue, and it sucks to hear, but it is what it is, you know.
And it's like full anti-capitalist. I mean, you're essentially advocating to change the entire strategies today on Earth. That's not radical.
Do you think democracy is a good thing, and do you think democracy is what helps prevent?
Yeah, but obviously our democracy isn't perfect either.
Right.
You know.
But you think ultimately that being a democracy, living in a society that votes.
I mean, like, right, it's this whole Cold War thing where it associates like capitalism with freedom, and associates socialism with authoritarianism,
and has, you know, the people agree.
Secret police and the like.
On
even though we like literally have secret police in this country,
who should represent us and who should lead us is something like that's a better system than like say China, right? Where they
oh my god, chat
elites and somebody is elected from within, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what if we ran companies that way?
On the following Wednesday episode of the H3 podcast.
That's the other side of this, is that like there are a lot of people that work there that don't necessarily agree with him either. And he, like, the very fact that he trusts everyone in his production team, especially Dan, regardless of their difference in opinion, I think it also is, you know, it's another reason why I'm 100% confident that he wouldn't do like a right heel turn. Like, y'all are crazy. Yeah.
Ethan once again brings up the capitalism discussion, stating that he's been thinking a lot about it and is looking forward.
Do you view the H3 like your Uncle Jank when he talks about, is this a similar situation? You know what? That's actually a really good analogy. Obviously, Jank is my uncle. There's an uncle-nephew bond that is unshakable.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Move all my votes to Loomer. I need the tea to warm me up.
Oh my god, we needed the tea from Loomer. That's actually a lot. Wait. That's actually a lot, isn't it? Wait, where were your votes before, Davi? Ethan already is already far right enough to love capitalism.
Unbroken. You know what I mean? I think it was I think it was Shane was it what's his name? The comedian guy, the one that does the Trump impersonation is really funny.
Shane Gillis?
Shane Gillis. He's like I remember watching a bit from his podcast where he's like, "Listen, dog, I love my dad. I don't care. I don't care what people say." He's like, "Even if it was a Nazi, I probably still love that. I'd be like, you're crazy, but I still love you." Which is funny. Like, I don't think it goes that far with the uncle nephew bond. But
yeah, I'm trying to imagine if my dad was a Nazi. Oh my god. No, I don't want to imagine that. I don't want to look at chat. I've got a really interesting dynamic with my family in that they come from a part of the country, they live in a part of the country that is very, very heavily supportive of Trump. It's a very, very Trumpy place. And yet they up to before COVID, they avoided becoming Trumpy themselves. All their neighbors were putting up Trump signs, and they were like, "What is wrong with you?" Like, you know, they lost friends over Trump, right? And that's amazing. But that was before COVID, and I'm like really wondering. I have not touched base. I need to talk to my family. I need to talk to my. They were all in balls. Okay, I'll change them.
But like, what are you gonna do? Not love your family? Like, that's insane. I'm sure there are plenty of people who have parted ways with their families, but it probably goes a lot beyond like political disagreements. You know what I mean?
So that goes down to
that. I would love my uncle if he was a Nazi.
Cenk Uygur is a Nazi.
Too far, but. You know, yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with Cenk.
Can you imagine that? Cenk Uygur being like, National Socialism, of course.
On the issue of, I don't agree with Cenk when he believes that like Venezuelan gangs are overtaking Aurora, Colorado apartment complexes. But like, you know, he's still my uncle. I love him. Like that's it, you know? And
yeah.
Ethan, there's
good point. Simone Pierre mentions that we all have a lot of stigmas in our language. Like when you think of look, when I was like in high school, I remember anarchists as being people that would scribble a on their notebook, or sometimes if they were a super badass, they would take like a knife or a compass or something sharp, and they would cut an A into like a desk or something, right? And so, like, to me, like what I thought anarchism was literally like the Joker. Like I literally thought like growing up when I see people be like anarchism, I thought they were talking about like, they're like, I want to blow stuff up. That'd be really cool. Like and randomly assault people. Like that's what I thought it was. I literally thought it was like, yeah, no rules. It's like the Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
There's a similarity.
Anarchism means bloomin' onions for everyone, and you don't have to count calories.
To that, I mean, obviously, like like I don't think Cenk is gonna run around being like Hasan has cultivated a community of or something like that. That would.
My aunt Susan hates Trump, but is still gonna vote for him. Oh my god.
Weird if he said that, but with Ethan, it's maybe less severe in terms of the familial bond, but yeah, that's
anarchy in Bedrock. Wait, which kind of anarchy? Like actual, like anarchism, or like random street crime as a form of government?
It's a good analog. It's a good way to
like literally like the Purge, like 24/7. That's what I thought anarchy was.
It's a good way to analyze the situation. Oh man. Did Ethan even say
the Joker's up in his blimp, you know, throwing money down along with poison gas? That's what I thought anarchism was.
Say that, or are you just saying that he implied that? I don't know what he's.
Because the only thing that we were taught in school about anarchism was like the market where Friday
said. I haven't watched any of his like takes on me or anything else. People in the chat are saying he said that today, which, you know, it is what it is. What are you going to do? I mean, it's just patently false, and it's sad to hear that, but it's definitely, it hurts my feelings to hear
It
that.
was definitely taught to me as the Haymarket riot, not the Haymarket affair.
Because it's something that I do care about a lot. And it might be a better comparison, maybe. Yeah. But no, not really. I mean, I guess he said a small portion. No, there's no portion. Like any kind of tendency, we will laser you 100%. Like there's just not, it's not going to happen.
To a further discussion with Hasan on the following Thursday.
Last week was the capitalism versus.
You know what I didn't get taught though? Was this goal? What was what people were agitating for? Right? It was just taught to me as like random violence.
Socialism peak. But I have to tell you, I want to talk about it more tomorrow because I've been thinking a lot about it.
Great.
I do. I mean, that's what Thursday is for, right?
That's what Hasan's there for. You can talk about it.
Ass grift.
The better analogy might be Anakin's experiences when it comes to Ethan is that despite his personal ties to Zionism, his fundamental values have not changed with Anna. There's so many different things that she's turned reactionary towards that it's obvious she's flipped towards the right to some extent. Yeah. Like,
okay.
I think I would look at the situation differently if I saw Ethan like, not on the issue of Israel-Palestine, but if I saw him like taking like transphobic stances or something, like then I'd be like, okay, maybe it's a little different. But I don't think he'd.
The sad thing about
Izzy Sanchi, super
oh my gosh,
$5. Mic check, you're sounding distorted. AJW, please.
Did that fix it though? Are we good now? AJW is up to 31% here. It's fixed.
Do that ever.
Dog moron.
All right. To be clear, I'm not a capitalist. I'm a social democrat.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me know, chat. That's really helpful.
I think that distinction is important because people.
My biggest fear is that I'll go on for like 30 minutes like that, and then like it'll be on an important segment, and I'll lose the segment.
People lose their mind when I say like, I'm a capitalist.
I sound better. Nice.
I'm like some fat cigar smoking boot on the worker's face, grind him into dust. You know what I mean? I'm a social democrat. Good night. But actually, I am looking forward to tomorrow because I have been thinking about it quite a bit.
Going in.
When I thought of anarchist, I would think of the Joker. Yeah, I literally thought anarchism was like the Joker, baby.
To the discussion, Ethan had one overarching question.
What is it that social democracy can't achieve that socialism can? That's my
$10 to Loomer.
Okay. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Now, does Ethan
Did I
actually
add it to
want
the wrong
answer
place?
to this question? Does he actually want to learn?
Am I getting
Or does he simply already have an opinion
so
on the
tired?
subject he is willing to argue for hours? Yes. Ethan prefaces the discussion.
In the case of Ethan, it follows from being an Israeli, being propagandized, and having family living there. What happened to your uncle that he adopted positions? Dude, great question. I think.
But like literally, I thought like of anarchism. I thought anarchism was like the philosophy of like comic book villains, right? Of just like fucking shit up for the sake of fucking shit up.
He just like saw too many homeless people and his brain broke. Like literally. That's just, he saw like the homeless lady with the katana was a bridge too far for him. I think he
Wait for Jink?
just like he snapped and broke. In Israeli, being propagandized and having family living there. What happened to your uncle that he adopted positions? Dude, great question. I think he just like saw too many homeless people and his brain broke. Like literally. That's just, he saw like the homeless lady with the katana was a bridge too far for him. I think he just like, he snapped. Like he saw that and was like, nope, I'm done. Like that's, I think that's what it is. Plus he's old. Like he's like 50, you know? Come on. This guy keeps asking me questions, or there's like a bunch of people asking me questions about like Latin American leaders, man. I'm not going to answer that right now.
And by saying he's excited for the conversation, as he's been doing a lot of research. That research being talking to ChatGPT.
I want to better represent my position because I don't really know a lot, and
Why talk to ChatGPT when you could talk to Chat?
feel like I've Done a lot of research in the week.
Right, chat.
So,
What did you do? What did you read? What kind of research did you
I
do?
had a very in-depth conversation with ChatGPT.
Respect. Okay. That's good.
I asked it really kind of.
Well, Ben Shapiro thinks it's socialist, like ChatGPT socialist. So
Right.
like ChatGPT probably.
I mean, look,
Lenin.
ChatGPT is woke.
Right, yeah.
Not as woke as hitting that like button, but still pretty woke.
Yeah.
ChatGPT keeps it so real. You don't even
Yeah,
know.
ChatGPT Lenin pilled you.
They focus this discussion on a few distinct questions or
I don't know if he's Lenin pilled.
with capitalism, and he's not as willing to learn as he originally made it seem.
And the labor class
I
still
feel like
exists.
that's an assumption. I don't know that that's true.
They first discuss his overarching question. What can socialism achieve that social democracy cannot?
So let's talk about this. Now, my first question is this. Given that, in a social democracy, we can regulate things like taxes, housing, higher education, sharing jobs, and all this kind of stuff, what are the problems in social democracy that we need socialism to address?
So, social democracy is still capitalist, with serious, severe market regulations, right?
Mm-hmm.
The issue is twofold. One, social democracies don't address some of the domestic problems because when there's still capital accumulation.
So which domestic problems?
Domestic problems such as labor issues, homelessness, like there's no way to fully eradicate that because the inherent class contradiction between the owner class and the labor class still
That's
exists.
an assumption. I don't know that that's true. That there's not going to be homelessness in socialism, but there will in social democracy.
Well, the idea is that completely abolishing the profit motive in certain commodities like housing, for example, will address that problem because then you're making housing specifically for need rather than so you can make money off of existing units.
But we acknowledge that in a social democracy, that's.
I think one of the craziest parts about this conversation was that there were, again, charlatans who we know are fans of goblin porn, okay, who tried to make it seem like I didn't do a good enough job explaining certain subjects to a person who was like being, somewhat contentious under the guise of curiosity, okay? And that is like one of the most annoying things because a lot of people don't actually just like look at a thing and let it sit and just analyze it with their own opinions. And they need someone to handhold them through this process. This has happened a couple different instances in my political career. Like when I talked to, what's his face? The Herschel Walker's son, Christian Walker, about transphobia. And obviously these are not the same. Like Ethan and Christian Walker are nowhere near the same. Like their level of curiosity and their charitability
Wait, is Hasan going to talk about Catboy Collector?
is not even on the same orbit, right? Christian Walker was deliberately trying to be transphobic. Ethan here is definitely still curious about my position. And there's a level of respect. But with Christian Walker, when I dealt with him and I talked about how like, you're being crazy for, this hyper focusing this much on like trans girls playing sports or whatever. A lot of people were like, why didn't you, dive into the data? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Because I think that the way I dealt with it was a significantly better way, which now a lot of people also champion that position. Now that Tim Walz says they're being weird, for example, they're like, oh, it's so brilliant when Tim Walz says it. Just remember, being a real leftist is sometimes about being right just too early. And that in the future, if
No, look, here's what I would have said. You gotta turn away from that debate. I don't know. Like mine is like a synthesis. So if you don't understand, Christian Walker, son of Herschel Walker, right wing TikTok influencer, came on Hasan's stream, and honestly, I don't think I would have had Christian Walker. I think that was a mistake, right? I think that was a mistake. I think the only bad things can happen from like sharing your platform from Christian Walker. People's complaints, though, I don't even know how much they were about Hasan, like, losing the debate, and how much they were about Hasan letting Christian Walker babysit the stream while he went to the bathroom, right? That was the part that I was just like, oh no, this is not good. This is not good. But I don't remember it that well. Yeah, obviously, people got pissed off. One of Hasan's, I think, was Cowboy Collector a mod? I don't remember, but was, you know, disagreed with Hasan in chat and just got shit on in a way that's not excusable.
You were duped by other content creators in the way that they analyze certain situations, and you came in here to repeat those talking points because you thought you would come across brilliant.
Lest anyone in here think I'm a Hasan stan.
Maybe don't do that.
Run, ideally, the homeless and whoever else needs a home for whatever reason would be provided one. So I don't understand what socialism...
By the beneficence of the capitalists. Oh, it's so wonderful. It's so beautiful. How could such a brilliant plan fail? We'll just rely on capitalists to act against their interest and for the betterment of society. That's what we just have to have better capitalists. I don't know, just really good people. That's who should succeed in capitalism. Is that, and as long as that happens, then we'll have the beneficent. This is like a benevolent dictator like theory. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Does better in that case.
At the end of the day, these countries, the social democracies that we were talking about, still have a lot of wealthy individuals, a lot of people who are making money off of finance capital and capitalism in general, and their interests are always going to be to further erode the welfare state.
Yes. See, you gotta like he's got so much that he's missing. He's got so much that he's missing. And you know you're not going to be able to go on stream, and Hasan's right for not trying to be like, all right, so here's how the fundamental contradiction between classes works. Here, I mean, he kind of is laying it in there, right? You know, here's labor theory of value. Like, right, you can't do the remedial socialism course on the freaking leftovers, right? That's just not going to work.
As they possibly can, claw back all of those areas.
Cap is literally in the word for capitalism. Nice.
So
you're technically
putting that on them, but that's not, if you have a strong...
Yeah, capitalists will help the poorest purely out of the kindness of their heart.
Social democracy, that wouldn't be possible.
Ethan then...
I mean, we do live in a meritocracy, right? It's a meritocracy, so good people rise to the top. The people on top, the capitalists, should be very good-hearted, and I'm sure it will put their own class interests aside for the betterment of society. That's how it works, isn't it?
Asks another.
That's not true. And that is happening in Europe, all around Europe, where when there was a counterbalance like the USSR, when capital owners were truly afraid of like too much labor momentum turning the tide.
And same thing in the US, when the US was when FDR was afraid of socialist movement nipping at the heels of the Democratic Party. That's when you got, you know, reforms that actually improved people's material conditions. And that's the only time. Other than that, it's Reagan. Reagan is, like, that's the sad thing, is people look at Reagan as this, like, fucking mutant that just came out of nowhere and just took everyone for a curve. But in reality, oh no. I dropped my nori. I really don't would rather just eat sushi than seaweed snack, but this is what I've got.
Of capital, they actually made concessions to allow the welfare state to exist. But now that there is no USSR, now that there is no counterbalance, look at all the European states. They've lost so many aspects of their welfare state. People have become increasingly more reactionary. Fascist ideology is rising. And inevitably, no matter what happens, there's always going to be that push and pull. There's no like middle ground on this subject.
What are all these like Scandinavian model SOCDEMs going to say when they wake up and you've got like literal fascists in charge in multiple Nordic countries?
Unfortunately, as long as capital exists, it will always be a parasitic force that tries to claw back as much power as it physically can get. And historically, this is precisely what has happened in Europe. If you look at, certain aspects of like even the medical system being purposely crippled, purposely underfunded in the UK. You have a national healthcare system in the UK, and the NHS has been purposely defunded by politicians that are backed by corporate interests in an effort to inevitably privatize certain aspects of that system. People get upset. People get increasingly more mad.
I mean, look, I'm kind of happy. Like, despite the black hole of like just really dark shit that we were looking into with Ethan's stream, that we actually are going over some really basics but really important questions in this video.
At the way things are.
And like, look, Ethan's not going to change. Ethan's not going to learn anything. But this is my favorite way to cover drama. When the drama brings people's interest in, but you leave with something more than just like, you know what I mean? Wholesome drama. Drama like brings the eyes, but then you put the issue in front of the drama and like he said it himself that like some people are unwilling to engage with content unless it's like sort of covered in drama's like the Velveeta cheese. Okay, that's a bad analogy, but you know what I'm saying? Like there are important points here to be gleaned, and although Ethan's not going to glean them, I bet other people will. I bet there's some people watching this that are going to get new insights, right? I like that.
And they have no way. And both parties are obviously captured. Both major parties are obviously captured by capital interests, whether it be the Labour Party, who are basically light Tories, or the Tory Party, and then they turn around and inevitably bring in an era of privatization. It's happening in Canada as well. Scandinavian countries had decades-long lockdown, concentrated political power monopoly, and these states are now being crippled by austerity and privatization. Yeah, exactly. Olof Palme, baby. Regime enjoyers in Sweden. Look at where they're at now.
Because it was not a wholesome drama. No, I just mean like this part of it. Like Ethan is serving as a cautionary tale for why you actually do need to engage with theory. Does that make sense?
Another question.
You can see very clearly what he's missing.
He's quite unwilling to hear the answer to. Are workers still being exploited if all their needs in housing, food, and healthcare are being met?
Worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism and communism. Yes. And so I want to ask you this question. If an employee is fairly compensated, and by fairly I mean factors like work, compensation, they're being paid well beyond the means of living.
Again, he's so focused on fairly, like, right, that's the socialism that he wants, is this sense of fairness. Or maybe even not even that, a sense of sufficiency, right? The problem that he sees in capitalism is that workers are left to bear the brunt of the crisis, and they're often have to face it with insufficient material conditions. And if you could just, subsidize that insufficiency, if you could just have a social safety net, then we're all good, right? It doesn't matter that you're being exploited. It's okay.
They're provided in all those ways that we see as important. Is that still exploitation?
In the Marxist perspective, under Marxian economics, Marxist theory, exploitation is not a good or bad thing. It is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it goes back to
it's a part of capitalism. Like it's almost like axiomatic to capitalism.
Something I've described many, many times over. There are two classes. There is the labor class, the wage laborers, the proletariat, and the bourgeois class, the capital owning class, right? Mm-hmm. And these two classes have two inherently contradictory interests. As someone who worked, you wanted to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for...
I also feel like this particular talking point is lost on someone like Ethan, right? I feel like he's just going to be like, well, I don't want my workers to work the most amount of time. I care about Dan. I care about Olivia.
The least amount of pay. This inherent contradiction is at the heart of capital.
Dan and Olivia would never take advantage of me, right? They don't want to work the least amount possible. They care about this show. Why would you say that? Like, right? He's just going to take this as a reason to, like, like use his situation as a counter example, and say that there's real love here. There's a real love. There's real understanding. We're a family here at H3. We're a family. God damn it, Hasan, you don't understand it. One reason I think people misread Hasan's content is debate brain. Hasan knows quickly whether he can actually change someone's mind, and his angle will reflect that. Sometimes it's not about winning the debate, more trying to teach people how to navigate those conversations themselves effectively. Yeah, that's something that you can get out of it, right? That's what I mean when I say that there is like a teaching moment. Does that make sense? It's like a teaching, not necessarily for Ethan, right? But for other people watching, it's potentially a teaching moment.
Capitalism, and is how commodities are produced under a capitalist mode of production. When you have this imbalance, those who do have capital end up always being able to pay you much less than your actual output.
So that is what's happening now. So is it still exploitation of workers if they're fairly provided for?
Yes, because there is no.
See what I mean? He's all about the sufficiency. That's what he's hung up on. That's where he sees the problem. It's not even to the level of it doesn't even rise to the level of like fairness, right? Which is still not socialism. Still not what we're actually talking about, but
there is no fairness in that situation. If you are not getting back the surplus value that you have created, or you have no democratic means of changing the way that your surplus labor value is being spent, then it is still exploitation under a Marxian understanding of exploitation. That's simply what it is. Profit is exploitation. For those of you who don't understand, that's what this is. Now, if you consider that to be good or bad, that's when things get tricky. If you consider that exploitation to be fair,
oh well,
that
okay,
level
so
of exploitation.
I think I get what he's saying, right? And this is a big mistake that people make approaching socialism. Like, they look at it as a moral philosophy. When Marx talks about scientific socialism, he's literally telling you that that's not what we're doing here. That's not what we're looking at. I mean, his theory is actually that capitalism is a mode of production which contains the seeds of its own destruction, of its own dissolution, and a revolution that takes us to a new mode of production, right? It's not moralistic as in capitalism bad, socialism good, communism better. It's a theory. It's almost, scientific. I mean, I guess, yeah, technically scientific, right? It's economic. I can't speak. It's economics, right? It's an economic theory. So it's not about like the judgment or the capitalist is bad and the proletariat is virtuous, right? It's not about that. That's not what is being discussed, right? The morality of the situation, completely separate matter from what Marx presents, which is a theory of economics and his approach to history and an approach to thinking, actually.
Of what happens with your surplus labor value, if you consider that to be fair, then you
chatted pee out of nowhere. Well, it just made me need to pee.
are probably not a.
There's that. No, just kidding.
Telling my boss this on Monday. Good luck. Saying that this is fair, the assessment of fairness in this circumstance is actually a loaded premise. Probably should have dealt with that a little bit better when Ethan brought that up in terms of like being a pure debate pervert.
Because the fairness in this regard is not met on the metrics of like.
Look, chat, the real fairness is hitting that like button, okay? That's the real fairness.
living standards, but instead on the metrics of
That's just a theory, an economics theory.
what their output is.
If the employee is extremely satisfied, and they feel well,
I'm so satisfied. I've never been exploited so good. Oh my God, my boss is a genius. God damn, I'm extremely satisfied. My boss's exploitation of me, it just gave me multiple orgasms. Like this, what is this, Valhalla? Okay, wait, no, I'm sorry, that's my ship. I shouldn't impose that on the relationship. And never mind, chat. It doesn't matter.
provided for. Who are you to tell him he's being exploited?
Ethan continues in his failure to learn and brings up a similar question in the field of workers' rights. Why should workers be given democracy in the workplace in the form of decision-making and profit-sharing when they themselves did not create the business?
Would it be exploitation if all the revenue minus these expenses was distributed evenly through?
Wait, did he really say? Did he really say? Who are you to tell a worker who's extremely satisfied by their employer that they're being treated unfairly? That's so fucked up. That's got fucking gaslighting.
Evenly, like no one is talking about even distribution here.
My boss increased my credit limit at the company store. So grateful.
I just want everybody to understand. Marxism is not.
Yeah, Marx was a huge fan of capitalism. Why else would he write so many books about it?
Egalitarian. Marxism is not about like offering every single person the same exact amount of money or the same exact compensation. Okay. It's about having the same. It's about having the same say in the process at the least. Okay. There is no world in which every single
it more centers on the idea of recapturing or distributing in some way, like making sure that you're getting the value that you're adding to the process, rather than having that skimmed and turned into profit and used against your descendants. Think about that. Think about that. That's what accumulation does. And what accumulation is what happens when you allow capitalism to continue. And that almost sounds like I'm making a moral argument there, but I'm not. I'm stating facts. And the fact of the matter is that the longer this is my theory, not Marx's theory, right? The longer capitalism continues, the more likely you are to get into a situation where a worker revolution becomes less likely and possibly impossible. The more likely it is for capitalists to be able to literally get along without us. And when we are expendable, we will be expended. We're too dangerous to keep around. Remember, we're the seeds of their destruction. Our class, working class, is the seed of the destruction of that system of exploitation.
Person is going to be doing an equal amount of work and contribute an equal amount of output. Okay? There's like some people might do that. I do that with my podcast, as you guys know, but that's not inherently Marxist. It's just, it's a different way of organizing. It's a cooperative corporation. But yes, each according to their ability and each according to their needs does not mean like everyone on a basketball team gets to make the same amount of points and no one actually wins or anything like that. That's not how this works.
I mean, and that's, communism, right? That's from each ability, according to their ability to each according to their needs, right? That's a even higher state of social organization of economy.
All. How do employee-owned companies fit into this? That's a great question. I mean, every single company works differently, but in terms of the way that profits are distributed after your base wage pay is given to you, in like depending on how much revenue the company has generated, you get to have a say in the process of how that revenue is distributed. Sometimes it might be we get all of the revenue and it's distributed amongst different groups within the organization. Like, 20% goes to the janitor staff, 20% goes to the executive staff, 30% goes to the executive staff. But it's all about having a say in that process. It's all about having a genuine ownership stake in the company. Just mentioned Star Trek. Not everyone's the captain. You still need the mechanics. Exactly. And it does not mean that the captain and the mechanics are going to be paid the exact same either. Well, Star Trek is technically communist. So
I was gonna say, yeah, Star Trek actually is a moneyless, stateless society. Although, like, I don't know enough about Star Trek, but I've heard when you scrape the paint, it's like it doesn't actually seem like, you know what I mean? If you look at it too hard, it's not like that's what it's supposed to be, right? But it's not
not really. They've moved beyond
consistent, right?
The need for money in their society. My dry cleaner uses profit to open stores and increase intake while keeping the workload on the fewest people. Yep. At my work, we have town hall meetings. They talk quarterly forecasts, blah, blah, blah. They basically dictate what's going on. In my optimal company, we go to that town hall meeting and each employee has an agenda card and we vote on a set of issues. Yes. The irony is capitalist corporations have a semblance of that. What you just described is quite literally a
shareholder meeting?
Capitalist corporation, which is authoritarian in nature, making it seem like you have a say in the actual output of the company, making it seem like you have a say in the process. So they know.
Star Trek is also post-scarcity with galaxies of resources.
How this is done. They have the capacity to run.
Yeah, no, it's definitely supposed to be communist, right? I've heard that I got an extra 5% extra bottle caps and a ration of Nuka-Cola. Oh my god, I like the Sunset Sarsaparilla. I'm a Sunset Sarsaparilla girl.
It that way. They just don't want to give you the share. They don't want to give you the vote. They don't want to give you the opportunity to make demands. Because why? Because those demands would eat away at the share of profits that those at the tippy top get to dictate what to do with.
Business.
I want to give you a specific example because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example because we're all familiar with it. I started my career 10 plus years ago and I was successful.
I also don't personally know what the best use.
Ethan sides with Mr. House when playing New Vegas.
Case for
would he be Mr. House or would he be Yes Man?
Like Marxian economist works in a global marketplace. Like I'll be the first to admit that. You know what I mean? I try to do right. I do understand that ultimately considering that this is a capitalist global marketplace, you have to rely on the magnanimous nature of a boss in that regard. And I would be the boss in this situation. But, I don't know if there is a mathematical equation that gives you the perfect number, the perfect dollar value.
By myself with 0 employees. I made a lot of money.
Because there's someone in the labor theory of value still applicable in a service-based economy. Follow-up, if it is like a recession year. Are employees in a socialist system obligated to pay you above the revenue generated by your labor, even if the value brought in by your labor nets you below living wage, such as in a bad recession year? Exactly. I don't have a good answer for that question. But I do know that in a recession year, employers in a socialist system are obligated to pay you above the revenue generated by your labor is not correct. Also, the idea is that you're describing capitalist market conditions ultimately, in terms of recession years and inflationary shocks.
Did well for myself, and then 5 years ago into my career, I made.
Yeah, people think that recessions and depressions are like a bug. And it's just because we're maybe, if you're a libertarian, you literally think that it's, you haven't unleashed the market forces unbridled like you should, right? You got to have less regulation. That's why you're having recessions, right? Just unleash the capitalism and that stuff will work itself out. But that's not actually, that's not how it is. And that's not how it's supposed to be. It's not a bug. It's not a bug. It's a feature. It's very useful, right? It causes no problem to capitalists. They are able to accumulate and use that accumulated wealth in recession years. And then when that happens, their competition, which maybe has not stacked as much accumulated wealth, goes, that's a great opportunity for them to buy up their competition.
the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. Let's say we go back to 5 years ago when I hired Dan as a freelance. You started as like a consultant.
Yeah, or a freelancer. Yeah.
And obviously you moved to full time, and I'll get to that. So he started as like a freelance consultant. What would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
And when Hasan gives him an answer, Ethan no longer wants to talk about
socialist workplace works. It seems so nebulous when you talk about it.
Why is it? I don't think it's nebulous at all.
But there's gotta be.
Wait, did he, what happened? Did he, like, skip past something?
I have a living, breathing, working example of it that I've given you.
I know, but, like, there's gotta be, like, a constitution that says, outlines, or I don't know, whatever you want to write, right? There's gotta be something, and it says, like, or rule, laws, that says, you know, this is the minimum that a person should get from the company.
Yes.
And
it should be married to the output. It should be married to the productive forces. It should be married to the output. That should be pegged.
We talked about this enough, though. I don't want to bore people.
That should be pegged to the performance. And I think that that is the best possible way to work.
I guess my...
For the record, there was a second part of the conversation about social democracies and how they inevitably fail. I gave...
Was that my computer having a bug, or was that, like, Hasan's stream cutting out, or maybe the oh god, you know, it could also be we're on a clips channel here, so it could be the clips channel cutting that part out. Manic Mermaid Ash says he just explained the way he does with his own does stuff with his own workers as an example of how it can work, if I remember right.
The first example in domestic inequality, and then I actually expanded on that to talk about the global inequality, which is the over-reliance on
You just hate the bourgeois because they stack paper to the ceiling and drive on 24-inch chrome. True.
Exploitation of the third world, of developing nations, the unequal exchange with the global south, and that is obviously the broadest reaching and most consequential aspect of global capitalism. But Ethan did not want to talk about that in that situation. But I think that is, like, for those of you who want me to elaborate further, it's something that I talked about quite a bit. It's something that I have talked about quite a bit, rather. But I do, often I don't like to talk about it because, you know, this is a nation in the imperial core. Many of you are watching from Western nations, so you do benefit from that. So you are a little bit of a labor
aristocracy.
Arista KKK rat in that regard, which is why I think it gets touchy when people talk about that. I think we're not there yet in terms of our understanding, our class consciousness, in order to invoke class consciousness and a sense of and instill a sense of solidarity among American laborers with respect to, like, you know, the children mining.
Same way that Andrew Tate ended the Hasan debate. This is boring for the audience. I'm done talking about this. Get me some more sparkling water.
Minerals and Kong.
Get me my Bugatti.
So there is that as well. People get really touchy about that when they start having to reckon with that reality. What also needs to be mentioned is that Marxism leftist theory do not automatically equate to a more charitable social norms either. This is to say socialism, Marxism will not make people better people. It's an economic structure, not a social one. Marxism can lead to better living outcomes, but it will still produce people. It's about minimizing those people. Exactly. Just like I always say. A lot of people are hurt. Hurt people hurt people. If you eliminate one of the major issues that they have in their lives, they are less likely to become unstable. They're less likely to become little freaks that say Haitians are eating cats and dogs. That's why I always say Medicare for all means for all. It includes Nazis as well. The entire goal of systemic change such as this one is to stop more Nazis from existing.
Problem on that is, like, how could you possibly
enforce that?
No, not even enforce. How could you possibly
sparkling water
even analyze that? Like, how much more money are we making because the janitor comes?
That's where we go to the Walmart example. That, like, we are already completely aware of that. We have actuaries, we have CPAs that are working in real time, making mathematical equations to figure out exactly what not to pay people, technically, and they could be in a total social reorganization.
This is also the other aspect of this story, which is that there are already pre-existing constructs within a capitalist economy that we use to the advantage of capital, and that could absolutely flip in a moment's notice, almost overnight, if magically capitalism turned into socialism. All of those forces that currently work at the behest of capital would be able to make these same mathematical equations, but this time for workers. So that is, I mean, obviously that's not going to happen, but the notion that we have no way of calculating this sort of thing is actually wrong. I think, what is it? The People's Republic of Walmart?
I mean, it comes from fucking alienation that people think of it that way, right? That's how alienated we are from labor. That's to the point where people are like, there's no way you could calculate that. There's no way that you could calculate that.
Was the name of the book that dives further into like the command economy and centralization and how it has actually occurred inside of capitalist corporations in a way that like corporations now that have like the same output and the same revenue structure of an entire nation at this point, and therefore we have the tools and we are actually using them. We're just simply not using them at the behest of workers and using them at the behest of the capital owners right now. Like, look at Amazon. You know what I mean? That's an entire nation state in and of itself.
Of the economy with a socialist dogma,
Okay. So
would work in the opposite direction.
Okay.
It's kind of like this.
Please, let's move to another topic.
Okay,
I don't
well-
want to bore people.
All in all, this episode was
Yeah,
very
that is. Wow.
despite some frustrating moments.
Whoever said it was like the Andrew Tate debate, the ending, you're exactly right.
From Ethan. And it even went an hour longer than usual, given how entertaining and important of a conversation it was. This Leftovers episode was definitely not a contributing factor to the conclusion of the Leftovers podcast, but it definitely was a sneak peek for what's to come. Ethan's debate purgatory ego had reached a point of no return, a final form in which Ethan could not be incorrect. So after a few weeks had passed of some pretty normal episodes of the Leftovers podcast, something catastrophic took place, once again sparking the need for discussion on the Leftovers podcast.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jim Sciutto in Washington. It is now 4 a.m. in where Israel.
Chat, I'm so tired that I thought it was going to be like, this is Jim Sciutto, the Leftovers podcast with popular streamer Hasan Piker and YouTube personality Ethan Klein has ended. Like, no, they're obviously, this is October 7th.
Israel is striking back at targets after these attacks we saw play out over the last 24 hours. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country is at the militant group launched an unprecedented early morning attack, series of attacks on Israel, firing at least 5,000.
Question, brother, for a social democracy like Norway, how exactly is it exploiting the global south? For example, the Norwegian pension fund is generated primarily through surplus oil revenues. Even further, Norway does not exist in a vacuum. Every commodity that you purchase as a Norwegian person when you go into a Norwegian market is still in some way directly tied to the global economy, and the global economy is capitalist, and therefore, like when you are like Norwegians use iPhones, you know what I mean? It's the simplest example, right? Norwegians use iPhones.
It all goes downhill from here. Yeah, pretty much.
Have to extract natural resource from the global south in an effort to make those iPhones, right? Like just the batteries alone are exactly what I'm talking about in terms of like social democracies.
Leftovers has been left to pasture. Film at 11.
Still relying heavily on the exploitation of the global south. It's not, and for the record, when I explain this sort of stuff, people get very mad. They're like in their feelings. They're like, what the you do that too? And it's like, I know. I have this recognition. It is also something that is impossible to avoid. That's why leftists will say there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, because it's just impossible. You cannot exist outside of the grid, right? Let's say you try to exist outside of the grid. You bought an axe at Home Depot. You didn't make the axe yourself. You literally had certain materials.
Wait, Woody Black says, is it okay for a Marxist or whatever Hasan claims to be to live an extremely luxurious lifestyle like he does? That's kind of a question that maybe you should be asking about actual capitalists. You know what I mean? It's like what you're seeing. Like you could also ask a doctor that question. You could ask any member of the professional managerial class. Well, if you feel like capitalism is not the optimum system, see, you're looking at it as a moral question here. When I thought I just explained that we're actually looking at it, it's not a moral quandary. It's not like did I just say it's not proletariat good, PMC bad. It's a working model of understanding how first of all, it's a historical analysis of various forms, various modes of production, starting from barbarism into slave economies, into feudalism, into capitalism, right? Which it's not poured forward as like less moral, more moral. It's put forward as more like whose needs are served, right? In its relationship to the needs of the working class, right? So you're a slave, that's not very good, right? It's not good for you, right? So that's maybe what you're missing, Woody.
Inside of that axe that at some point absolutely touched basically slave labor hands, This is why Lenin was absolutely correct when he said imperialism is the final stage of capitalism and is an absolute necessity. Imperialism is a necessity under capitalism because you have to.
I'm just trying to imagine where this idea comes from that like living like a monk is going to have a benefit for the rest of the working class if you're in a situation where you are paid more sufficiently than other people that are working in the service industry or retail jobs or something that pays very little. I just want to know how my life would be made better by Hasan, I don't know, going with, look at that, that's a SM7B. I'm sure that he would be fine with a Blue Yeti, right? That's a sufficient mic. We can hear you on a Blue Yeti. If you use the right filters on it, it might even sound like a more expensive mic. Why does he use a SM7B? What? Oh my God, chat. Why do I use an SM7B? Waluigi, I don't need him. Why did I spend money on this when I could have donated it? Why are any of you doing anything beyond the fucking basics, not calculating your exact caloric need, meeting that need in the most, in the most economically efficient way possible, buying renting an apartment with the exact amount of space, the lowest amount of space that you could possibly get by with, and then donating the rest. Well, I guess not to charity even, right? Because charity's like, then you're just paying the salary of nonprofit, pretty well compensated nonprofit warriors, nonprofit workers, right? Are they going to be donating the rest of their salary? We got to, like, is that how we're going to institute change? By just like hyper fixating on everybody's lifestyle and making sure that unless you're a capitalist, in which case do whatever the fuck you feel, right? Live it up. But if you're not a capitalist, I want to make damn sure that you are living the ascetic, not aesthetic, not to be excused with aesthetic, right? Ascetic, right? Lifestyle. You are, and then taking whatever money you can save from that and contributing it back to healthcare funds for people who can only find part-time employment. I don't know.
Consistently eke out slimmer and slimmer profit margins as profit rates have a tendency to decline. So then you have to look for new markets. And the only way to keep certain markets.
But yeah, if you're asking, should Hasan come into my chat and donate to me, right? Just drop 50 gift subs. The answer is obviously yes. The answer is obviously yes. Actually, I don't think there's a lot of slack in my. I'm the one person you could talk to, Woody Black, that that might be living right at my basic like level of needs. I don't know.
Low enough so that your profits are high enough in the
Oh, I see his bad taste.
Western world. You have to keep them servile. You have to keep them, you know.
Well, if he sold his Porsche, yeah, you're right, Woody. I think he could sell his Porsche. I think he could take the money that he gets from that and donate it to me in gifts. Yeah, sell his Porsche, buy a bus pass, right? The money that he gets from that, he should donate it to me. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're onto something.
In conditions. That's why Parenti said, I think it was Parenti who said, Africa is not poor. Africa is rich. You don't rob a poor person.
Wait, isn't Chud Logic like some kind of a? Isn't Chud Logic some kind of a leftist? Right? He should be donating his salary to me too. Salary.
You rob a rich person.
His excess ad money should go straight to me. Yes.
Africa has been kept
all the rich streamers
poor because of
We're gonna audit your lifestyle, see if you're living beyond your absolute basic needs, and then you gotta donate the rest to no comment check.
It's immense wealth. Or maybe he said that about South America.
In rockets, Israel says at least 300 Israelis are more than 1,500.
But honestly, like as somebody who lives like right at like and maybe even below, considering that I've got like substantial amounts of needs that I'm not taking care of, as somebody who actually lives like that, right? I gotta say, I would much rather have the government nationalize Amazon than try to eke out like a pittance through making the a top Twitch streamer sell his car. I don't know.
Wounded. This was not just rocket attacks, though. The terror group overran border.
They are underdeveloped and they're not underdeveloped. They are overexploited.
Crossings invaded by sea, by air, and by land, taking over entire Israeli communities in the south. We must warn you, many of these images are graphic and frightening.
However, leading up to this episode, Ethan has some initial discussion of the October 7 attacks on October 9th.
So over the weekend, it was the...
Wait, can we get XQC to sell his watch? Or does that not work since XQC is not a socialist? It's only the socialists that need to sell their watches.
Governing, they're organization, but they're also control strip. They somehow managed to put together this surprise invasion of into Israel, and it was horrific. So far, at least 700 Israelis, which is nuts. One of the crazy things was there was a...
What does Asmongold do with his money? Because he's not spending it on his house. He's not spending it on like cleaning services, right? Where's Asmongold putting that money? He's not spending it on his wardrobe. Like that, I really wonder. Like, does Asmongold just have hella stocks?
Nature party, a peace party, they actually call it, ironically. And I guarantee a lot of people there were pro-peace, who are anti Netanyahu and all that kind of stuff. And so...
yeah, for sure. They were all young. Definitely that type of crowd that is unhappy with the government.
The really sad, kind of crazy thing is that, I don't know if this has changed, but last that I heard, didn't even know about the party. They just happened upon it. That's that up.
Like, does Hasan really need that many grams of protein? I feel like he could get decent solid gains with only 2 chickens a day rather than 3 or whatever it is he eats.
This discussion was pretty tame, and mostly understandable coming from 2 Israelis after such a catastrophe took place.
Ethan is not even technically Israeli, for the record. I don't think. Like, Ethan went on birthright, no?
Oh yeah, that's where he met Hila. I wish more people understood how Hasan operates himself in business. It feels like such a silly argument when you look at how drastically... Here's the absurdity of it all, right? is that if you're socialist and you are poor, well, you're just a fucking hater, right? You want what those rich people earned, and you're greedy, right? You're greedy. You want other people's shit, so you know, right? Of course, you want redistribution of the wealth because you don't have any. You're just a fucking brokey, right? Fuck you, right? But if you're rich, then it's like, oh, you want socialism? Well, look at Mr. fucking Rolex watch over here talking about the seizing the means of production when you are, you know, when you are clearly, you know, living like the PMC over here, right? It's just the answer is no matter how much money you earn, you can't be a socialist because they don't want you to be a socialist. That's a weird way to shut down a discussion. About people getting paid what they're fucking earning. That's a weird way to shut down that discussion. Like, that's my problem. Not that Hasan has too many cars. Jeez. So more people would understood how Hasan operates himself in business. It feels like such a silly argument when you look at how drastically different it looks compared to creators or businesses that folks aren't yelling about. Yeah, like I was saying, XQC, he's got the giraffe. What is up with the giraffe? Does he need that giraffe? Is the giraffe made of gold? I'm pretty sure even his merch is done through union workers. Yeah. Well, yeah, and he also donates. What is he, like the #1 donor to the Amazon union?
I don't think he's Israeli.
Ethan even made sure to make his stance clear about the Israeli government. Not by speaking from the heart, but by reading a tweet of a note.
No. He did. He has citizenship. He lived there, but he went on birthright. I think his parents might be. I don't know. I actually don't even know. I should know this. I know he lived in Israel. Because I remember him talking about like working in a casino and. But his origins are SoCal.
Notes app screenshot from 2021.
You know what? Let me do this. Let me just tell you, first of all, just so it's not ambiguous about how I feel about this situation as a whole. Okay? Let me just say this. I tweeted this. I think this was when the IDF blew up some apartment building or some horrific a few years ago. I said the Israeli government's making me sick. Even if it's operating as civilian buildings, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. Netanyahu's a piece of warmonger. It needs to go. As a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force. The ultra-right Jewish settlers.
It's like saying you're not American because you grew up in Turkey. Come on, dude. No, I didn't know that he had Israeli citizenship. Someone corrected me and said that he does. But like culturally, like, I don't think Ethan is Israeli culturally. I think Ethan is American. Like, what are we talking about? It also doesn't even matter, honestly. Like, we're not talking about his background. We're talking about what he is saying.
Yeah, Ethan was not in Israel that long, from my understanding, and I don't think he liked it. Any video I've ever seen of Ethan when he was in Israel, it's just like he's got so much resentment for being there. He hates it. And he's even kind of weird towards like when he runs into like Orthodox Jews and stuff like that. He's really weird towards them.
Also, this is very important for the record. They're shameless and hateful, fueled by religious zeal and enabled by the Israeli government.
It was 5 years.
Ultra-right Jewish settlers. I wish settling and repossession land would stop. I wish the people would stop. Live in life free of fear. For all the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all the power, and it is on them to stop them to show a true willingness for peace. So,
settlers among the greatest provocateurs in the world.
This is in May 15, 2021, Chad. Remember that.
Religious zeal and enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repossession of Palestinian land would stop. I wish them would stop. Deserve to live a life free of fear. For all the crimes has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all the power and is on them to stop this and show a true willingness for peace. Okay.
For the record, like this right here in May 15, 2021 is like 90% there. You know what I mean? It recognized the humanity of Palestinians. Like, yes, it's not like it still treats as like an aberration, as a separate entity, as a group that, like, it doesn't come with the conclusion that, like, people that are pushed into a corner that feel like they have no way out of that corner are inevitably going to lash back, right? They're inevitably going to fight back to fight their way out of that corner. There are definitely in this chat law, point to them and we'll ban them. But if you can't find like at least a couple right now that we haven't banned already, I'm going to ban you.
I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you.
Be doing us a service. This is not something that is ever tolerated. If you've been in here since 2024, July 17th, you would know that. You should know that. We smoke Nazis on a daily basis. Is that chatter even Jewish, Lamau? One of those of us who are would be the first to point him out. Yeah, exactly. Maybe. He might be. Who knows? How the classic Hitlerian politics unite the mass against a fictional minority that's coming to destroy society? How the fuck did this happen? How do you have this opinion? And then you go, they're definitely in this chat law. Go ahead. Tell me who they are. Aaron Lopez. I saw a comment that said he's still a bloodthirsty Zionist a few minutes ago. Point to who the comment is. Also, in terms of people saying he's a bloodthirsty Zionist, like, that is the opinion of a chatter who I disagree with, because I'm currently making the argument that he is not a bloodthirsty Zionist. But you also need to understand that this is not devoid of any sort of context in and of itself. Okay? This is coming from after Ethan made fun of Aaron Bushnell. This is coming from Ethan saying that this community is, like, calling someone a Zionist if they are in any way, shape, or form defending the state of Israel is not a slur. It's just what it is. Okay? Also, I think classic young Republican, he talked about how hot that pause was, sadly ignorant. He's still a bloodthirsty Zionist either way. These are the exact same types of chatters, for the record. These are the exact same type of long-term community subscribers.
Oh my God.
In the exact same way, any moment that they find a minor infraction. Okay? Just so you understand. This is something that I tried to communicate to Ethan personally and tried to tell him, like, listen, this is how politics is. This is how, like, political audiences are like. Okay? This is how they operate. If they find something that is even a minor infraction, as much as I have whipped my community into shape, as much as I've tried to make people in my community be normal about, like, analyzing the collective total of a person's opinions that they can see and not just have such hardline opinions, they're never going to do that. Okay? If you recall, a very famous moment of mine when I went to Australia.
We're at 122 likes on this marathon freaking stream. That's awesome. But it makes me wonder if we can get more. Chat, I'm accumulating. I'm a likes capitalist.
Was literally a Hasanabi head who was wearing my merch.
I'm exploiting you for your likes.
Who came up to me at a pro-Palestinian demonstration and yelled at me for
about the Coke?
Drinking Coca-Cola. Okay? Does that person actually think I am a Zionist? Does that person actually think that I'm not sufficiently defending Palestine? In that moment, they did. And if the only way to analyze that situation, and this is understandable, by the way, this is totally understandable. If the only way that you can analyze the situation is off of, like, what you have seen, and especially for seeing it over and over and over and over and over again in the chat, you're going to start internalizing it and be like, damn, okay, damn. I yell at chatters like this on a daily basis, okay? I yell at chatters like this on a daily basis. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I overreacted. I'm sorry. This statement that Ethan is reading here is the same type of statement that libs make when Trump is in power. Same vibe. Talk until there are real stakes for you and you have to do something. Yeah, that's ridiculous to say, especially about a dude who lived in Israel, especially at a time in 2021 when many...
Okay, here's the deal, chat. It is super late. I am still going to finish this video as much as I can. I'm going to do the bonus content, but I am going to grab some food right now, or I'm going to start food cooking, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to eat the food just like Hasan, eating food in front of you, like the worst kind of capitalist.
Members of this community were probably also unfamiliar with what was going on,
like a food capitalist
in Israel or in Palestine.
And then I'm going to go to bed. Oh my God.
Beyond
I'll be right back.
Ethan himself, the expectation is he's going to be full blown in support of Israel. So for him, it's extra nutty to have a take like that. What the fuck are you talking about? He is not. No, that's not liberal Zionism. Liberal Zionism, and I can't speak for what Ethan's perspective is now, but here, this is not liberal Zionism, because liberal Zionism does not actually treat Palestinians as human beings. Okay? Or liberal Zionism is simply makeup over the inherent fascist perspective of Zionism. Okay? I saw the comment. Totally get that. Ethan is a gross Zionist. This is what I mean. This issue, considering that it is an ongoing, invokes a lot of sentiment in a lot of chatters. And if you have no capacity to analyze this from the lens of, like, these people are not saying Ethan is a Zionist because he's Jewish. Okay? These people are not saying Ethan is a Zionist because he's Jewish. They're saying Ethan is a Zionist because they think Ethan is a Zionist. And he might be. I don't know. But here, I'm trying to explain to you that this is like 90% the closest you can arrive at. If you think any of those people are Nazis or in general, you're wrong. Like, that's a ridiculous assessment to make. Who doesn't think Ethan is a Zionist? He's a self-described one.
So, just so it's not unambiguous.
Now, I wouldn't say this discussion was completely tame, as Ethan got quite caught up in the timing of it all, criticizing people for saying Free Palestine as the attacks were taking place.
I think what people don't understand when they say that.
Are you making the comparison to the Australian girl because you think Chatter's calling Ethan a Zionist is the same as her? No, I'm not. I'm using that as an example of, like, people yell at me all the time too. There is a level of validity to the criticisms, especially if that's your output, especially if that is what you're communicating to people, people that are outside of my immediate community, mind you. So that's another thing that you have to recognize. This is why I started off the conversation by talking about, what was I saying? Talking about how there are members in his own community that are completely removed from mine that would much rather watch him than me, that might still have these kinds of opinions. Okay? They have these exact same kinds of opinions regardless. It has nothing to do with me at all. And if you mistake that kind of criticism that you're receiving from your very progressive community with, like, me egging them on, then you're missing the forest for the trees to a certain degree. Does that make sense? That is simply the point I was making originally. I think chatters are confused because Zionist is consistently used to replace Jews. Sometimes it's understandably difficult, especially as a Jewish person myself, to distinguish how the term is being used. That's why I don't like to call people Zionists. Instead, call them pro-Israel, since it fits the title best. I don't want my words to be misconstrued as saying Jew, so I don't exactly love to call people Zionists. Yeah, I mean, but objectively, you are a Zionist. What? Yes, you're right. I am. I am pro only the Israeli state from the river to the sea. You caught me. Okay. I am pro ad break. I'm pro ad break for you and you only. If only there was a way to do it. Oh, this is the objectively chatter. Oh my God. So annoying. The hyperfixation of this chatter is just me saying objectively. Yeah. Am Israel. Am Israel high.
That is like what it means to somebody in Israel who's going through grieving right now of so many people around them and their life as it used to be. Nobody knows right now what to expect and how long this is going to last. Like, when you come out and say Free Palestine after they just lost everybody, they have children taken away from them. That's not, if you're really for humanitarian reasons, that's not. No,
like, I disagree with this. You know, much love to Gila, but I disagree with this sentiment. Saying Free Palestine in that moment it comes with the recognition of all of the things that happened on October 6th, on October 5, on October 4, on October 3rd. It comes with the recognition of, at the time, 75 years of apartheid, right? Like, that is the reality. And this is just, I think what's crazy about this, and you guys need to stop, you need to shut up. There are probably so many people in here right now that are literally logging every single thing that you are saying, and they're going to use that against me and against the broader point that I'm trying to make. You're falling for the bait. You really, really need to. I can't ban every single person in the chat. Okay? but this is an unimaginably frustrating situation because a lot of you get up in your feelings and you want to say the most unhinged you can, not recognizing that there are literally currently at least 300 to 1,000 people that are watching, not just me and not what I'm saying so that they can purposely misconstrue it, but also to look at chat so they can log each individual person, okay? Log each individual person. This is literally the reason why I hate talking about the subject from the perspective of what Ethan says, because 0 people actually care about my opinion on the matter. 0 people, including those who are saying unhinged in the chat right now. None of you actually care about the way that you are presenting yourself. None of you actually care any longer about Israel nor Palestine. You just simply want to talk in the chat because you think you're being anonymous. But every single thing that you say right now is being logged so that it can be used against what I'm saying, okay? Because there are thousands of hate watchers that are sitting in here right now that are purposely crafting the narrative that you are, okay? Think about the student protests. Think about how well they conducted themselves. Think about what happened in the aftermath of the way that they conducted themselves, and people still consider them to be. And if they couldn't find a way to, massage the narrative, they made up fake chats. Okay, I'm going to put the chat in emote mode because a lot of you are annoying. And if you think you can get away with it in the Discord as well, I will ban you from Discord too. Okay, many of you want me to cover subject matter like this because you love drama. All right. But in an effort, even when I'm doing it, you can't hold yourself back. You get so autistic. Like your hyperfixation turns into just saying the most like unhinged, knowing full well that someone is out there just logging every single time someone in here says some unhinged that you wouldn't personally agree with, if you had a calmer mind. But in that moment, it doesn't matter. Your community does not understand that they're taking bait from other communities when they drama bait. They're hurting you by doing this, by tweeting, by saying in Discord. Exactly. Because absolutely 0 people care about my well thought out, well balanced perspective on this issue. Most people simply want to say Hasan hates Ethan because he's Jewish. Okay. And you are just giving people an opportunity for them to craft a wonderful narrative like that, undoing undoing a decade of work I've put into, 1, being on, and 2, being, because you just learned about yesterday, okay? And you are hyper passionate and you want to show everybody how passionate you are. And the only mechanism to show how passionate and how with you are is by chirping about a content creator you see on screen and calling them a Nazi, okay? Shut the up. This is precisely what I've described a million times over. This is exactly why I hate covering this issue, because Ethan's perspective on this matter is completely irrelevant to me, okay? It doesn't change the dynamic of geopolitics, okay? It doesn't change the dynamic of America's undying loyalty to continuing to facilitate. You saying Hila is a Nazi is not going to save anyone. It's just going to make you look like an asshole, and it's going to make me look like an asshole because they're going to clip that and turn around and say, see, this is the community he's fostered. And you don't even believe that anyway. You don't. In the moment, you're mad, so you want to show everyone how pro-Palestine you are. That's it. That's all this is. It's understandable to be passionate about this issue, but you also have to recognize the environment that you're in, okay? A lot of you don't understand that the American government and the way that they analyze pro-Palestinian sentiment is just, you're a terrorist, okay? They currently are literally behind closed doors going, how the f- do we deal with so many goddamn children talking about how much they love, okay? Shut the f- up. It's very annoying. And let me tell you, okay, people that have fucking been doing this for years have definitely a very different framework of how to carry on their message, okay? You think, what's his name, Moin Rabban, or any number of different like Muslim commentators, think about the way they carry themselves. Think about the way they talk about this issue. Why do you think they talk about this issue like this? You think Rashid Khalidi is going to say like this? You think Edward Said would have said like this? No. You want to know why? Because they understand the environment they're in. I've been saying this since October 7. Never think that you can be even remotely as callous as someone who defends Israel, Okay? They can say everything about you and you can say nothing. You have to put your best foot forward. Okay? You should never, ever, ever say like this. God damn, you live in America. That's exactly what I said about ever say he got his office simply for existing as a Palestinian in higher ed. Yeah. People who have been in favor of Palestinian emancipation, especially those from Arab background or from Muslim backgrounds, have known this reality for decades. Okay? I'm sorry. I don't want to hear from white people in Iowa. I love how excited everyone is in terms of Palestinian emancipation, but I don't want to hear, people chirping, especially when they're not the ones who are.
Oh my God.
Okay? I just wish your young viewers who are borderline obsessive about you would trust what you say on the. Yeah. Come on, guys. Please. Being a leftist is about getting on every damn day of the week. Okay? But still maintaining your principles and trying to make sure that you can communicate.
Yo, chat, I just heard that as being a leftist is about getting dong every single day of your life. Is that not what he said?
Being a leftist is about getting on every damn
getting dong
day of the week. Okay.
Getting dong every damn day of the week. Yes. Wait, why is this not happening to me? Why is this not a thing? Oh, they cut out the, yeah, because it's a clip channel. I thought you said getting dong. I was like, I mean, that's a crass way to put it, but yeah, I mean, that's what I expected.
Okay.
That's what I thought
but still maintaining your
payoff would be.
And trying to make sure that you can communicate a better future for all people. Okay. Including
Or
people
dong.
who are living inside of Israel. It's very disappointing. But now you know why I don't talk about this that much from this perspective. Now you know why I don't talk about what Ethan has said about me, because some of you do get out of control.
What you should be saying right now.
And I'm Free Palestine too, right?
Wait, did his chat get out of control? Did they get out of control?
It's just the timing. I know what it is. You're saying I support. I mean, that's what you're saying. Maybe not even intentionally.
I can't believe Austin waited this long.
But that
it might not be intentionally, but that is what it means.
Now, as I've explained,
no links. I mean, if it's a YouTube link, you can tell me like what to search, maybe if there's something.
In a previous video, the news break was quite vague at the time. So much of the breaking news was focused on the destruction of the wall and the escape of not the mass atrocities. So hearing the great news of freedom, I and many others were quick to say, Free Palestine. But for the most part, this reaction from two Israelis was understandable. For the most part.
Ethan, please learn more about this. Shut the f up.
What was not so understandable was Ethan's reaction and commentary in the following H3 podcast episode.
Emote mode ends and immediately someone comes in and has to do this. Like immediately.
Okay, I gotta say, that VTuber, the Red Panda, like, I can't remember who it is, but there's like some like British YouTuber that uses that panda and is like a super like vile right-winger. I can't remember. We used to shit on this person. And whenever I see that whenever I see that red panda, I always think, oh, that's that shithead. I always forget that. No, it's like a generic VTuber.
Immediately. God damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all can't behave at all. This is precisely the reason why it's also impossible to moderate. It's impossible to moderate.
Chat's getting out of hand. Where's Austin? Why is Austin not coming?
To that degree.
Probably too busy getting shit on, because that's what you do when you're a leftist. You get shit on.
A massive community. Is probably D Shadows cosplaying? It absolutely is not. Okay? It absolutely is not. Is not. It's this community. It's long-term community subscribers that chirp at me every moment of the day too. The problem is, this is a very different issue. This is not about me. This is not someone yelling. How many times do I ban 48 month subscribers?
The name of the YouTube page is Carrot. The title is Hasanabi and Will Neff's Secret Weapon. Marche, the producer interview, and the relevant relevant bit, not shit, starts at 5:06. I'll search it up.
But come in here and we'll be like, you are not sufficiently leftist. You actually have completely given up on the leftist.
But what's going on? Is chat not behaving?
How many times do I yell at a long-term community subscriber? Okay? No. It's people that love being incredibly annoying. I think Ethan doesn't see this because if he did, he would know how much you're trying to clean up chat. No, I've told him this. He just must not believe me if he doesn't think so. Oh, be normal, dude. Be normal. You're not doing praxis by typing enough Twitch chat. Like, if I ever catch someone being like, oh, Gila is like Palestinian children or whatever, I'm gonna ban you. You're an unhinged psycho, dude. You're a weirdo. Okay? Sorry, you are. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you saying? Like, what are you saying? There's veterans in this community too. Do you treat them in the same way? There's American veterans. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, do you not live in the real world? Like, what do you, this conversation is so frustrating because it like breaks the boundary of the real world and online because the people that we're talking about are people that I know in the real world. Okay? Is that what you do to your uncle who's a veteran or to your cousin who's a veteran? You walk up to him and you're like, you raping 14-year-olds, you piece of, I hope you enjoyed your trip to Iraq. Is that what you do? You're such a base leftist. You're the Mr. Troop Exploder. Shut up. Be normal, man. Jesus Christ. And when people say that about all American vets, I yell at them too. No, it's because you normally have the smoke for other YouTubers except Etard. Like, this is what I mean, okay? I don't even know the collective total of Ethan's, like, personal opinion on the matter.
They probably look at that
seemingly
podcast
will never find out
and
by
they're
the
like,
end of this video if you guys consistently try to make the argument about yourself, okay? Have the smoke. What do you mean, have the smoke? Ethan is wrong on this, dude. I'm not saying he's right on this, but him being wrong on this doesn't change the reality that like you guys can behave in this way in the chat, especially considering that there are a ton of people in this community right now alongside you waiting for the opportunity, salivating to make a fool of all of you and myself.
Still don't understand what happened. I missed that. I missed whatever happened. What's up, Vamps? Like what behavior spurred this moment? All right, so this is about Hasan's podcasts, maybe pay structure.
Yeah. Hey, we're friends. I'm helping you.
Yeah, exactly.
But what's unique is
look, chat. We got more SM7Bs. God, how many SM7Bs does one streamer need? I mean, this could all be sold off, converted to Blue Yetis, and the surplus donated to soup kitchens. I mean, what the fuck?
not only are you not the silent cameraman,
How
like
could anyone have a
yourself,
SM7B?
you're also, from a capitalistic perspective, you're co-owner of the podcast itself with equal shares.
Yes. Yes.
How did that conversation come about? How do you go saying, hey, Mr. Streamer personality with millions of followers, I deserve just as much of what we're producing together here as you do?
So that is not how that conversation happened at all, actually. So basically, anybody familiar, it's funny that you say like from a capitalistic perspective, because that's very true, but like basically anybody familiar with like Hasan's politics in particular is that he's like very socialist, very all about like empowering workers rights, and stuff like that. So he's obviously got this like super successful business of his own. He's not financially motivated at all. Like he doesn't give a like he obviously is a gajillionaire because his stream is popping off and stuff, but like he doesn't like, he's not just trying to min-max his like margins and stuff.
Look, it's not a term that I use for specific reasons, but I feel like Hasan would say guerrillionaire. That's how he would define it.
So when Will and Hasan approached me with this project because of my relationship with Will, which I can get into, when they approached me with it, right off the rip, that was the offer. Basically, Will was like, hey, would you come produce this podcast? We know you have some experience producing podcasts because of your work at 100 Thieves, and we'll just split everything 3 ways. Hasan wants it that way. It's actually like one by design, but also in retrospect, like Hasan is really happy that that's the layout, because he said to me, like even just off camera, there have been times where he likes that his producer, like his production person, his cameraman, whatever you want to call me, is taking like first class flights right alongside the streamers from like a TwitchCon or like TwitchCon EU or something, or like he can say that like, oh yeah, my producer is like one of the highest paid producers, because like it further is just kind of him speaking truth to power and like really practicing what he preaches when he says like, I want to empower workers. I want workers to feel like they are invested in something that they're also building. Because I mean, the reality of the situation is I do get paid more than most podcast producers, because like I get a 33% rev share straight up, which empowers me too, to just like see direct returns on what I'm building.
What's incredible too is you're coming to this situation from 100 Thieves.
God damn, chat. Goals. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Where you're a cog in the machine.
Yes.
Where there's the talent team and there's...
When am I going to be able to pay for like my thumbnail artist to have first class tickets to every convention that I go to? That is fucking awesome.
The technical team.
Yeah.
MF John says literally nothing happened once Hasan realized that the video wasn't kind to Ethan. Understandably, Hasan just freaked out for no... I missed that part? Oh no. Did I miss the best part? Ethan is weaponizing his audience against Hasan? Hasan is trying to keep his community from brigading and harassing Ethan. Meanwhile, Ethan is weaponizing his community against Hasan. Did he say practice instead of praxis? Christian Strand, thank you for the super chat. Christian Strand says, thank you for creating this space. We stand Irene. Oh my God, that's so sweet of you. Hey, Vamps.
And if you're on the technical team, I remember you said previously they didn't even want you interacting with talent.
Yes. Yeah. That's I mean, essentially, yes. Like, not saying that they don't want me to interact with talent at all is a bit like, it's a bit harsh. It wasn't like that cut and dry. It wasn't like, don't look at talent, don't talk to them. But I was definitely like discouraged from like building any like meaningful relationships with them. I think it wasn't even just like it wasn't like a malicious like reason, or like it wasn't them.
Like if you call Ethan a Nazi while he's covering a video with Ethan, hate watchers will clip that chat and say, look at what Hasan's community is fostering. Yeah, you're right.
Like wanting to try to like keep me down. I think a lot of it, at least the way I analyze it, was like my peers, both like my managers and like even coworkers, were a bit kind of insecure or envious of the fact that I was able to very organically build these relationships with talent, and it was reciprocated. It wasn't just like, hey, I'm clearly trying to like, get close to this talent because they're a famous person or something. I think it comes from my background as a streamer, and I'm like solo psychoanalyzing right now, but that whenever I see talent on set, like primarily streamers and YouTubers, which is what our talent at 100 Thieves was mainly comprised of, I don't see them as these mythical creatures that are unapproachable, that are like, I obviously, know that they're big deals, obviously, but I'm not afraid to just like approach them. In fact, in a lot of ways, I kind of see them as like people that I've like interacted with in the past.
After after Leftovers ended, there were people on Ethan's Reddit, on the subreddit, posting pictures of Hasan's chat, calling Ethan a Nazi. I think that's, he's trying to rein that in because of the optics. Well, I don't think he wants people, like he is, I don't know. It was originally people calling Ethan a Nazi. He thinks it's understandable to feel that, but to think about how student protesters and Palestinian activists comport themselves in communication, I think the Nazi army had a lot more internal support than not, though I could see how some conscripts feeling forced, but all were aware of the racial propaganda of the Nazis, so I don't know how to think about that. Yeah.
In my tenure as a streamer, primarily.
Sounds like I stepped away at a crucial time.
And I think
it's Marsh. It's not Marche. Sorry, Hasan's producer, and he is a goat. Don't know why. Something this convo is here.
Because I'm able to speak that language, like of live streaming and Twitch and the whole ecosystem. If somebody knows how to speak that language, it's very apparent off rip. And because of that, the talent were more comfortable around me to begin with. And a symptom of that was that my like coworkers and peers and managers would be like, why is he like doing this?
Yeah.
And they would almost like try to discourage that behavior, be like, just be a cog in the machine. So I get it. Like, I don't like take it personally, but it's also like, I'm not.
Is that a Cloud Strifer Buster sword on the necklace?
I wasn't going to listen to them, you know?
When you were at 100 Thieves, you were asked to produce the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Had you produced a podcast before?
No.
You had never produced a podcast.
Okay, so that's a bit about how I guess Hasan's producer is compensated and treated.
Okay?
So, where for whatever reason, Ethan decided to pick a fight with a Muslim woman who happened to be one of Hasan's mods, a Lebanese Twitch.
I don't chirp at you. I'm trying to be my most best faith, honest self. I promise I have family in Israel and lost so many friends and connections from advocating for Palestine. I don't live in Ohio and I don't have an issue with anyone at H3. I think Ethan should just know better and give you and your community a sliver of grace you award him. Yeah, I agree. No, I don't disagree with you. It's just that this very reasonable take that you just mentioned is not going to make it to the supercut that like Boner Chelly's loving community.
He's so right. He's so like, no, literally that's going to make it. The Boner Chelly thing. Like,
is Sal
like, no, I can feel Destiny cutting this up right now. No, he's right. He's right. That is what they fucking do.
Elevating to make. No one is going to hear this. They're only going to see the randoms in the chat being like, this guy's a bloodthirsty Zionist. Off you, okay? Do you salute soldiers over time? You see them? Always. I suck them off too. I love that I'm like, listen, this is not a community. And then chatters are,
I mean, me too, but only if they're Navy SEALs.
Like, desperately trying to present it in a way as unhinged as possible so that outsiders who are themselves half the time can present it as though this community is because it's so passionately anti-Israel. Okay? You have no understanding of how like the average normie looks at this situation because you're trapped in this echo chamber here. Okay? You think everyone has the same exact opinions as you do. No. Well, them, they're being bad faith.
There was racial propaganda for the war on terror. Does that make someone as evil as a Nazi for being a U.S. soldier in those world wars?
Something to be bad faith about them? Yeah, it doesn't matter because the reality is that's not how the real world works. Okay, don't give them an extra.
It's your duty to suck off the Navy SEALs whenever you see them. If a frogman comes out of the water, you gotta suck that soldier right off. I'm sorry.
Opportunity.
Twitch streamer by the name Frogan.
I don't know if this is drunk.
We gotta do it, chat, because the Navy SEALs, they will fucking kill you. Do you know about this, right? They have like 50. Wait, what is the copy pasta? Like, they know 500 ways to kill you, and that is just without weapons.
That I can talk about is that this girl Frogan. Oh, Frogan.
Frogan, really?
That's what I'm saying. I don't even really.
Frogan.
I don't even know how to say her name. I just followed her because you know, there was a lot of mutuals that were following her, and she seemed like a nice person, so that's why I followed her.
She was a mod for Hasan, and me and Lena are friends with her as well.
Okay. I just quietly unfollowed her. Okay, I didn't like the tweets she was making. I thought they were like leaning too much towards pro, and
AB's like, and we're friends with her as well.
Just didn't like it. I didn't want to see it, and so I quietly unfollowed her. I didn't make a big deal. I didn't say anything, but like she got to turn it into this whole big thing that turns into.
Emily French says, this was horrible. I can't stand when people with huge platforms stomp on smaller streamers for no good reason like that. Yeah. I've been at the end of that like equation before. It's not pretty. Even when somebody just slightly bigger or like let's say twice my size, right? Straight up fucking lies about me on their stream. It's like a very unequal fight.
To a drama that's now being posted all over the internet. I'm sorry, it's a Twitter follow. It's not that serious, okay? First of all, and foremost, that face when one of your favorite content creators unfollows you for being pro-Palestine. Like, first of all, the framing of that is f***ed up.
Do you see that D is trying to leverage the situation to his advantage and is talking to Ethan behind the scenes play?
I mean, I wouldn't have. I don't ever comment when somebody unfollows me. I've never done that before. But was this how it started?
Lenny on stream, you see his recent Reddits visited. Destiny's always there. I don't care. Okay.
Today I learned the standard operating procedure to mollify a Navy SEAL on mission is to suck off that Navy SEAL. That's right.
I don't I mean, great. Like, sure, fine. Who cares? Okay. I don't think that Ethan's worldview is ultimately compatible with someone who I mean, exactly the type of person who he like routinely on. And I don't think that it's like, I think people want to be appreciated. I think people want to be liked. Okay. And if a community of people are being like, you suck, whether for good reason or for bad reason, and a group of people take advantage of that and
Wait, that was low-key watch your mouth, Ethan?
say, we love you, you're doing a great job, they are going to absolutely take advantage of that situation. And of course, I don't even fault him for potentially going there to find talking points or whatever. He's permanently on Reddit.
Okay, let's not even go there. You don't even know why I unfollowed you. You don't know. You don't have no information. We've never even talked. You said Ethan Klein unfollowed Frogan. Ethan Prob was like, this damn Arab supports. That's not funny. That's not funny at all. Like, the whole framing of this is really.
I try to tell him, like, this is literally, that is a destiny. Isn't that, I know this username. Isn't this like a Bonercelli massive fan? Straight up.
Wanna be Spice Girl. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders, to our bizarrely marathon stream. Trying to come to terms with the conflict that is Ethan clout chasing off of Hasan by picking a fight with one of his mods who happens to be a random small streamer like myself, very close to the same size as me, getting fucking mentioned on a podcast with 40,000 concurrents, right? I thought I had it bad, but apparently I don't know anything of the sort. Welcome in, nonetheless.
Every time there's a LSF post, of me, it's that. Wait, hold on.
It's been 9 hours. I do indeed have the terriblest, worstest time management skills. I don't know how to make them better. I don't know how to spell your name either, apparently. No, I do. I'm just typing it weird. Did I do it right? Let's see if this works. Yes! There is your shout out, Galactic Streamlord. Huh.
How do I know usernames? Why do I know a Redditor? Because this
Go to bed. I have to do the bonus content first.
posted so many LSF clips of me that they know him on LSF. He's probably in here right now.
I could smell that.
Salivating.
Wait, so that's the miserable snow. That's the person. Oh my god, chat. I just pointed out a Destiny. That's not gonna end well. nocommentchick is directing her chat at a mere chatter and a mere Redditor.
Cruel. Ethan, I'll support the IDF refollow.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to point out anyone's name.
I don't support the IDF either. It's not funny. The reason I unfollowed her because apparently she wants to
end up in a ICO rules being talked about on an ICO rules stream.
No, it's because of this
Even though I'm super nice to ICO.
tweet specifically and a few others, but this is the one that I was like, I don't want to see this anymore. She said, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the
Is the porn star James Dean still around? Been around since 2018, dog. How many alt accounts have you think? He got banned in 2021. He is clipped. He is like
He didn't just get banned. He got banned by Betelgeuse.
one of my top
That's a great name.
5 Clippers, jobless ass.
Oh no, it's almost 10 hours. We gotta finish this fucking bonus content. We're almost to
created in
the end of
2012.
this.
Oh yeah.
I talk too
Real
much,
free.
Chad. I jibber jabber. I yap. I chirp.
Geek.
Was James Dean a sex pest? Wait, what? I don't even understand. I'm so out of it.
It's different when you use that word as an insult. Even if you're right, this just fosters division and toxicity. It's just like ACAP, pointless rhetoric, and you just make us look stupid. Us, you've been a hater. You've been a hater for years.
Looking forward to the Woo story. I don't know. Are we gonna get the Woo story? I'm not sure. What are we in for right now? I feel like it looks more like a. Is it an MTG story? I feel like it's an MTG story. Woo is at 19% extra.
Us.
Like it could always change if people donate last minute, but. Oh, that is great advice, MIDI doctors. That is. I'm glad you're giving me such good advice.
Black people, when you say the C word, the best arguments.
Is AJW ahead? AJW's got 31 extra percent. MTG's got 38.
Most recent clip of you was from 3 months
No,
ago.
it looks like MTG's winning, right?
That corresponds to LSF's like ban of Destiny Hasan clips.
That's a lot of comment karma.
Perhaps he stopped clipping when he couldn't farm karma anymore. And also because I stopped clipping in general. You've been clipping me for 5 years, brother. Holy.
The Middle East section of that building. It's inhumane. Netanyahu's a piece of warmonger, needs to go. As a dual citizen, I
Yeah, well, I mean, like that makes sense. It's a Destiny fan, right? This is what they do, right? They come into your community, right? They hear about you because you talk to Destiny, right? Then they're like hanging out in your chat when Destiny's not on, and then the second you say something that's like out of step with his bullshit, they're clipping you, they're putting it on Reddit, they're like trying to get you fucking canceled. I experienced this myself, right? With a Destiny community member who is now, I think, a Vosh community member.
love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force them. The ultra-right Jewish settlers are among the greatest provocateurs in the world. They're shameless, hateful, fueled by religious zeal, and enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repossession of Palestinian land would stop. I wish the land would stop. They deserve to live in a life free of fear. And for all that has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine, which somehow you don't seem to understand either. The Israeli government holds all of the power, and it's on them to stop them and show a true willingness to peace. That's the last time I talked about Israel. Do you want to keep saying this about me, or do you want to apologize? Because it sounds to me like...
I think what's crazy about this is that, like, Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this.
I'm listening to this. You gotta clip me, Galactic Stream Lord. You gotta do it right, all right? You gotta clip me, and then you gotta put it up on our Destiny, and say that, like, no comment chick is repeating tanky talking points or something like that, right? She's friends with tankies. I don't know.
Exact same moment.
She's in a tank. She's driving a tank right now down the street.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And the reality of the matter is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry.
She's putting up a poster of Stalin, eating a hot dog, getting mustard all over his mustache, right? Because that's how much she's a tanky.
So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feelings, is absolutely to not unload with a much larger audience on a person of this background. You know what I mean?
She's now crediting the Soviet Union for having invented the actual glizzy, saying that the United States was the first one to put a glizzy on the moon, but actually the Soviet Union were the first ones to put the glizzy into space. And thus the USSR wins the glizzy space race. Yes. Stalin is a guest with the Costco guys.
Because she seemed too pro for his days. Now he's so angry and doing the "how dare you" bit. Like, it's funny because like I tried to tell Ethan at the time, I was like, you know, Frogan's like a massive fan of.
But it's true, chat. The United States did put the first glizzy on the moon. You can tell because they still left used up packets of mustard and relish up there.
Viewers, like they're not
a little ketchup too. Who eats ketchup on a glizzy though?
Like she's not. What is it? Oh, I gotta go. I gotta finish. I'll finish this tomorrow. I gotta do the podcast.
Yes, there he is. There's the man. Austin, you saved my ass. Oh my God. Sweet reprieve. Sweet release. Austin is here.
Sorry, guys. Got to turn off the computer for the night.
I might not even get back to this video, to be honest. I mean, we'll see. I might.
That's a good idea. I'm totally fine with that, Hasan. I've had enough. I thought I wanted this smoke, and apparently I cannot handle this smoke. NCC, President of Tajikistan. Oh wow.
Get back to it.
I think I know that. I think I know the official you're talking about.
The thing I hate more than anything else is that.
What's wrong with you? Ketchup is king on a glizzy though.
Like, you guys know what my opinion is on the things that actually do matter.
Actually, though, I think I would.
Right. You know what my opinion is on things that actually do matter, such as Israel, Palestine. Okay. All this does by my estimation, is just it causes unnecessary friction and drama, and it will absolutely turn into a much larger conversation. Like, it'll turn into quote unquote drama content. And I hate giving some of the biggest scumbags on the internet
Bonercelli
a crumb of clout off of this because they
did you say Tajikistan? Oh my God.
So goddamn good. Okay. That's it. And the reality is my audience does not listen to me at all. You don't. And you are so annoying.
But wait, if I remember correctly, I think the president of actual Tajikistan is kind of a trip.
When you don't listen to me. Okay. We're talking about people getting arrested for protest.
Am I thinking of the right former Soviet republic?
For Palestine in places like Michigan, in college campuses all around the country, and you dumps are in the chat chirping. You know what I mean? It's just you're chirping about drama. You're chirping about drama, and you're actually creating more drama, which inevitably ends up harming whatever values you espouse. And like, if your goal is to have,
he's not even gonna play Wukong because there's too much drama.
Have your audience reach as broad, have this message reach as broad an audience
too much
as
drama.
possible, and then your other goal is to basically chirp as much as you can in an emotional moment because you feel unhinged at that moment and you can't stop yourself. Then you have to always remember, I said it after October 7th and it bears repeating now, advocates for Palestine must be 100 times more careful than defenders of Israeli apartheid. And since there's a whole ecosystem to smear and ostracize pro-Palestinian voices, it's not fair, but it is what it is. Exactly. Do not let your interest in chirping in the chat get in the way of you trying to communicate a much more important desire for a free Palestine. And you do that. You get ahead of yourselves. And it doesn't even matter. Even if you don't do that, they're going to smear you as anti-Semitic anyway. So why the fuck are you saying things that are unhinged? Why? Stop. It's like so much brigade. This reaction to this video is precisely why Leftovers ended. Okay? Because it's no longer about an emotional subject, such as, okay? But it's an emotional subject with an association of two communities that are at odds with one another and are very parasocially invested in the outcome. Okay? That's it. I can't even get through a video for 33 minutes before chat starts going crazy. Okay? Everyone is terminally online and everyone wants to scream into the void like nobody can hear them. And it's a perfectly understandable desire, especially given the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands that have been so far. Okay. But you have to think about it from the perspective of, is what I'm doing actually going to advance the cause? Or will it be used?
We're supposed to be Fun Day? Wait, what happens on Fun Day? Is that, would there normally be Wukong?
Like, no matter what Ethan says, I don't cover it because I think that I know better than you.
John Oliver did videos on that president? Yeah, yeah.
I know.
Is it Tajikistan that I'm thinking of, or am I thinking the wrong?
And my community, okay, at the end of the day, or about Frogan or about the mods, okay? And that will not receive the same level of scrutiny that whatever random chatters, not me, random chatters in the chat are saying, okay? That's it. That's it. So if you can't think about it from the perspective of just like being normal and not insane and unhinged, okay? You should think about it from the perspective of like not giving some of the biggest scumbags. I'm not talking about Ethan here. I'm talking about
Boner Chelly.
All of the other communities that will eat good off of even this amount of
not just Boner Chelly either.
Coverage.
There's too many. Chud Logic.
We'll comb through this entire
Turkey Tom
and comb through what I said.
Willie Mack. Willie Mack.
Moment that they can to frame completely out of context and to make really false, hurtful accusations that they know are false, but they don't care, in an effort to launch an endless sequence of attacks and continue the drama. Meanwhile, people that I know, that I talk to, are still at death's doorstep. Okay? Israel is moving into the West Bank. They're harassing journalists. They're doing whatever they want. And America is giving unlimited funds and unlimited weapons to Israel to do so. And that dynamic is never going to change. And all you've done in that circumstance is basically deflate one vector of criticism against that by leaning in to your unhinged and oftentimes narcissistic desires. And you have given an opportunity to some of the biggest scumbags. Okay? Yeah. One of Bonicelli's biggest orbiters is literally doing that right now. They have pages of screenshots from the Discord and they're half an
Wait. Are we talking about Loner Box? That's gotta be Loner Box. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I feel like that's Loner Box.
hour behind you watching the VOD. They're pathetic and don't deserve the oxygen. There you go. While Janine was leveled, that's what these guys care about. You know why? Because they can't defend Israel. That's it. And you are
biggest orbiters. It's got to be Loner Box.
Giving them a wonderful opportunity. I didn't know what this video looked like, and I didn't know how chat was going to react. So thank you. Thank you. I can't wait for the Keemstar and the Destiny videos and all the endless tweets from Fear Buck and all these other clippers.
Yeah, I guess Keemstar.
Who have never spent a single moment thinking about the inhumanity and to farm revenue off of your unhinged desire to show how pro-Palestine you are. Thank you.
You know who I know it's not, though? Since he says one of Boner Chelly's biggest orbiters, it's not Stardust. Stardust, no longer big, no longer an orbiter, no longer relevant. That's why we didn't end up talking about her today. Sorry, Stardust.
Anyway.
Good no drama for you.
I'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. Free Palestine.
Keep on calling people anti-Semitic while you platform Nick Fuentes. That's working out really well for you. Anyway, chat. Anyway, what do we have? Okay, so I'm gonna do the math really quickly. If anybody wants to change it, you know, it's your last chance to donate. If I haven't gotten your, you know, if I haven't gotten your donation on the board yet, feel free to let me know on the honor system, right? But I feel like we've got a clear winner, don't we? It's not that difficult to figure out that MTG versus Laura Loomer having 38% is going to give us MTG versus Laura Loomer. Am I right? Is it 29%? Yeah, it's winning. It's actually winning on both. It's winning on both. I don't think there's any question. I don't think there's also any question that you should subscribe to Galactic News Network, but also there's no question that MTG versus Laura Loomer is the choice for tonight. unless I've missed somebody's, super chats that I need to put on there, or somebody's gonna change it at the last minute. Looks like we know what we're doing. It's a genuine revenue stream for him. Wait, for Bonercelli. I feel like there's also some exploitation of drama from Ethan's direction, right? This really feels like bait for Hasan to come in and stick up for Frogan, and to give Ethan his, big blow up with Hasan. But I could be wrong. MTG being outraged by racism is absolutely hilarious, isn't it? I think it is. We're going to start, though, in a very interesting place, all right? So, look. MTG versus Laura Loomer. I called it, right? Going once. Supposed to do the going once, going twice. Going twice. Going 3 times, and we're on it. We're on it. That's what wins tonight, right? And look what I do. I take this off, and I will put something else on there tomorrow. Did not have Milo Yiannopoulos slut-shaming Laura Loomer on my 2024 bingo card. Why is this rumor swirling around Palm Beach that Laura is making salacious, disgusting claims about her time with Trump? That she is the source of the stories like this one. I wrote her book Loomer. Wait, what? Milo wrote her book? This rings true. It's her MO to lie and aggressively seek sex with powerful men. Donald Trump accused of having affair with MAGA conspiracy theorist Laura Loomer. What is this? Okay, is this real? Is there any like evidence here? Are we just going off of Milo? Is that what's going on? The Nazi throat goat. I mean, takes one to know one, but sure. Milo, I regret to inform you that there is a near zero chance Loomer is pregnant. The president really doesn't have that kind of sex anymore, according to those close to him, and certainly not with mistresses. It's almost exclusively blowjobs. Laura Loomer is telling our mutual friends that her intimate relationship with the president led to the best blowjob of his life. His words, according to Laura. Damn. I didn't need to think about that. What do we have here? Dear, oh dear, Laura Loomer. What are we looking at? Oh, these are expenses. These are expenses. How did he get a hold of these? Cream of mushroom indeed. How did he get a hold of these? And what is this supposed to say? Like, are there going to be condoms on this? Like, I don't get that last part. We got Kanye and the dentist. Wait, is this about...
I warmly encourage you to try.
What?
I warmly encourage you to try.
September 5th, 2024. Wait, this is a few days ago. Chris Johnson. Thanks. I forwarded this message to the local police department. Have a great day. And God bless. You're going to need more than that. I got friends that's police. That won't help you. Van Jones said on CNN, let me be clear. We will protect Vice President Harris from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. You are a domestic terrorist. We dealt with it's a guy from Brazil. We fly to Brazil, find him by his IP address. If it's Milo from England on American soil in Colombia, we know where to find you. So wait, Milo's like, bring it on? I don't get this. I don't know what that's about. That's old. That's old. That's old. I don't even want to know what that is. Okay, that's enough. Whatever that was.
This week's presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris will now officially go down as the one and only debate between the two candidates, now that Trump has stated there will be no second debate.
Ooh.
And Trump explained this decision in a Truth Social post where he said, "When a prize fighter loses a fight, the first words out of his mouth are, 'I want a rematch.' Polls clearly showed that I won the debate against Comrade Kamala Harris, the Democrats' radical left candidate, on Tuesday night. And she immediately called for a second debate." So,
I mean, it's unclear which polls that he's referencing there, because polls by reputable polling outfits show the exact opposite of what he's claiming. And not only does it look like most people thought Harris won the debate, she also increased her election polling lead. And meanwhile, Trump's Truth Social stock, which has become essentially a roundabout way to gamble on whether Trump will win the election, plunged to a new low in the wake of the debate. It was going to do that anyway. He's getting really close to being able to sell that stuff, and so are the people involved. If you're holding the bag, you deserve it. Even Trump's fellow Republicans, though, in elected office and the media don't think that he won the debate. And the more deranged Trump supporters admit that he lost, but claim it was because Harris was fed the answers beforehand, or that she was wearing Bluetooth earrings on stage, or, I don't know, fuck it, he lost because of witchcraft.
this was clearly witchcraft. It was probably those Haitians doing voodoo, which is real.
That's what Marianne Williamson says.
Voodoo is real, guys.
Or mom just crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah. But for some of the relatively less deranged members of the MAGA movement, the reason that Trump bombed at the debate was that he's been getting really close with Laura Loomer, who was spotted getting off Trump's jet when it landed in Philadelphia for the debate. And we don't have the hours it would take to sift through all the lore.
Well, thank God, Chad. I found the video that I scrolled down to, and it's just like Laura Loomer, like talking shit to some guy at a bar.
Laura Loomer lore.
We touched on it a bit in the most recent episode, so if you haven't seen that yet.
Suffice to say, it is kind of insane, even by Trump standards, that this person is apparently in his inner circle and influencing his strategy. But just a few quick examples to illustrate. A few years back, a series of blatantly racist, Islamophobic, and conspiratorial social media posts got Laura Loomer banned from Uber, Lyft, PayPal, GoFundMe, Venmo, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And in response to her Twitter ban, she staged a one-woman protest in which she handcuffed herself to Twitter's New York headquarters while wearing a yellow Jewish star.
And then no one cared, and she asked the police to please
cut me out, please.
And look, that's really just scratching the surface, but Laura Loomer is such a nut job that even a lot of other MAGA influencers don't even want to associate with her. And that should say a lot. And she's also run for office.
I'm getting my food. I'll be right back.
Every single time. So yeah, it's understandable that a real-life caricature of the most unhinged MAGA supporter ever, who has proven herself to be electoral poison, is someone a lot of Trump allies maybe don't want hanging around in his orbit in the final months of the campaign. But with more on that, here's Semaphore on Wednesday.
She was on the plane with him the day of the debate and on the ground with him the morning after. Some Republicans are worried she had something to do with what happened in between. Laura Loomer, the right-wing agitator known for egging on Donald Trump's most inflammatory instincts, has been regularly popping up around the former president. After a debate in which Trump shouted about false viral rumors of pet-eating Haitians in an Ohio town, her potential influence is drawing more scrutiny from both parties.
One person close to the Trump campaign said they were 100% concerned about her exacerbating Trump's weaknesses. Regardless of any guardrails the Trump campaign has put on her, I don't think it's working, the person said. Loomer has long been a presence in Trump's orbit, much to the chagrin of some of his allies inside and outside the campaign. Last year, the New York Times reported Trump ordered his staff to give her a formal campaign role, only to drop the idea after fierce pushback from Republicans. Trump lost the debate because of his performance or lack thereof. Dennis Lennox, a Republican consultant, said, "That's what happens when you wing it, live in the Fox News X bubble, and rely on Matt Gaetz, let alone Laura Loomer." Even by the standards of the extended MAGA universe in 2024, Loomer has stood out as an extreme figure. She has called herself pro-white nationalism and described America as a white Judeo-Christian ethno-state destroyed by diversity. After Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, a prominent member of the Congressional Black Caucus, died of cancer in July, Loomer posted online that she was a, quote, ghetto bitch and suggested she was, quote, going to hell.
Also, according to Axios, on the plane ride to the debate, Loomer was the one specifically egging on Trump to talk about Haitians eating people's pets on stage. So, yeah, the possibility of her having an influential role in a second Trump administration should be alarming to everyone. But perhaps, fortunately, her presence on the campaign trail doesn't seem to be helping Trump's chances all that much. So a lot of Republicans don't want her flying around on that plane with their impressionable, easily influenced God Emperor.
Who is very smart, the smartest president, my president, very smart, and would never fall for anything like this, but please stop talking to him.
My 79-year-old president has fallen in with bad crowd. And he's giving into peer pressure.
Despite being a genius.
Have they got into the allegations, chat? Have they, that's what I want to know, okay? Did they talk about, did they
talk about the allegations
yet? Is that a thing? I don't know if this was from, what, a day ago? I wonder if they would have known. Did the allegations came out today, right?
Listening to the dumbest people on earth and repeating their lies.
I mean, can you blame him when a beautiful young woman starts telling you things? I mean, he can't help himself when a gorgeous, attractive,
speaking of witchcraft,
a real foxy lady comes along.
She looks like someone put a curse on her.
Yeah, she is 31 years old and
a little too much eye of newt.
Just too much fucking surgery. Like, she got addicted to
early on,
like lip fillers and
God damn, chat, there's too much tea. I don't think they knew about this yet.
Buccal fat removal, and just she got all of it. And the end result is that she looks like 15 to 20 years older than she actually is. So,
yeah,
great job there. But anyway, this all brings us to the heartwarming news that the worst people you know are fighting.
Yes.
You might think that Laura Loomer
Yes.
and Marjorie Taylor Greene would get along like peas in a pod, given their shared politics and shared interests in being loud, annoying, unhinged, and racist. But no. Apparently these women fucking hate each other.
And they used to be besties.
I know.
It's you hate to see a friendship crumble like that.
This kicked off the day after the debate when MTG decided to go after Loomer for a 3-day-old tweet where she wrote, "If Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry and White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center, and the American people will only be able to convey their feedback through a customer satisfaction."
It's like, it's weird how it's like a combination of, like it's racist, but it's like, how do I explain this? Zydrate comes in a little glass vial. I bet she's a plug for drugs. What, for the White House? Doesn't he have a doctor that does this plug? That's everybody's plug. Keeps them like flush with Adderall and Provigil and God, what else? There's like fentanyl, wasn't there, in the Trump White House? Did you read that thing? He has a doctor that I think it's the same doctor that said he was like 5 foot, or he was 6'2" and like 100, or no, sorry, he was like supposedly like 215 pounds or something. And but like, right, this doctor writes prescriptions, or this doctor got in trouble for writing prescriptions.
Survey at the end of the call that nobody will understand.
It's shocking how blatant the racism has become.
That's what I mean.
And you know who had
That's what I mean. It's like, I feel like there's lots of racist people who say racist shit in a way that, you know, I don't know, has like some plausible deniability, or like she's still trying to deny this, right? When Marjorie Taylor calls her out 6'4" and 239 pounds.
Quote to this recently. The other worst person you know, Ronald Ratke, that weirdo singer who...
Oh, that guy.
Luckily, Ronnie
you know this
Radke
guy?
is...
He's like a MRA. He's like, he teaches like men how to like. He's like a pickup artist. Sorry, he's a PUA. That's the right word for that. I'm trying to remember. This dude was super weird, but super like in an interesting way.
Someone no one actually knows about unless you're already involved in like the emo hardcore scene and have been following
metalcore. First of all,
okay, whatever, who cares? But the average person doesn't
metalcore
know who he is, and thank goodness, because yeah, he sucks too.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
I listened to that back in the day.
He was I don't even want to get into it, but he was like an accessory to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, you would think that kind of mask off racism would be music to MTG's ears. I mean, she's played that song before.
Yeah.
But no, she said, this is appalling and extremely racist. It does not represent who we are as Republicans or MAGA.
If I can spell his name right.
President Trump. This type of behavior should not be tolerated ever.
Oh my God,
Loomer
chat.
should take this down. And she followed that up with a long post explaining that she and Loomer had once been friends, and MTG had supported Loomer in her multiple failed congressional bids and advocated for her Twitter account to be unbanned. But Loomer had turned around and shit-talked and lied about her.
That bitch.
And this really, really seemed to set Laura Loomer off, resulting in a long string of tweets over the next few hours, which adds up to so much text that we cannot read them in full. But these highlights should get the point across.
It's an insane amount of posting. And just in general, like, she posts a lot. Anytime I feel like I have a problem, I'm checking Twitter too much, I just look at any of these like MAGA influencers' feeds and I'm like, all right, I'm actually doing all right. Yeah. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
But here you go. Hey, MTG, speaking of racism, one of your former staffers told me you have a favorite word that starts with N. What if the staffer has a video? It's rather ironic that MTG wants to call me a racist when MTG is a full-blown anti-Semite who believes that Jewish people use space lasers to control the world. Along with being an anti-Semite, MTG is also a poor excuse for a Christian. Her marriage failed because she couldn't keep her legs closed while she was a new member of Congress.
Wait, so he's like the guy from Falling in Reverse? That's who we're talking about?
And was too busy
I
screwing.
didn't realize that was him.
I exposed you months ago, and I'll do it again, you trailer trash harpy. Wow.
The girls are fighting. Let them fight.
The girls are fighting.
Next up, it's really funny how Marjorie Taylor Greene, a raging anti-Semite who said Jews use space lasers to control the world, wants to pretend like I'm a racist because I made a funny joke about Kamala Harris making cooking videos and buying curry spice at an anti-Trump spice shop, and I mocked how she uses her Indian mom as a way to dodge questions. I won't be apologizing for having a sense of humor. I also believe in free speech, Marjorie, which you clearly don't support.
Like, she's like, no, I wasn't racist. I wasn't being racist. I just said the White House would smell like curry. Oh my God.
I get it.
I just made a funny joke.
You're jealous of me because despite your planted hit pieces about me in the New York Times, I won. Get over it.
And when she says she won, I think she means I won Trump's attention.
Oh. Hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, remember when you destroyed your family so you could have sex with a Zangief cosplayer?
Ooh.
Tell me again how you and the Arby's in your pants are representatives.
Yo!
I just had the same reaction.
She's using incel insults.
Reaction is that girl who saw Ted Cruz at a college football game, who threw up in her mouth.
The Arby's in your pants, it's so fucking gross.
Foul.
This person is sitting next to Trump on the plane. You couldn't even run your own family. Don't tell me how to run my free speech.
I do want to point out the earlier quote about there being a video of potentially Marjorie Taylor Greene saying the N-word. Like, this is,
Wait. So yeah, that's the other thing that Laura claimed. But what about Lauren Boebert? Right? There's like a beef between MTG and Lauren Boebert. Does that mean that Lauren Boebert is going to join Team Loomer?
Probably exists.
Maybe, but that, if the claim is true, they're just holding on to a bunch of compromat, technically.
That's how
on each other, yeah.
Yeah, they're cool with it.
Like Demon Mama was doing to Xander Hall.
But they'll use it when it becomes
when they need
useful.
Something. Next up, MTG is two-faced.
They'll save it for a nuke.
She used to call me begging me to write her one-liners so she could read in Congress about Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. And now she's acting like a lefty, calling me a racist over a funny joke. This is a woman who has no conviction. Like a hooker, she sells herself to the highest bidder. The highest bidder.
Again, one post from MTG, and this is the series of responses that we get from Laura Loomer.
With Speaker McCarthy. Now she's irrelevant and she's lashing out because she is jealous.
MTG is the most miserable lying bitch in Congress, and we need to inform more MAGA patriots.
Wait, according to Hasan, you have to be weird looking to be in the lineup. Wait, of Trump's possible
of how treacherous this woman is. Why did she take a month-long vacation right after Trump was shot? And why did she lie about releasing the J6 tapes only to say we shouldn't for the sake of protecting the security of the Capitol? Why does MTG continue to support and work with Kevin McCarthy, who is openly
Oh no, chat, she's going to get loomered. You don't want to be loomered.
sabotage Donald Trump? Why doesn't she ever speak out about Fani Willis and voter fraud in Georgia? We know why. MTG planted a hit piece against me when I was hired by Trump in March of 2023, only to have that sabotaged when MTG worked with Maggie Haberman to plant a hit piece against me. And now she's doing it again because she wants to sabotage Trump because she wasn't picked as VP.
Oh my God.
And by this point,
we're going to have to revisit this.
It's Thursday
Can you
morning.
imagine if she was VP? I don't think that was ever.
Wait, the right wing needs a Kendrick?
In the cards.
Wait, would it be Loomer? Would Loomer be the Kendrick? Or how would it work?
I could never imagine have happened in the past couple of months. Some good, some bad. And I am not, there's no more fantasy here. This is dangerous, and we, as American citizens, have to vote against anything.
But I can see, like, there is an argument does exist for JD Vance. Like, he's younger. He
toes the party line.
He wrote that book that Ron Howard made into a movie. Like, there is the possibility for, cross-cultural appeal for him until he starts talking.
Yeah.
But MTG doesn't have any of that. She is one of the most alienating people he could possibly pick as VP.
Mm-hmm.
So it is funny that according to Laura Loomer, she was really gunning for that job.
But at this point, like
MTG, yeah, I don't think did she have a chance?
It's Thursday morning, and MTG still hasn't responded to the wall of text. So the reporters over on Capitol Hill decided to ask MTG about it directly. So MTG got into character as a sensible, moderate Republican who's just sick of all this divisiveness and hatred.
Guys.
I have concerns about her rhetoric and her hateful tone. To me,
I feel like I have, if I was you, I'd say I have concerns about her state of being.
Many of the comments that she makes and how she attacks Republicans like me, many other Republicans that are strong supporters of President Trump, I think they're a huge problem. And that doesn't represent MAGA as a whole. It doesn't represent who we are as Republicans. And, I typically...
This is not who we are inside the MAGA community.
Try to ignore her post, but someone had sent me that post about Kamala Harris, and it bothered me so much. And my personality, everyone knows I'm outspoken, and I just felt like it was time to call it out. I think it's wrong. We're not a party of identity politics. We're a party for all Americans. And I think that's so important. And I think that we need to be focused on our policies, the inflation, the economy, and the border, and not attacking people for their race, not attacking them because they may not have children and they love their pets. And I don't want to have anything to do with that. And neither do the people, my voters at home in my district, and most people I talk to across the country. And so, yeah, I called her out last night, and I think it was important to do.
And wow, she almost comes off as normal there. You could almost forget that she herself is guilty of everything that she's accusing Laura.
It's like what is it, like the George Bush effect, the way that George Bush was like rehabilitated after Donald Trump was elected, because now there was like a worse Republican to point to.
Loomer. Anyway,
we're looking for the guy responsible. Wow.
Not only
wait.
Falling out with Laura Loomer.
Was that I think you should leave reference? We're looking for the guy responsible. Is that what they say about the hot dog when the Wienermobile crashes in? And the guy's like dressed like a wiener? He's like, yeah, we're looking for the guy responsible for this. They should find him, they should spank his butt.
Out with Lauren Boebert.
That happened a while ago.
I know, but all of the very deeply...
I looked through, someone talked about murder. They were thinking about Azalea Dying's lead singer who hired a hitman to unalive his wife, but the hitman was FBI.
The MAGA crowd.
These GOP ladies, they all want to be the queen bee.
We used 75% dog whistles and 25% open bigotry, not the other way around, Laura.
And eventually, Matt Gaetz' time will come. Because there's...
Chat, we're up to 131 likes. I have a a vision of somehow hitting 150. I don't know if we ever hit 150 on a stream.
Still, that's not a closed case.
Yeah, I saw something about potentially some stuff getting unsealed, but I'll believe it when I see it.
And then the other character involved in all this, who is just as bad, Stephen Miller, who did get called out by an Argentinian, or he got called out by a news reporter, Venezuelan or Argentinian.
Okay.
Because he was there too. He was part of the crew with Trump.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we love Los Angeles' own Stephen Miller.
Whose own family hates him.
Yeah.
Anyways, as you guessed by now, Laura Loomer was not about to let that bitch get the last word.
While you were busy having sexual affairs, cheating on your husband and getting divorced, and propping up Kevin McCarthy and engaging in insider trading in Congress, I broke many of the stories regarding the weaponized lawfare against President Trump. I traveled to the Darien Gap to expose the invasion firsthand and captured illegal aliens on camera who pledged to vote for Democrats. I took down Ron DeSantis and defended Donald Trump from all of the backstabbers who tried to defeat him in the primary. I have done all of the heavy lifting while you've been writing books and attacking Trump's closest allies in an effort to elevate yourself. You've been telling voters in Georgia that Donald Trump is not going to win the election, and so you think it's best to forge an alliance with Kamala Harris. You haven't done anything to help Trump. You wrote a book and took a month-long vacation, while I have been working 24/7 to support Trump. A lot of things in there. Okay, accusing her of insider trading, which, like, yeah, probably true. I assume they're all up to that to some degree.
Yeah. In the previous thing, mentioning at least rubbing up against the theory that is out there that maybe MTG was in some way.
Keep on saying rubbing up against and I think you're going to start talking about the Milo theory that she's rubbing up against Trump in some way.
Involved in some...
Or really just rubbing her mouth up against Trump's crotch in some way.
January 6th planning.
I don't want to think about that. I really don't want to think about that.
Not directly referencing it, but getting pretty close. So why would she hide those tapes kind of thing? So a lot of accusations there. And a lot of just blatant exposing.
Also saying like, Marjorie Taylor Greene's definitely telling voters that they should form an alliance with Kamala Harris. That's definitely something she would do.
Yeah. So following a post by MTG where she praised the MAGA movement's kind, loving, and welcoming spirit and said that Laura Loomer's nasty, racist, and divisive rhetoric should not be tolerated.
Who are you kidding?
Loomer hit back with, "You accused Jews of using space lasers to control the world, and you called the former executive director of Black Voices for Trump, Harrison Floyd, the N-word, according to him. You are attacking Donald Trump and his strongest supporters ahead of the election because you are jealous you are not at the debate. Everyone can see through you. You call black men the N-word. Who are you to be accusing anyone of being a racist?"
But you're super racist. You're obviously racist. You can't be like, she's the one that's racist. You're both racist. Can't you just agree on your fucking racism and call it and that you both want Trump's crowd size? Crowd size?
Let them fight.
Yeah. These people both can go straight to hell. And
I don't know, it bugs me when two people with so much in common are fighting. It just like bugs. I'm just like, no, wait, what?
Any of this is true. They've been sitting on stuff.
Yeah, both of these people are terrible. I'm sorry. Neither of you is winning. There's no winners. We are the winners. Because they're directing their energy at each other and not anywhere else.
Oh my God, I'm so tired.
One advantage, I guess, if there is any at all, is that Laura Loomer is not an elected official and she puts all of her most vitriolic racism out there openly.
Well, yeah, definitely. She's not electable. She's tried that multiple times. It hasn't worked.
Failed.
But
even Marjorie Taylor Greene was like, she said that she tried to help her get elected.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. And she gave her advice and she didn't follow it.
But there is a possibility she ends up, there's not a lot, if Trump wins, there's not a lot of people left able to fill all those roles. Because
she's definitely filling a certain role.
Everyone who he's ever hired ends up hating him after like 3 months. So Laura Loomer, which cabinet position do you want?
It is
housing and urban development.
It is horrifying to think that a Trump administration would at the
similar magnetic poles do repel each other. That's true.
Very least consist of Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, Matt Gaetz, Laura Loomer, and just run down the rest of the list. Mike Lee.
Mike Lindell.
Mike Lindell, yeah. Elon Musk.
Secretary of Pillows. Yeah, Director of Government Efficiency.
Doge.
We got us.
I mean,
Director of Inseminating Celebrities.
They are giving me new reasons and new senses of urgency every day for how fucked up.
I had to look up the band that
They
are
again. Look, here's what I'll
they're
say.
doing a great job scaring the shit out of me.
They are motivating voters.
Yeah.
Not exactly the motivation that they think they're doing, but they are definitely motivating voters.
Like my enthusiasm for Harris is really just baseline level.
Yeah.
My enthusiasm for Trump not being president again is sky high.
Yeah.
And getting higher. So great job.
Basically, yeah.
Thank you, everyone. But yeah, as of when we're putting this episode together, the back and forth has continued between these two lovely, beautiful women.
Oh my God.
It's just rehashing the same shit.
Oh my God.
They're same talking points back and forth. Two of Donald Trump's most prominent and most unhinged loyal supporters absolutely cannot stand each other and are duking it out for.
They're putting the water in the chemicals. They're putting the frogs in the chemicals to make the water gay.
For all the world to see. And we think that's beautiful.
I know.
Especially this close to the election.
Especially when early voting starts, like in a week.
Yeah.
So keep it up right now. Is a great time to attack.
Never thought of that. Sucking your teeth as a response to, like, I mean, that's a perfectly valid response.
Attack Taylor Swift fans. B, attack each other publicly on the timeline. And C, keep nosediving in public events. Because he has not stopped referencing all the things that people found detestable during the debate in his follow-up rallies.
Well, because the fans love it.
Woo!
He's doing it. This one's for the fans.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
A lot of people didn't like this, but this one's for the fans.
He's got to do more late great Hannibal Lecter, though. He did stop doing that one, and that one makes me sad. I feel like we teased him too much. We should have just been quiet and enjoyed the late great Hannibal Lecter while it lasted.
You know, he does play the greatest hits, and now he has some new hit songs that he can play for his base. And, you know, those hit songs are...
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Hit songs for his base. Bow, 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 bow. Haitians are eating dogs and cats.
Yeah, it's... Keep up the great work. Doing a great job.
And yeah, Laura Loomer, who, again, she's online more than I could ever be. She even took a quick break from dragging MTG to drag another loyal Trump foot soldier, Senator Lindsey Graham, for having
another competitor for Trump's attention, maybe? Is this jealousy? What's going on?
Audacity to publicly...
That's a bad picture.
...admit that Trump lost the debate. She tweeted, Lindsey Graham...
Hey, why didn't she go after RFK Jr.?
...has never been loyal to President Trump. He got booed in his own...
that is actually true. That is actually... He hated Trump. Trump tortured him. Trump bullied him. Trump basically, like, intimidated him into being a loyal foot soldier. Oh, God, of course she's gonna call him gay. Wait a minute. I like men, too. You and I have something in common we can bond over? What?
Trump rally and was booed off stage because he is disloyal to Trump and the American people. He probably shouldn't.
Remember when Trump doxed Lindsey Graham? Like, gave out his phone number?
Be giving out advice to Donald Trump. In the words of President Trump.
And instead of it having any negative effect, he just, like, giga-chatted it. He was like, yes, Chad.
Senator Lindsey Graham is doing a great disservice to the Republican Party and to our country. P.S. When is Lindsey coming out of the closet? We all know you're gay, Lindsey. And that's okay. It's okay. It's 2024.
Wait, is it okay? I thought you were super bigoted. It's not okay to be. Oh my God! I'm trying to keep up with her various bigotries. Which is she?
There's nothing wrong with gay people. I like men too. You and I have something in common that we can bond over. Just be honest about it. Nobody's going to judge you for being open about who you are.
Saying a lot of stuff that a lot of people agree that they know about.
Oh, that's 100% true. It's just wild. Again, like, she's going around accusing all these people of being disloyal to President Trump. And being more vicious towards her fellow Republicans than liberals are towards them.
This
is
is
crazy.
The consequences of the entire Republican Party's own actions and who they decided to support in down ballot elections and the people that they associate with.
Who would have thought assembling a
We are at 133 likes.
coalition of the just nastiest, most
That is 17 likes away from 150. It would be so cool to hit 150
selfish
tonight.
people on the
I don't know if we can do it though.
fucking planet would result in chaos and
It might be too hard. See screenshot below?
disarray like this?
Truly beautiful to see.
Wait, what?
So yes, that person is also currently flying around with Trump while he can't.
Yeah, Trump's attention. That's right.
And also accompanied him to the 9/11 memorial, which was
She's a disloyalty phobe. That's
interesting
right.
considering her own stated view that 9/11 was an inside job.
But enough about MTG and Laura Loomer.
Oh yeah, I found that weird too. I think I mentioned that earlier.
We simply must move on to a different feud between
What?
two
No, no. How is this a thing?
weirdos.
Cool.
Yep.
Also, possibly both gay.
Sorry. This
No, wait.
will be quicker, we promise.
I forgot. No, Milo's not gay. I forgot. He cured his homosexuality with the power of Jesus. The power of Jesus.
But Nick Fuentes
Took away the evil venom, the evil snake venom of homosexuality, and Milo Yiannopoulos extremely attracted to women.
Milo Yiannopoulos have beef, apparently. At one point, these two freaks were working together for Kanye West, signing
I forgot about that.
on to his 2024 presidential campaign right around the time
Chat, what kind of drugs were they doing? Do you think it was all nitrous then, or?
that Kanye was in his full-blown Nazi era. They said, that's the wagon I'm hitching to. But things apparently went sour between them at some point since then, and we're not even going to bother looking into exactly why that is, because the following is even funnier, just free of any context.
So last weekend, Milo tweeted, "I am publicly challenging Nick Fuentes to a baby off."
Whoa, what?
With an attachment in.
They could do a baby off, but it would probably. Wait. Yeah. Wait. Is this? Are they gonna like see who looks best in diapers? Like, what is a baby off? What is that about?
Attached of a document addressed to Fuentes, which read,
Yeah, he's an ex-gay. He's no longer gay.
"To whom it may concern, I am publicly challenging Nicholas J. Fuentes to a baby off. I say I will have more natural-born offspring by the second quarter of 2027. Here are my
It's not who can be the biggest baby?
conditions. No Dave Rubin style pay to play. You
Wait, what? Oh, you can't pay for a surrogate.
cannot rape.
Jesus.
You must succeed in courting a woman and persuading her to breed with you. Children must be conceived
That's what you have to say to her, too. You have to be like, would you like to breed?
naturally as a product of ordinary intercourse and not in vitro fertilization or other artificial methods loathsome to God. In the event of a tie, marriage to the mother shall be the determining factor. The loser shall pay the winner $250,000 and tweet the following. I accept that my adversary, name, is a superior man to me in every way. Sick, depraved, weirdo shit.
Not
total
beating
freak
the
stuff.
allegations. Yeah, real freak show shit.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick Fuentes, again, he had
I'm
a nice
sorry. I'm gonna have to use the tooth sock.
dinner with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago.
Aren't both of them gay?
I mean, well, Milo was gay, but he met Jesus, and now straight. And Nick Fuentes.
I feel like they should have some clause in there where they can't like produce the man juice via some other activity other than intercourse, and then somehow use a turkey baster to. Because I feel like that's what's going to go on.
Well, it's never been fully confirmed, but yes.
Look into the connection between Ted Cruz and Thomas Crooks. I don't even know about that.
I just thought that was out. I don't know. Yeah.
Anyway, looking at more recent posts, Milo has apparently hired a process server to personally deliver the document to Nick and to also leave copies of it on every windshield
Wait, is he just flexing that he has more money than Fuentes?
in his neighborhood. Again, we don't know what
How does Milo have money?
the hell this is about, but it's all
Like, this guy got caught endorsing relationships between, like, older men and minor boys. Like, right? How is he?
Always great when the worst people you know are fighting. And it's especially amusing when it is two gay dudes arguing over who's more straight.
That's what I thought. I'm sorry. No offense.
We can argue over who can leave the most likes.
I mean, Milo is...
Which is going to be a tie because everybody's going to leave one like.
Definitely gay.
Yeah.
Milo, he famously pivoted to Christianity and voluntarily did conversion therapy to make himself stop
adoring virgin statue.
Being gay, which isn't a thing you can do. Nick Fuentes is an incel.
Oh God, church militant. Wait, is that the thing that like tried to take down Jesse Lee Peterson?
Virgin who has been caught multiple times on stream looking at gay porn.
Okay, that's where I got it from, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the gay porn.
So yeah, I mean these are
I was thinking about the date with the cat boy.
Two men living lives of.
Ew, that's what cozy looks like. That's what cozy looks like. Oh.
Misery in a hate.
Now I can't say I don't know what cozy looks like. Now I know what it's like to be Ninetales. God damn. God damn.
Prison of their own design.
Ninetales Cosmic Fox calls that a Tuesday night.
And we look forward to the day that the MAGA movement, and by extension, all the weirdos like this, are something we don't have to care about anymore.
I do want to say, if they are both straight, which they, I guess,
they're not,
pretend to be, not that I didn't assume this already, but it really shows you what they think of women.
Yeah, they're breeding vessels.
They're vessels and nothing else.
Yeah. And
it's a terrible,
and your value as a man is tied to how much you can get that breeding vessel pregnant.
It's a horrible way to live your life.
But yeah, we'd love.
And none of them are even Navy SEALs, chat. Oh my God.
I want a day to come where I don't have to think about these people.
I want a day to not come, actually. I don't want to think about coming. I don't want to think about coming, okay? Any day.
But unfortunately, for now, at least, people like Nick.
We've gone over 10 hours. That's too much.
Fuentes, Milo Yiannopoulos, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Laura Loomer represent a very real problem.
Now I've got smoke for, oh my God, Chad, I've got smoke for everyone.
It demands our attention. Yeah. And this week over in Springfield, Ohio, we got yet another example.
No, we're done. We're done. That's it, chat. That's it. All right, we covered the Milo. We covered the everything. We did it all, chat. I'm going to have to, though, and maybe you can help me. Choose less. Wait, Frogman is better than right-wing frog? Wait, who's the right-wing frog? Pepe? I got to cover less stuff. Like, I got to set less stuff out. What are we doing tomorrow? Yeah, suck it, Hasan. No, that's not, like, no, we don't have Hasan beat. We do have another streamer beat, though, who tried to go extra long tonight and just was not nearly as successful. I'm going to go to bed. But be here tomorrow, okay? Because we've got some major fucking drama going down. And then we'll get back to the politics on Monday. How about that? Yeah, somebody had some words to say about yours truly. We'll be going over those tomorrow. So be there. Much love, chat. I will talk to you later. Frogman is who Loomer sucks off. No, apparently that's me. Anyway, chat, I shouldn't have even seen it yet. Pumpkin time. I gotta go to sleep. Tomorrow, a Meat Canyon deep dive. What? Okay, well, chat, you suggest me some things, but we're gonna try to keep it under control. We're gonna try to keep it to like a 6-hour stream if we can. That seems like that's a long stream, but it's only 6 hours behind. I'm only 6 hours away from when I gotta wake up. I gotta get some to sleep. Good night, everyone. Sleep tight. I will see you all tomorrow, and we'll sort out we'll adjudicate. I'll talk about the allegations apparently tomorrow. All right. Good night.